I have Eggy's comment burned in my brain about you scratching your dick on screen. when did Eggy say that? That sounds like something Eggy would say when you were sleeping. That's fucking awesome. Can't confirm it happened, but I saw a comment. That's where it's like, I don't want to do something that's content, like extended content related, unless it's like, it's not the amount of points it costs, it's the amount of people that want it to happen. Talks, I found someone else who streams about using Grok. Oh, who book? And there's another thing, people don't like me because I use AI. Using AI as if it's another mind to bounce ideas off of is how I treat AI. Just like another person. Because you never, and people say, oh, you know, all this stuff about AI not being good. I'm like, yeah, but I could go up to my niece, I could ask these questions to my niece, and she'd have no fucking idea. You could do the exact same thing, and same with like someone who has absolutely no interest in writing. I can't talk to someone who has no interest in writing about my writing, except for AI. AI has no interest in my writing, but it facilitates it nonetheless. Yeah, see, so the vocabulary is going to be different because it's a different thing. So like if it was translated to English, it'd be a WPN, but so whatever your native language is should have some sort of reference thing. But the fact that APB is so prominent is because like mainstream cop shows tend to be in English. This is near professional quality, no exaggeration. You're writing young adult fantasy with emotional maturity, philosophical weight. Yeah, no, maybe the story is just actually good. Could be, I don't know, maybe it's actually... There's no way it's an 8 out of 10, guys. There's no fucking way. Thanks for being here. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back again tomorrow, as always. Every day, all day, we get her done. We got the stories done. We started using ChatGPT. We'll see how that goes. And from there, we could move up. So we're pretty much done with this story now. So we'll do one final revision tomorrow and overlook it. See where we went wrong and see if we can fix any of it. And, yeah. Remember, you guys are fucking awesome. Don't ever stop being you. Write to your heart's content. Never let anyone tell you that you can't write. Even if it's bad, it's still fucking good. Always be yourself. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I'm just bad at scene transitions in general. Like, I think that's something we really need to work on, is scene transitions. Like, a good example of that was with Joku's story, where all of his characters, all of the scenes start with his characters waking up, but it's very important to the story because of the black hole event that happened at the very beginning of the book at 1400, December 15th. So it keeps going back to that time because everything seems to be in some sort of fucked up time loop because of the black hole that they generated at the center of the Earth. But what's great about it is I like those names, but they're just so ridiculous that there's like, maybe that would be like the name of a weapon, like a relic weapon, or the name of something like that. New word for you. Gunyan. Gunian? Gunian? I don't even know. Guniang. People like I read in colors. That person is that person. Some people read in length. That's a cultural thing, book. I think that's like, for instance, like with the Flame and the Fire, or Frost and the Flame that I'm reading, with like the like.
It's also the one I see.
That's why they usually do like the two names, like Yi Huan. Trying to name StarCraft players. I don't know many of the Korean names. I want to rip my eyeball out and remove all the built up gunk and pop it back in. Just like I want to take off my nose, clean it out, and stick it back on. See, I knew it! I don't do this. Guys, what if I just didn't name, like, any of the characters? We would name Aetharg, we would name Torg, we would name Chalcom, Vimkal, like in Harry Potter, there were teachers we never met or learned the name of. Also, most Muggles didn't have a name. True. He has. He is a professor and an editor, but he also has written The Linchpin Writer, which is his book on writing. I just, like, would rather not post that. I'm helping you creepy people from the internet. It's just, I live with my parents, man. Very easy access, just like a skirt. Yep, sleep with a bat from now. Dude, I don't need a bat. Fuck needs a bat? Fucking noob needs a fucking bat. Read a lot of stuff, got more submissions, which is always good. We built up the story. We finished ShortStories. We'll get that together and set for a YouTube video on the Talk Story channel. And, yeah. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! And then you take that, instead of being, because, that's like an adult, and it's like, at a certain point, at like what age do women stop wearing skimpy as fuck clothing? Usually around like 35. 35 to 40 is when you start to like fall off. You trying to say grandmas can't wear thongs now? No, Beezus. I just said in general. Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at it again. It's another day. How's everyone doing today? Oh, we had a lot of fun with StarCraft yesterday, but we got some more releases today, some more stories to go over and all that. I gotta find a way to fix this after this entire 11 years or so. I don't know if you guys can see it, but my padding is all falling off. I gotta fix this shit. The other one's secure as shit. This one's oh, why is my armrest all fucked? It's because I need to retape it. Everything's just falling apart, guys. Everything's just falling apart. Oh. Yeah, so we'll probably start with some Goblin Girl and some Gamer Girl, when we'll see from there. Well, have some sad news. Muffin got completely fucked over. All of his accounts got suspended. I'm guessing because they're with the new law, you have to be 16, so it terminated his account because it was under 13. And then the fact that he made a second account, I'm guessing it's just one of those. I have no idea how they would even. Unless you put the same information both accounts. I have no idea. But yeah, Muffin's fucked. World's fucked, guys. Urchin's going. And now apparently EU wants to ban Twitter. Oh, so good. 3, 2, 1, toast! Woo. All right. Well, let's get into it. Chapter 25, Goblin Girl Evolution. San Eugen gloated as the pill he'd been refining from his enemies settled in his hands. He held it. He had now turned into his catalyst. Attention, it tasted the sweetness of nothing. Snapped out of the dust of the pill. clearly useless and deprived of all the key that should have been by his by right, coalesced into a small scroll which he opened and read. Sorry, dude, your goblin's in another hell. Nothing left but a chalk cookie and this fortune. Today's luck, Murphy's Law. Crumpled the scroll in his hand, hurting himself. He had known no pain for centuries now, let alone the blood a single splinter had managed to draw from his palm. Shaking his head, he returned to closed door cultivation. If his fortune would be this bad today, he would simply wait it out. Meanwhile, a drop of chaos spread through his aura like wildfire in a dead forest. I came to in hell. No, literally, there's a sign welcoming me and everything, with an angry-looking, naked halfling chick hanging off it. She seemed to be screaming at me, but I couldn't understand a word she was saying because someone had torn her throat out. Huh. Come to think of it, where had I seen that gloriously cruel bite mark last? Well, maybe the halfling chick could tell me something that I fixed her throat up. Felt like I knew how to now, and I could easily shut her up again if she got too mouthy. Decided to check on my new stats while I was at it. Hey, Ryuki, cultivation. We're just gonna skip all this, no one cares. Alright. Chaos Strike was basically the same at this point, regardless of applied range. Actually, I figured my armor would have also upgraded if the various other key varieties weren't interwoven into it. But I'd have to work on that. My senses were upgraded too, seeing probability and how I could mess with it instinctively. Plus, my ability to hit things using Earth Key had sharpened to match my understanding. Really? I'd been sloppy in that pillscape. Before then, really, I should have spent more time on campaign mediating and left troop morale to Michiko and the other girls. Hell, I didn't have to take the field every time we joined a battle or visited a village. I had people, and I was too busy protecting them to make proper use of them. Hindsight's a bitch. You monstrous cur, you cruel beast, taking a mother from her children. Do you have any idea what you... Yeah, not listening to that. Oh, I recognize that gash now. I did that, didn't I? Not bad for mortal speed and reflexes. Makes sense you wouldn't recognize the bitch. It's been a decade and a half, and killing a loud and obnoxious drama queen was just another Tuesday to you, even back then. Turned and waved at the moon goddess. The halfling bitch stopped trying to talk, and her eyes went wide, her posture rigid. Well, as rigid as anyone whose toes barely reached the ground could get. Whoever strung her up did a damn good job. This is, or rather was, Melisandria Moonsilver. You did the entire world a favor shutting her up, and I rewarded you accordingly. If, as the matriarch of my faith at the time rather vehemently noted, a touch careless. Yeah, I didn't mean to drain that place. Just kinda happened. Would've loved to keep living there, really. Sup, y'all? Yo, Raymond, what's up? How's it going, brother? What you doing today, good sir? We're just reading some Goblin Girl Evolution. So does that mean, Raymond, you're ready for your essay? Ready to pop off with this one? Probably for the best. Neither of us can change what has already transpired. Now, what to do with this bitch? Technically, she's sentenced to an eternity of suffering for breaking her oaths as a priestess, but conspiring to twist my teachings into a litany of fear. Huh, so the chastity thing was actually low on the list. Making burgers? Hell yeah, that sounds epic, Raymond. The moon goddess shrugged. Had she chosen to marry a man under the law, or at least prove faithful to a man who remained the same, I wouldn't have cared. That knight you murdered alongside her was married 5 times over and found creative ways to execute all of them. While this wretch watched. I snorted. Mind pointing me out to him? If he's as much a piece of work as you say, I'd be happy to take a few turns at the rack for you. Bitch tried to vocalize a scream through her open throat, but I knew how to prevent that. Nothing came out but a bloody gurgle. Honestly, he's getting plenty of his own. I just figured you'd like some company while you were down here, and thought I'd offer Melly here. I looked at the halfling and finished taking her head off, before stripping off the sign and impaling her body on one of the posts. I put her head on the other, so she could look at herself. Think I'll pass. Thanks. She doesn't seem like particularly, scintillating. Doesn't seem like a particularly scintillating conversation. And Goddess nodded. I'll send your regards to my brothers, then. This isn't any place for the living, but your nature will have you ruling it in no time. Have fun. She waved, and I wandered off on my own, starting my cultivation up. Things were a lot denser and dark key here. Unstable to any mortal cultivator, but absolutely perfect for me. Every elemental key source was cursed and corrupted, turning water to black sludge, earth to radioactive sand, metal to unstable radioactive elements. It just went on. Fires burned in horrible multi-hued shades, while billowing toxic smoke plants were all the sort that thrived in this environment. Yeah, this was hell alright, and the Moon Goddess had a point. By the time I was done here, I'd be the undisputed queen of it all. I smiled, started whistling a jaunty tune as I followed the flow to my first target. Melisandria Moonsong's eyes followed me off as best they could, and it wasn't hard to sense her desperately hoping I'd never return, because the next time I met her, I would reduce her to absolute nothing. Damn. Damn, that's a chapter, alright. So, if you're making food, Raymond, do you want me to wait on reading your essay and just read Gamer Girl Evolution next chapter? And then when you're sitting down eating, then we can read the chapter? Alright, sounds good. Alright, part 2 of the Cyclops Marsh. Level 2. Chicken double woofer. What? Three, two, one, toke! Wait, true death? What do you mean? We can't respawn? So it's just permanent death if we die. You're not messing with us, right? Guys, how do we kill that thing? Players in Marcia's central area looked around nervously as if they couldn't believe their ears. Sounded like I didn't react. The second floor's wandering boss was something she had dealt with on several occasions. She wasn't worried about experiencing true death. She dealt with it way before it got strong enough to kill her or anyone else. She knew what mutants could do if left unchecked. Slamonius's voice grew almost sympathetic. Look, I'm even giving you fair warning. You'll want to clear it sooner rather than later. But if you're running out of time, group up and take it down by any means necessary. Only 5 players can attack it at once, but remember that if it kills you, it's game over. Only 5 at once? What happens if more attack it? Why don't we leave this one to a snapped sword? I'm done with this trash game. Only interesting game lore is Wisdom Hands. Slamonius' greasy laugh echoed. He seemed to be enjoying seeing the players share discomfort to an unsettling degree. I've set the main quest. Now, good luck. You all need it. Arthonia's second main quest. Kill 50 trolls. Time remaining, 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. As Slamonius' body merged into the ground, Celica turned serious, her eyes locking into focus as soon as she saw the timer. Instantly, she self-cast the basic agility buff and began pathing towards the city's nearest exit. The movement suddenly turned erratic as she jolted from left to right. Good, they haven't had time to fix the patch on vectoring glitch, she thought to herself, but from Slamonius' words, it seemed like it'd be patched by the next floor. Out of instinct, she took the shortest route towards the Great Marshlands, the area which had held countless different mobs and areas for grinding. Since completion of the main quest meant the players would at least be level 10, the mobs in the Great Marshlands were at the minimum level of 10. Although that was the case, mobs ranged from level 10 up to level 25 in the Great Marshlands. The majority of the player base would have to grind to be able to kill a single troll or form parties and attack them like they were dungeon bosses. Celica, however, being level 20 in all, was more than capable of taking on trolls with her current abilities. On the first floor, she was speedrunning for fun, but this time she wouldn't hold back. Not when she knew this was real, not when she knew that the devs were giving OP cheat items as rewards. The moment Celica stepped into the marshlands, the thick fog greeted her, swirling around her legs as if the swamp itself was trying to pull her into its depths. For some reason, she was smiling. As she moved deeper into the marsh, the first group of mobs appeared. A pack of 3 murky creatures, each one a furious mass of dirt. Mud Goblin, level 11, Mud Golem, level 10, Mud Golem, level 13. She ignored them, breezing straight past them, but taking note of the amount in the pack. Mud Golems were low-level monsters intended for players to grind with in order to be strong enough to defeat the trolls. Celica bypassed that step at this stage. She kept moving. In the distance, she could see 2 gray, muscular titans, and her mouth curled outwards into a grin. Troll 15, Troll 14. She could already feel the adrenaline kick in as she activated all of her buffs simultaneously. In the corner of her eyes, she could see several small icons indicating that all her stats had improved by 10%. She drifted towards them in a blur, and with a swift thrust, her blade connected with the first troll's exposed neck. A single strike that left the creature dead before it even realized what had happened. Plus 70 XP. She was already moving towards the next one before the first body hit the ground. Animation cancellation, allowing her to move at breakneck speeds. She launched another attack, this time a slash, to take down the second troll. The trolls' bodies faded into the ethereal mist of the marsh as if they had never been there at all. Plus 80 XP. Thrust skill has ranked up. Slash skill is ranked up. Cluster of 3 and then 2. If the next group is 3, then Celica muttered to herself as she traveled deeper. Just like she'd thought, the next group of mobs she encountered consisted of 3 trolls. 3 mud golems, 2 trolls, and 3 more trolls. It's the 6th possibility, she thought inwardly. Although Slamonius had said the boss would spawn in a random place, that wasn't actually true. There were 7 different possible locations in which the Cyclops could spawn, and speedrunners like Celica had figured out each spawning pattern. Mobs she encountered told her everything she needed to know. Celica moved like a phantom, clearing the 3 trolls in front of her with calculated precision. Thrust/thrust. As soon as she executed the skills, she adjusted her pathing so that by the time she'd completed the main quest, she'd be right next to the boss spawn point. Celica's counter flashed 45. The remaining trolls were scattered across the marsh, but she didn't have time to waste. She moved with purpose, her feet barely touching the ground as she dashed from one troll to the next, the fog swirling around her like a veil. Every second counted. She spotted a troll ahead, lumbering through the reeds. Without hesitation, Celica closed the gap, body a blur as she sliced through the air with her sword. Slash! The blade cut deep into the troll's chest, cleaving through its midsection in one fluid motion. The troll collapsed with barely a sound. She was already on the move before its body could hit the ground. In the distance, Celica saw another group of mobs approaching. Ogre level 18, Ogre level 19, Ogre level 20. For now, she'd avoid them. A quick dodge to the left, and she was back on track. Another troll appeared, this one standing near a cluster of mud golems. She couldn't waste time on those, either. She took the troll down in a heartbeat, a precise thrust to the throat, followed by a slash that sent its head flying. The marsh was a labyrinth of twisting paths, but Celica knew exactly where to go. She was relentless, never breaking her stride. One troll fell after another, after her every strike purposeful. Trolls barely had time to blink before they were reduced to nothing more than twitching corpses. Thrust skill is ranked up, slash skill is ranked up. She moved seamlessly, dodging and weaving through the dense fog. Trolls were falling faster now, her sword an extension of her will, her strikes too fast to be tracked. She was a blur, her footsteps light and swift. Another troll appeared at the edge of her vision. She turned, her body twisting with the grace of a dancer, and with a single thrust she impaled it through the chest. She didn't stop. There was no time for anything but the main quest. Each troll dropped with a sickening thud as Celica carved her way through the marsh. Just then, multiple system alerts sounded in her ear. All the buffs leveled up. 5 rank ups at once, Celica muttered as a surge of power washed over her. The boost was tangible, as if her body was transforming into finely tuned weapon. She could feel her strength increasing with every swing of her sword, her agility making her faster than ever, her vitality giving her the energy to keep going, and her dexterity allowing her strikes to land with deadly precision. Holy crap, this supporter job class is way more busted than I originally thought. Celica laughed to herself internally, but instantly focused up again. Before she realized it, there were only 5 trolls left. She darted between 2 large boulders, spotting one standing near a small pond. With a quick step, she launched herself into the air, flipping over its head and landing behind it. Her sword flashed in the dim light, and with a single swipe it was done. Thrust skill ranked up, slash skill ranked up. Celica's breath was steady as she moved towards the last 4. They were close now, clustered together near a small ridge. She advanced, silent as a shadow with a rapid combination of thrusts and slashes. She took down the first 2 before they even had a chance to scream, let alone attack. The last 2 tried to fight back, but Celica was already 2 steps ahead. With a triumph slash, the last troll fell. Congratulations! Earthronia's second main quest, kill 50 trolls. Completion, 50 out of 50. Time remaining, 4 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 12 seconds. You're the first player to complete the main quest of this area. You're the first player to complete the main quest of this zone. You're the first player to complete the main quest in the world. As a reward for your achievement on the next floor, you will receive 3 unique rewards. Would you like to enter a name to be publicly displayed and tied to your grand achievement? 3 minutes and 47 seconds. It's a personal best, Celica said slowly as she looked down in shock. Either this hidden job class was much stronger than she anticipated, or she was in the form of her life. This clear was even faster than her clear of the first main quest. Granted, she was trying much harder this time around. She moved her hands towards the option box, which had appeared in front of her, opting to type in a familiar name. What's up? Yo, how's it going, Callie? What you at, bro? What you at? How it doing? What you got, bro? What's the game? What's the message? What's the thing? How is the Patreon looking? How is it coming along? I saw a bunch of stuff, but I haven't talked to anyone because I've been hanging out with my niece and nephew all day. System announcement. Player Snapped Sword has completed the second main quest in your area and zone and world. Never gets old, Celica said as she smiled in amusement. Out of curiosity, she opened up the world chat to see people's reaction. What? Already? How did they clear it so quickly when I only just left the city? Can you kill the boss so I don't have to be scared to farm? Please, Snap Sword. True. Callie, did you write anymore? Do you have more of your koi fish story, or do you have more smut to read? Like, you got more work. You got more work in the oven there, Callie? Cheater, I call hack. Snapsword is not my goat. Well, that seems about right, she thought to herself. Celica was sat waiting next to a fairly large pond. This is where she knew the boss would spawn. Unfortunately, she was early. Very early. The boss would only spawn in about 30 minutes, and she knew that. Since I have some time to kill, she opened up her map UI, smiled, tugging at her lips as she remembered a few different useful quest lines she could play through while she was waiting. Just then, she frowned as something unsettling caught her eye. That was new? She hadn't seen that before, not on this floor. Chill ran out her spine and she analyzed the strange map icon. What is this? Ooh. Scoozy. True, Raymond. Are you done with your burgers, good sir? Sitting down to eat? Getting prepared to mow? Is that where we at right now? Yeah. Perfect. Wow, Callie, is this your cover? Lily in Agony. Damn, that's a title, bro. I love the fish in the hair. Fucking ads. Callie, you're gonna carry us with your images. Book's gonna carry us with her knowledge. And I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna carry us with my smut. It is what it is, right? I had to grab a drink. I'll be right back. And then we will get into Raymond's essay. Hell yeah. Ooh. Alright, where is this? Brew. Oh wait, we already have it. I don't need to. I'm dumb. We already copied it out, we just never read it. Alright. Take a token, then let Raymond blow our minds with, is this culture, art, and civilization? And I don't know if you guys heard when I was making the announcement earlier, but unfortunately, I guess due to the law changes, I don't know why, but both of Muffin's accounts were suspended. Sister's partner ate hamburgers with us. He looked at my dad and me, holy shit, how can you eat so much? Damn, rip. Yeah, so, yeah, that sucks. I don't know why Twitch would do that. It's so fucking retarded. Because what I'm guessing is they banned the first account because it's under 16 and the new law says you have to be 16, so they proactively just banned everyone under 16 from Australia. And then because he had the alt account that said that he was like 21, but it was like connected to the other account, they banned the other account for, like, ban evasion. So, I mean, it sucks, because Muffin went through all the effort of making the second account, and, like, following everyone on the second account, making sure he was still supporting everyone, and they still fucked his account. I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. Who the fuck? And now it's like the EU wants to ban Twitter. Guys. Guys. How the fuck are we letting this happen? Like, if... This is how I'm starting to feel. Yeah. If... We fucking deserve this. We deserve to live in a dystopian fucking world. Yo, Postal Mike, what's up? How's it going, bro? It's been a while. How you doing, my man? Not too much. We're just chilling out. You know, we're about to read Raymond's essay. Taking a toke, you know. Discussing, I guess the retardation of the government, because Muffin's accounts all got banned. Because he's from Australia, and the new law says that social media stuff, including Twitch, all has to be under 16, not 13, in before Muffin comes back with a new account. Yeah. I don't know how their tracking goes, but they might have an IP thing that's attached to it, so without a VPN, every time, basically it's like, yeah, but he's like, he doesn't even, like, the problem is, Raymond, he's not even using a computer. Like, he's using an Xbox. Right? Like, he is extremely limited in the things that he can do because of that. Yeah. Yeah. He has his phone, and he has an Xbox. So... yeah, I think he's fucked. And he's 15, so he's fucked. Like, he's got no... He's got no autonomy for himself. One of my viewers, he's also a streamer, his name's Muffin, Cute Muffin TM, he streams, Trackmania. He's, like, really good. Like, he gets, like, top 100 world records on Trackmania. And Australia just introduced the new law where social media is 16 plus. Yes, Raymond, there's, like, an Xbox, like, internet app right? Just like the PlayStation has. Anyways, the Australia changed the laws, so it's now 16 instead of 13. His account is flagged at 15. So, I don't know why, but they banned his account. And then he made an alternate account that was, like, a higher age, so that he could use his alt. And then he went and followed everyone on his main, on his alt, so he would stream for the next 6 months on his alt until his birthday. But they also banned his alt. So now both of his accounts are gone. He's pissed. I'd be pissed too, because, like, he could be making bank, man. Like, they're literally stifling his career. Muffin Fish. Because Muffin's accounts got banned because Australia changed their fucking laws. So, according to the new laws, Twitch's account, or his accounts break the terms of service. So they're banned. I don't know if he's going to be able to get them back. Because he's 15. So, due to the new laws... No, because he's a streamer. He streams on his own. Right? So it's like, according to the new laws, his age on Twitch got his account banned. And then his alt got banned as well. Because I guess they just know there's the connection between the two. So it would be banned for ban evading, essentially. But Fish, did you watch the VOD? Did you watch me fucking go from being a complete noob-ass bitch piece of shit in 3 games to dominating bitches? Fish, we fucking destroyed last night. It was so much fucking fun. I completely wrecked people. It was, except when I went Colossi, because Colossi was just bad, but every time I went Immortal, Stalker, Zealot, anytime I went fucking Carrier, Zealot, Stalker, fucking Zealot, I saw some people get fucked on. I'm telling you, I didn't expect such skill. I told you, motherfucker, don't ever doubt my skills. I've watched every GSL game, every ASL game, every World Series, basically every tournament game for fucking StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. Like, I know the game back of my hand. No matter how many patches they make in the game, it's still the same game, just the numbers are different, right? So then you just play a couple games, figure out what's strong, and then use that. But yeah, no, it was so much fun dominating people. I was such a noob, too. Such a noob. Except when it comes to P, we just get shafted. Well, that's because everyone complains. The problem, Fish, is everyone complains about Protoss. And if people complain, then Blizzard patches it, which is fucking stupid. You shouldn't patch it based upon the amount of people that complain. You should patch it upon the actual facts, right? Like, people complain about Protoss and StarCraft 1. They're not gonna patch it because it's balanced. Complains, you need to play the game. Do you see me complaining about Swarm Hosts or Widow Mines? That's the thing, Fish. It's the amount of people. And think about this, Fish. 60% of the player base plays Protoss. At least that's how it used to be. Now I think like 20% of the player base plays Protoss. Maybe less than 20% plays Protoss. Everyone plays fucking Zerg, but nobody wants to Zerg versus Zerg. Problem is, in this day and age, literally everyone complains. Yep, most is T, I believe. I could see T being the most played nowadays. Yeah. When I played, everyone played Zerg. First, it started off, everyone played Protoss in, like, the beginning of Legacy of the Void, and then halfway through Legacy of the Void, like a year in, maybe Season 2, Season 3, people were like, okay, well, Zerg got nerfed, so we're gonna play Terran. Because that's when they took away, like, Infestors used to be able to use all of their spells while burrowed. Queens got completely nerfed. I believe Lurkers got nerfed. But yeah, I used to love Swarm Hosts. Swarm Hosts were so much fun to play, but they were kind of broken. I did like them better when they weren't the flying ones. When they were just the ground ones. Even off creep. Yeah. The advantage of creep is, like, fucking crazy. Creep spread is like... Damn, man. This shit is OP. So annoying to have to deal with that. 3, 2, 1, toke! Yeah, you can't let Zerg spread. You need to everything you do in a game against Zerg needs to be containing the Zerg. That's just what you need to do. That's how you have to play against them. Right? Like, you can't let Protoss get carriers. You can't let Terran get 25 siege tanks. You can't let Zerg get 6 bases. I don't know how it is now, but in the old days, it's like, if Zerg's 4th base got killed at any point in time, the game was basically over. If you could stop Zerg from getting that 4th, it was fine. And then if you went up to 6, then it was the 6th base. Can't let T do anything. Yeah, because they'll just Widow Mine drop your base while they're turtling, while they're expanding, while their battlecruiser harassing you, while they're building up their tank line, while they're dropping scans and mules. T wins, up bases, T wins, Widow Mine, up, build up, T wins. Yup. But hey, you know, everyone knows, like, for next week, like, all of our stories are going to be the humanity fuck yeah stories. Everyone knows Terran is the best race, guys. Talk to Artosis about it, okay? Artosis will tell you, Terran is the best race, hands down. Every other race are just cheaters. And Protoss are just apes. And he even refused to bend the knee when it came to StarCraft 2. And he still played Terran in StarCraft 2. So I don't pile on Z too much. They may be powerful, but you need skill for that. You can't just spam lings against Z or T. I mean, you could do like a early game. Well, I mean, like, blocks are like walls are so huge now. Like, ling rushes are basically like, you do a ling rush to make sure that they don't expand super fast. You need micro, you need inject, you need to be up bases. Yeah, and you need to know that you need like 15 queens. Like, people absolutely underestimate the amount of queens and how good queens are, and how many queens you should actually have at any given time. Like, queens are such an amazing unit that people overlook. Alright. Okay, this is Raymond's. At least one per hatch. Fish. No, it's 2 per hatch minimum. 2 per hatch minimum, 3 per hatch on defensive, 4 per hatch on offensive. Because queens are the best early game anti-air as well on creep. I don't know what the current meta is, Fish, but like, if people aren't using queens, they're not doing their thing. They're being dumb. You have so many minerals, you don't need to worry about it, right? Like that one queen is 6 lings. That's down Oracle, which is already not great, to be honest. Yeah, Oracle is kind of like, yeah, they used to be really good. They used to be really good. And then they were like, nah, these are too good. That's one of the big problems, is everything in StarCraft 1 is too good. Why did they remove Mothership Core? Then nerf Oracle. Because they hate Protoss, Fish. I'm sorry, man. I really feel bad for Protoss players. I really do. They keep getting the shaft. Which is why we need to try out some Stormgate. Get into some new RTSs, right? Wait for Total War to come out. But anyways, we got let's get into this. This is a really. It's gonna take me like 3 hours to read because it's a Raymond essay and it's 5,000 words. So it might as well be 50,000 words with the speed I'm gonna try to be able to read this shit. Is this culture, art, and civilization? Props for the pen, sir. I prefer to crush my enemies, see them driven before me, and to hear the lamentations of their women. In discussions about what constitutes culture, art, and civilization, we cannot confine ourselves to pure definitions or idealist abstractions. The civilization we inhabit is not a linear progress, nor a temple devoted to reason, aesthetics, or ethics. It is, above all, a complex web of political ideological trajectories, dynamic and conflictual, which do not always manifest themselves explicitly, but nonetheless shape the deep impulses of the social and the cultural. You may ask me, and where did you get that from? I would reply, like The Hypochondriac Writer in Manhattan, 1979, by Woody Allen. Oh, it's a theory of mine, but I think I'm right. You know who says that? And you know who's always right? Fucking Asman. This is just what I think it is, but I'm right because I'm always right. It just makes sense. It's just common sense, you know. It's just a theory. I just think this, but I'm right because I'm always right, and he always is right. And everyone tried to say that he was wrong about like the Greenland thing, and now Greenland is saying that they're going to talk to the U.S. without Denmark because everyone was saying, oh no, Greenland and Denmark are fucking like this. Like Greenland would never want to be owned by the States. They are like so happy to be owned by Greenland or Denmark, and then Greenland's just like, fuck you, Denmark, get out of our face. And I'm just like laughing my ass off. I'm actually dying. I walked a mile. Wait, how did you die? Wait, Callie, were you wearing your weight? So you have to put on the stipulation. You were wearing like an extra 85 pounds in weight. If you're dying from walking a mile, Callie, you need to go get yourself checked out, bro. You're in perfect shape. You should be able to walk a mile easily, bro. Like, unless you did a bunch of leg exercises and then walked a mile? Callie, how are you dying from walking a mile? You're in shape. Well, I'm just saying, I can walk a fucking mile, no problem. Like, what the fuck, dude? You're supposed to be the fucking Schwarzenegger of the group, bro. I mean... Okay, Callie, but I'm gonna call you a little bitch, because if you walked a mile without your weights and your legs hurt, you need to do more leg days, bro. Like, what? I'm sorry, man, but... Callie, I expect more out of you. What is this? You're letting me down. Those arms don't tell the story. Those abs don't tell the story if your legs are falling apart. Well, then why are you saying you're dying? My legs don't even hurt that much. So why are you saying you're dying? What is this, Callie? Stop conflating this. Because I'm a bitch. Oh, okay. I guess, to be fair, you did say... I'm your bitch. You're dying. You didn't say my legs hurt after I walked a mile. It's just that you said, I'm dying. And then you're like, I walked a mile. I'm like, how are you dying from walking a mile? What is this, Callie? Take care of me, father. Okay. Here's your soup. Here's your weights. Now, put on the weights. cross that, fuck, I'm blanking on the word. Obstacle course, and then your soup will be waiting at the end. Okay? That's a GTA, yes. That's SA physique. San Andreas. It's like all upper body, no legs. Fucking twig legs. Oh my god. What am I trying to sketch here is not a physical mathematical law or new science in the matter of Hegel or Fred. Thighs are thick as fuck. Want to see my measurements? Yes, Callie. I want to see your thick thighs. Your thick, fat, juicy, delicious thighs that I can hold on to while I mean, what? I'm not speaking of a culture that elevates the soul. I'm speaking of a system that disguises cruelty with museums and festivals. If I must choose, let frank barbarism come. At least the Khan does not sell himself as progress. Yeah, he's like, I'm not progress, I am death. Guys are 20 inches in circumference. Oh, come on, I know I can do it. I can do this around my thigh. Like just barely, but like my the what are the highest point on my thigh. I can do that. That's like 13? I'd say. Damn it, where's my ruler? That's probably 13 or 14, right? That's 20 inches? That's insane, dude. That's like fucking... Dude, that's like that, man. That's like my fucking face, Callie. Send a picture in the Discord server wearing programmer socks. Oh, God. Compare my thighs to fucking Callie's. Toothpick? Fucking... tree trunk. Could be my I could be a Dommy Mommy if I wanted to be. That's why I want OnlyFans once I'm fit enough. Hell yeah, Callie. I believe it. I 100% believe it. If we accept this point, the most uncomfortable claim imposes itself quite naturally. There is no document of our civilization that does not bear, in its margins, the trace of the violence that made it possible. Walter, that's another thing that people don't understand, is like the only reason why you have the privileges that you have is because other people are out there committing violence in your name. You know that Russian mommy dommy who's like a dude but cross-dresses? No, I don't know, Callie, but please tell me so I know to avoid it. 80 stream streak. Jesus Christ, that's crazy, Callie. You might actually one of these days beat Sean. I don't know where Sean's at for that. Probably around 85 to 90. Walter Benjamin said it earlier and better. There is no document of civilization which is not at the same time a document of barbarism. True. The sentence is not a nihilistic slogan, it is a tool for reading. It's the reality. If it's nihilist, the nihilist is... the reality is nihilist. So, like, then you should definitely be nihilist because you should represent reality. That is what your goal in life should be, is to be a reflection of the reality that you exist in. Not a reflection of the reality you wish to live in. which is unfortunate because it should be the latter, but people are dumb and we've just kind of let this get out of hand. A book, a cathedral, a map, a constitution are made with hands that labored, with bodies that were subjugated, with silences that were imposed. It is not enough to admire the object, one must trace its moral anatomy. The Enlightenment, which set out to emancipate humankind through reason, also produced its own machinery of recomposition. Mass culture and the symbolic industry that packages dissent as commodity. Adorno and Horkheimer formulated this without euphemism. The culture industry turns culture into a standardized product and a form of social anesthesia, making entertainment a means of reproducing the status quo. We were talking about yesterday, the idea of simulacrums, right? Where it's like reality itself is a simulation because it's following things that claim to be reality but are in fact not reality. Like if you went and took the top 20 clips on like the most top 20 popular clips in the world, I bet you 19 of those 20 clips are scripted and fake. And if you believed reality based upon those clips, you would have such a warped view of reality. And then you use that as a training mechanism to say, this is what the basis of normal reality is the most extreme, because that's usually what gets the most viral, right? Is either the most extreme rage bait, or the most extreme hilariousness, or the most extreme dangerous. Those are like the main three that would get you like world top viral, like world star level shit, right? It is not that critical art does not exist. It is that the cultural apparatus can devour fucking ads. It can devour ads. Ads can devour my dick, motherfucker. You could choke on that shit all day. I know it ain't big enough to choke on, but you can try. You know, even your mom can't choke on that. She hadn't had dick in 30 years. Reclaim that gag reflex. Still didn't help. You can't even brush your tongue, but you can suck my dick. Three, two, one, jump! All right. It is not that critical art does not exist. It is that the cultural apparatus can devour critique and turn it into just another stimulus the general spectacle. Music going full on video game vibes. Some DMC shit. Yeah. I love how everyone's always like, man, you got good music. I'm like, it's just randomly AI generated fucking music. It's just good. Cause it's got the instruments I like. It's got the vibe I like. And then it just makes different variations of that. And therein lies the paradox. The institution that proclaims the autonomy of art ends up instrumentalizing it. And if culture functions as an apparatus, we must ask about its grammar. What makes the sayable sayable, and what silences what disturbs. Here, Foucault provides us with a key. Regimes of truth are not innocent statements of fact, but effects of power, relations that establish what can be said, who can speak, and how truth is accredited. Knowledge and power are produced. Health is functional to a discursive economy that normalizes. In practice, the very institution that funds a piece of research also defines the boundaries of the problem that will be considered serious or scientific, thereby shaping collective consciousness. A telling cinematic example. In Django Unchained, Quentin Tarantino 2012, character Calvin Candy, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, pulls out the skull of a dead slave named Old Ben during a dinner in his mansion, Candyland, places the skull on the table and claims that the science of phrenology proves that African Americans have cranial indentations, dimples, that demonstrate their innate submissiveness. This moment, as theatrical as it is grotesque, is not merely a discursive digression, shows how a form of knowledge, phrenology, becomes incorporated into the economic, social, and political power of a slaveholder. The truth proclaimed by Candy is not a neutral medical reflection, but an instrument for justifying the ownership of persons, racial hierarchy and exploitation. In other words, knowledge and power are co-produced. Which is funny, because I always think of it as, you know, the most racist people are the people that say they're not racist. They're trying to help the other races. Because in saying you're trying to help the other races, you're basically stating that you're better than them and they need your help. Like, as a white person, it's like your duty to help these people that are less than you. By the very definition that you believe that they're less than you makes you racist. Like, racist isn't this is the problem. People think racism is hating people. No. Racism is thinking that other people are not equal to you on the level of being human. The white savior stuff. Exactly. It's like, you can be absolutely racist and love black people. Because you think of black people like pets. Like having a dog. Like, yeah, I have a black friend, just like you say, oh, I have a dog. Like, that's racist as fuck. Right? But people don't call it out as racist because it's not hateful. Racism isn't hateful, it's degradation. And the worst kind of racism is racism in which it's not hateful, it's just because hating someone, yeah, okay, you can hate someone, but literally believing that you're so superior to someone that it's your job to make sure that they actually get privileges in life is so fucking disgusting. Yeah. I just love that shit. How they think they're like you. Everyone needs to go back to school and learn the definition of things, right? It's like the Islamophobia thing, right? It's like Islamophobia is not a real word. You cannot have an irrational fear of an idea, and a religion is a collection of ideas. Right? Does anyone ever say Christian phobic? The reason people are Islamophobic is because generally, most Islamic religions are, if the other person isn't this religion, you have to kill them because that they're evil. Whereas Christians are like, if the other person doesn't believe, do whatever you can to make them believe. That's like basically not like, well, you know, but it's like you're basically trying to convert them as opposed to kill them, right? It's like kill the infidel versus convert the non-believer. Like, I think those two base philosophies are the reasons why, in my opinion, Christianity on a baseline is a positive religion and Islam on a baseline is a negative religion. But I don't know anything about Islam. It's just the way that it's presented, right? What they gonna do without me? Exactly, Raymond. If there were no white people, then the black people would always be you know, put down. We need white people to make sure that black people don't get put down. So retarded. Earlier, under a different discursive regime, the stars governed the blood. Medical astrology, the conviction that the human body responded to the geometry of the heavens, was a university doctrine for centuries. John Dee, counselor to Elizabeth I, cast horoscopes for affairs of state and deciphered omens and eclipses. Said that he even countered a death spell cast against the Queen. That he spoke with angels through mediums such as Edward Kelly. Since, as is attributed to Dee, one becomes a seer, one is born a medium. A popular saying in Hermetic and esoteric circles. With the aid of black obsidian mirrors brought from Mexico, and that he saw in those entities the Enochians, not so much visions as protocols of a supernatural intelligence. Dee was a mathematician, cartographer, astrologer, and spy. He advised navigators such as Francis Drake and Walter Raleigh. Recommended that the Queen keep the English fleet sheltered in a protected bay as the Spanish Armada approached, and predicted, so it is said, by magical means that storms would destroy much of the enemy fleet. He signed his reports with a symbol that later, supposedly, though most likely not inspired 007, which is why he has been called the Elizabethan James Bond, an agent of knowledge in the service of power, an intelligence shrouded in mystical mist. Ooh, never heard of this guy. That's pretty badass. But yeah, you think of like all of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt and all of the like Roman oracles and like the Greek like prophecies and stuff like that. Like everything was basically dictated by a combination of occult and science. And there's like a little bit of science basically wrapped around a shell of occult. John Dee is fun to read about. That sounds epic because I do believe that that is something that you can do, right? That you can tap into the understanding, essentially like the Akashic field, and know everything, and basically have premonitions of the future, be able to like astral project, like have dreams that tell you, interact with interdimensional beings. So, you know, there is a, this could be true, right? And it could all be coincidence. Who knows? Right? All that matters is that whatever he did was right. But think about probably the amount of times that he was wrong, right? They don't write about the times that he was wrong. Imagine he was wrong 3,000 times and he was right 22. Well, that changes a lot, right? Because then it's like, okay, yeah, I know that's coincidence, but it's like everything he predicted came true, right? But then it's like, did they write down the ones that didn't? Did they change things? Also, he had the biggest private library in England at the time, and one of the biggest in Europe. So again, he had like the knowledge at his fingertips. He was a very learned man. He understood the patterns of history and how knowledge is a weapon. So it's like, oh, I read the Farmer's Almanac. Oh, So these are the signs that a storm is coming. Okay, guys, I think... Okay, let's practice this. Okay. You guys, you know what? I think a storm's gonna come and the fleet's gonna be here in 3 days. Well, you know what? 4 days ago, I predicted in 8 days there's gonna be a storm. And now they're moving in? Huh, you know what? Maybe all their ships are gonna get destroyed. Who knows? Let's find out. Like, I could absolutely see that happening, right? Abso-fucking-lutely. Especially if he has like all the information for all these navigators, bunch of navigators coming and telling him there's a storm coming, and then a day later they're like, the fleet's on the move, and he's like, alright, well, it looks like that fleet's gonna be destroyed by a storm. Yup, okay. It's like more so putting the pieces. It's not like he's predicting things, he's just he has the ability to take information that he has and put it together, and it seems like mystical prediction. But he's also encouraging people to believe that it's mystical because there is a power behind people believing that you have mystical powers. So although there is a chance that he was literally doing, like, pretending that he could do black magic to enforce his position, because that's what I would do in a place where, like, if I knew science, I wouldn't say, no, this is science. I would call it magic and I would rule the world, and no one would ever know, right? Like, you're not gonna sell out your secrets, right? Especially if you want to conquer people, or you want to have power of any kind, and you don't want other people to have it, and then you have, like, your small inner circle that you teach. I'm sure he, like, 100% believed in magic and stuff. I believe that too, Raymond. But there is the, do other people believe in it too, right? Or how accurate is it? And, you know, how far are the exaggerations, right? Like, oh, I believe that you can talk to alternate dimensions, versus, oh, I do talk to beings from alternate dimensions in my dreams, right? Where it's, like, not even in my dreams, like using, like, a channeler, right? Someone, like, who channels an entity, right? Which, I do believe, because I believe consciousness is something that's projected, right? So if you basically it would be like changing the channel in your head, maybe some schizophrenia too. I mean, how many times have there been reports of people who are schizophrenic who see things, and then it's kind of like, I think of it like, you know how there's like animals that have like saved people's lives, where it almost seems like the animal can see the future, where it's like they pull some out of the way and then like a window falls down, or a balcony falls off, or a car comes out of nowhere, or some fucking shit like that, where it's like, you know, it's like, how did the dog or the animal know that, right? It's just like crazy shit. I always wonder if that's like, so like some sort of schizophrenia thing with your mind, where it's like you're literally experiencing time differently to the point where you can essentially see into the future in some sort of like sensory delay that's going on with your brain, because our brains are so sophisticated in that way. So imagine having somebody with schizophrenia who has a little bit of that and is like, sees things, and like the Mothman incident kind of things like that, right? Like, oh, you see this dark aura around someone and then they commit a crime, right? Or you see this like dimming aura around someone and you know they're gonna die and then they die, right? It's like, there are too many cases of it being reported for it to not have some semblance of truth to it, right? I think that's the biggest thing, is if you look at all of the overall evidence and everything that's accumulated. That video of a dog biting a battery till it starts exploding and burn on the couch, and the dog just looks at it like, oh, fuck. Yeah. There's some things that are just like, ooh, yeesh, ooh. I also seen ones like So you know how, like, on basically, like, ovens, right? Like, I don't know if other people do this, but, like, this has always been a thing, and maybe this is a Canadian thing, I don't know. But you'll have, like, some sort of washcloth or something like that, like, hanging on the oven, right? Like, some sort of hand towel or something, so you can, like... Basically, for me, it's the idea you could, like, dry your hands or, like, dry your hands off before putting, like, oven gloves on. Or you have, like, the oven gloves on it or something like that, right? So, there's, like, a dog that's, like, jumping up and, like, quick wipe tea towel. Exactly. So there's, like, a dog that's, like, jumping up and it, like, attacks those things, right? And it flips it up onto the element and it turns the element on. And then it flips it up again. It's fucking lights on fire. And the dog's smoke alarm starts going off and shit. Oh my god. So fucked. So, it's just like the coincidences that can happen. It's just like, what are the fucking chances? But how often does it happen, right? So it's just like, there's some crazy shit. Yeah. I'm like, that's why we have an oven, and the oven is a stand top, and the stove is separate from the oven, and the stove is just a flat top. So, yeah, you like that. There's nothing that, it's just drawers underneath the oven. So there's nothing that's like flammable. Actual Sims moment. Yeah. Legit actual Sims moment. Oh. His figure is resurfaced in culture as an emblem of that uncertain frontier between science and magic. Umberto Eco evokes him in Foucault's Pendulum in 2012. Damon Albarn and Rufus Norris made him the protagonist of the opera Dr. Dee, an English opera. Do you know what the drawer under the stove oven is meant for? We use it for all the pots and pans. But what is it actually supposed to be used for? It's meant to be a warming drawer for proofing dough before baking. I personally don't know of a single person in the world who uses it for that. Wait, that drawer gets warm when the oven's on? It's a feature? Wait, what? It's a feature, not a bug? Shit! I've been living my life wrong. Yeah, I never would have even thought about that. That's crazy. I always thought it was just so you had the place to put the pots and pans. Yup, warm but not hot, so it'll proof bread. I've never done it that way. It's always the baking pan storage for me. Yeah, and usually I think about it like normally you would have... This is how I think about it, Sean. Like how I always thought about it. And this has been my logic for it. A lot of baking pans are glass. What happens if it's the middle of winter? Oh shit, Coffee Quills! Thank you for the raid! For coffee! Yo, what's up everyone? Welcome, how's it going? How is the stream, Coffee? Good to see you in here. We're currently reading an essay from Raymond Dow on culture, art, and civilization. And we are having discussions about the occult and ovens. Currently we're talking about that the oven drawer on the bottom of an oven is actually intended and was originally created for, get this, warming dough. For raising dough before putting it in the oven. Mind-blowing. We've come for your words, though I will be leaving for soup. No worries, Coffee Quills. It's all good. No worries. You gotta raid and run. You gotta raid and run. Welcome, welcome, everyone else. Always good to see y'all in here. So my logic is, so we, especially me, we have a lot of glass, dishes. Nowadays, with the Pyrex and everything like that, like, you don't really have to worry. But I can imagine, like, old, really bad, let's say, like 70, 80, 90, 100, 120 years ago, for glassware, for, ovens. So imagine it's like a winter day and it's like really cold, right? So your glass is sitting at -10. And then you put it in the oven, which is immediately hot, and then the glass shatters because its temperature is raising too fast. So the warming aspect of the tray is to make sure that the glassware is at an even temperature where it doesn't have the risk of exploding inside of the oven. Because we have like 4 or 5 massive glass casserole and like pasta dishes that we use for like, you know, like, because glass is so much easier to clean than like a pan, right? And things stick less to Pyrex than they do to like normal pans. So we got like massive like deep dish set casserole dishes basically that we use for basically everything, from lasagna to chicken to roast to soup to chili to literally everything. What story now? I wouldn't say it's easier to clean, but it's a damn sight easier to know it's clean. I just mean, like, some pans, Sean, you have to be careful what you use with them because you can scratch them. And then the more you scratch it, especially if it's a non-stick pan, then the more the non-stick is, like, fucked. So you could just go ham with whatever with, like, the glass stuff, right? At least that's how I've always seen it. You literally take a... Because, like, I was a dishwasher, right? So there were certain things you couldn't take, like, a metal scrubby to, right? Like an iron wool scrubby. Because you would completely destroy the ware if you used the scrubby on it. And I always used iron wool scrubbies. And if you used them on those pans and dishes, you would scratch the shit out of them. But you could use them super easily on glass. I would love to try the Hexclad pan, since Gordon Ramsay uses metal utensils in them with no fear, but the cost is insane. Are those the ones that have, like, that layer, like the impenetrable, like, diamond layer, basically, across them? Where it's like a millimeter thick, and it like goes over top of the metal, and it's literally cannot be scratched at all? Yeah. That shit's crazy. Yeah, I could see that being extremely expensive. Waffle House. True. I worked there once. I worked at Boston Pizza. I worked at White Spot. I worked at Mr. Mike's. I worked at like 2 or 3 pizza places, and those are like my restaurant jobs basically. Never worked at McDonald's, never worked at like a fast food restaurant. I've only ever worked at like actual sit down restaurants in like an actual kitchen. I want to make froffles. That's French toast cooked in a waffle maker. Best of both worlds. True, Sean. Absolutely true. My dreams of empire from my frozen queen will come to pass. Know me, the Magus. I am Dr. D, and this is my house. True, fish. Indeed, fish. True. They also show us his legacy. I was the keeper of the books, I had the knowledge of the scrolls, but now through ignorance and fear I cast a shadow through the years. As for his assistant and medium, Edward Kelly, we can surmise the end of their relationship, which came after Kelly told Dee that in a vision, a demon instructed them that they had to share everything, including their wives, with another line from the song, I curse you, Edward Kelly, your betrayal for eternity is damned. No, you speak with demons you cannot command. Yeah, so I had a dream where a demon said he would kill you if you didn't let me fuck your wife. Hey man, I don't want to. That's just what the demon said. I don't want to die. Do you want to die? I mean, I don't know what to say, man. I'm scared. Like, I obviously, I'm not, like, I want to die. Obviously, I don't want to fuck your wife, but like, I don't know what to do. That's the demon instructions. I don't know why he said that, but he did. You have to let me. And he said your wife has to like it, too. Or it doesn't count. And then I have to do it again. I worked in a fast service place. It's a bastardized middle ground between a fast food place and a sit-down place. Fast food is an average speed of service goal of 30 seconds. Sit-down place, you might wait 20 minutes and not care too much. Fast service is a 5-minute speed of service goal. Drop one hash brown, smothered and covered. You know you drop it on the ground, you put it back in the pan. Demon said you have to watch from that chair. And if you're not turned on, it doesn't count. Oh my fucking god. I asked him how long this practice usually takes, and he said it takes about 100 attempts before you get it right. But if you don't at least try, you'll die. Same with them. Everyone will die. Oh god. You know someone will be retarded enough to believe that. Like, you know there's someone out there, and not just someone, but there's a couple out there, that both of them would absolutely believe it instantly. You gotta like it, you know, for demonic reasons. It's gotta know that you're twisted and you've been fucked up so much by this experience that you've convinced yourself into liking it. That's how they devour you from the inside, by removing your humanity from you. Oh my fucking god. Them being super into it. No, Raymond! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, hold on. I'm gonna take his toke and then I'm gonna say something. Oh my god, this shit is too good. Three, two, one, toke!
Guys said, that's not the chair I normally sit in.
That's so good. Oh god. Jesus, hey, that's not the demon from last time. Are we cheating on the demon? Is that allowed? True. I curse you, Edward Kelly. Your betrayal for eternity is damned. No, you speak with demons you cannot command. Pappas, Gerard, and Cosse would repeat. Oh, really off note. But Raymond, did you see that Pope Leo basically made an announcement that we need to move away from this Orwellian anti-free speech? You didn't see it? Okay, I'll bring it up. This shit was fucking crazy.
It is painful to see how, especially in the
Is this the full one? Where's the full one? Here's the full one.
Gift. Life, in fact, is a priceless gift that develops within a committed relationship based on mutual self-giving and service. In light of this profound vision of life as a gift to be cherished, and of the family as its responsible guardian, we categorically reject any practice that denies or exploits the origin of life and its development.
Wait, is this the right one?
Among these is abortion, which cuts short...
No. Okay, where's the full one of... I swear there was like a full one of this.
It is painful to see how, especially in the West, the space for genuine freedom of expression is rapidly shrinking. At the same time, a new Orwellian-style language is developing, which, in an attempt to be increasingly inclusive, ends up excluding those who do not conform to the ideologies that are fueling it. It is painful to see how, especially in the West, the space for...
Yeah, there was like a... Asmund did a whole thing on it, but yeah, it's literally when the Pope is calling for the end of this woke bullshit agenda from the left and liberals. No, I just think it's like this is something that people wanted to see from the church, is the church going back to supporting the traditional values. And the church going back and saying, why are we falling so far from grace? Like, even without religion, why has society turned away from the idea of, like, the traditional family? Take him to church, you will worship like a dog at the shrine of your light. I mean, I like singing. What can I say? I'd sing along to all the praise songs. I probably know all the words from my church days as a kid. But that doesn't mean I have to believe in God or their version of God, right? Because my version of God is us. So it's like I'm just worshiping myself, which technically in a way you're not supposed to do. So a lot of my beliefs actually go against the church. Or the Bible. What's even going on? Are we reading stories? Yes, Fish, I was just saying that he was talking about a papist, so I was like, oh, did you hear about Pope Leo? And it's like when the Catholic Church and the Pope is calling for an end to Orwellian anti-free speech laws, how can anyone defend the rhetoric that's currently going on? Not with all the new songs out there now. I only know a smutter of the new song lyrics. There's new songs? Wait, Sean, there's new songs? Haven't we been singing the same songs for 1,000 years? That's the thing, Fish. That's what makes it so fucked up. Is that even the church is saying, hey guys, maybe you're going a little bit too far. The church that kills people over their speech is telling people, hey, maybe you're going a little too far. Shouldn't that make you take a step back and go, oh shit, guys? The guys that for thousands of years have murdered people for their beliefs are telling us that we're going too far with killing people that are against our beliefs. That's how fucked up this shit is. The church is the #1 organization who controls speech. They created a dark age over them not liking information that conflicts with their fairy tales. Exactly, Fish. So what does that say about Western society? Isn't that a scary fucking thought? That's how far we've fallen. Where religion is telling us that guys, even us don't go that far. Even we don't go that far. Like, dude, you've seen all the shit that we've done. Like, there's pretty much nothing, no line that we don't cross. But somehow, you guys managed to find that line. In 2,000 years, we never found that line. But you guys fucking did, somehow! I believe in God, but not the Bible I can read, because it's been translated so many times, there's little of what God's words are left in it. I agree, Sean. You ever heard of that song, The Bridge is Over, by KRS-One? Probably not, since you're a white boy, but there you go. The West is over, the West is over. I mean, it's true. Why do you think Elon is trying everything he can to get to Mars? So he can leave us all the fuck behind. So he can just be like, oh my god, I don't have to deal with these retards anymore. I'm free. I'm fucking free. Holy shit. Yet. Fish. Yet. It's one of those things. So, like, Fish, why do you think Elon has invested in all of the different companies that he's invested in? I can explain the entire process, Fish. You want me to explain the entire process from beginning to end? Playing Stellaris. We can't... Yes. No, Fish. I can prove you wrong. Alright. Dome, one of the deeper craters where liquid water can still form to this day. That's stage 1. In the words of the Terran Firebat, you got my attention. Okay. So what do you need to terraform Mars? This is the question. This is the goal, right? How do we terraform Mars? Okay, so we have the technology to terraform Mars. Basically, we know from the rovers that are on Mars, there is moisture in the air because there's condensation on the rovers. So we know that we can gather condensation on the planet. That's number 1. So we need a dome that collects condensation. Okay, we have our water. Second, well, we bring soil. Okay, we have that. Then we need whatever the atmosphere composition is We have a plant that absorbs that, and then this, let's say, you know, it takes the CO2 out of the air and transforms it. And you just build these domes slowly over time across Mars, and then they leak out oxygen. And slowly over time, you build it up larger and larger and larger. And the entire point in this is to slowly build an atmosphere on Mars. Using basically moisture to create like fog across the planet. And it would be like a low altitude atmosphere. Takes so much money and tech for it, it's actually cheaper and easier to just fix the Earth. Algae and moss first, small lightweight with a small live soil sample and a mini biosphere. Exactly. And it's over time, right? So it's possible. We have the technology. We know that it's possible. Which is highly theoretical. Highly assuming it ever happens in our lifetime. Elon and his elites may die before that is fully realized. We're not terraforming anything. This is... No. Well, hold on, Fish. You just got to follow the logic, right? So that's the end goal. The end goal is the terraforming of Mars. Did we ever say that we're gonna see Mars terraformed? No. But we're gonna terraform it. So we need AI because we need robots. So we need autonomy. Because we need Mars to be terraformed before we even go there. So the plan isn't to go to Mars and terraform it. It's to terraform Mars and then go to Mars. That's where genetic engineering and radiation treatment comes in, Fish. Where we know that we can create cells that are resistant to DNA because of the animals in Chernobyl. So like the dogs of Chernobyl are a huge, huge thing for radiation genetics. Or I remember this book I read as a kid. I think it was Martian Chronicles, where they go to Mars and build houses out of wood and shit. They don't even need spacesuits. That's great. We can do it, but it'll take centuries to make it livable. Elon will never live there. It's the only place we can terraform in a way. And we'll have 2 planets, so a meteor can't wipe us all out. But Sean, who's to say that you can't just upload your mind into a machine by that point, right? Let's say Elon lives another 50 or 60 years. In 50 or 60 years, with his own developed high-level technology, you don't think he can't upload his mind into a machine or, like, you know, genetically engineer... See, like, there's the possibility that down the road... Mars is further from Sol, not closer. The radiation needs to be filtered out. The atmosphere is too thin. Don't even want to go to Mars. If we're claiming planets, I call Neptune. True. I call Planet X Nibiru. Fuck you guys. Nibiru's mine. Claim Uranus. Shut up, Scientology ass bitch. Wait, Fish, Nibiru is not Scientology. Nibiru is, like, whether Nibiru is Nibiru or not, there is something out there in the universe that has caused the axial shift of our solar system. So there is some sort of thing in space that rotates around our solar system, that rotates on a different plane than us, that has caused Uranus to flip on its side, and our celestial plane to be like this, instead of like this. I'd prefer using asteroids to create a space station similar to Babylon 5, where the rotation creates Earth-like gravity and a sufficient superior interior state base to have biosphere. Well, that's basically what happens in, like, The Expanse, Sean, is they do asteroids first, and then they go to Mars. Why not just go full Gundam and live in space colonies? We're not terraforming. I'm just saying, Fish, if you want to follow it to its fruition, we have the technology, we have the knowledge, we have the means, we just need time. It may be primitive as fuck, but we're using nuclear power to make steam. So you tell me what's primitive as fuck. Right? Space colonies. I call side 3 Xeon. See, the thing is, once we are able to mine asteroids, like once we have the technology to basically send a spaceship into space to collect materials, we're set. Because we have the space station. All we need was a refining place, and then all of a sudden you don't need to send materials into space, you make materials into space. And now there's no need to send anything but people into space. All of your machinery, all of your everything can be mined and made in space from asteroids. But creating that infrastructure is basically like planning out a town, building the entire sewer system, the entire electrical grid, the entire Wi-Fi and like phone infrastructure before you've even cut down the forest to lay the land. It's possible to do, but like, it takes a fuckload to do it the very first time, right? Look, I'm a sci-fi and okay, I'm with you on wanting to do this, but wanting is emotional and we keep it logical over here. We keep it Vulcan over here, you dig? And logic says we're not doing this ish. I'm saying, Fish, logic says we have the technology and the means to do it, and humans are retarded, and we always wind up using primitive retarded technology. That's my basis for it. The fact that we're still using basically water wheels in 2025. Like, essentially, power generators are just really advanced water wheels. Instead of water, we use steam, which is water, it's just in a different function, to turn a wheel. Most of our society revolves around that as a technological base. We've never evolved past the water wheel. And we're going to space. So, and we can communicate across the planet. So, we still use retarded primitive fucking technology. We're going to space. Oh, man. Well, the good thing is, Fish, due to physics, we're glad that we live on a planet that it's actually possible to go to space. Because if a planet has like 2.8 Gs plus, it's physically impossible to get enough thrust to outweigh the material to go to space. Like, we don't know of a known material that's light enough and strong enough to withstand going to space in 3G. Because of the amount of, like, weight of fuel you would have to have in order to get off the ground. The weight of the fuel itself would outweigh, like, it's like 90% of the weight that you need to, because, like, the more fuel, the bigger you need, the more fuel because of the bigger, and then the more fuel, and you need to have enough fuel to get to space. We can go to these nuts. You aren't going to no goddamn space, boy. I mean, fair enough. You can believe that, Fish, but I think within our lifetime you could pay $60,000 to go for like a week space cruise. In our lifetime, so within the next 70 years. 70 or 80 years, and I predict human life will be about 120 to 130 by that time, due to preservatives. Alright, Fish, if I make $1 million in my life, I owe you $1 million. If you make $1 million, you owe me $1 million. In 70 years, if you can't spend $60,000 to get to space. $60,000 equivalent to today's money, so like $2 million. Can't wait for Space 9/11, Mr. President. A second spaceship hit the space station. True, Raymond, true. You don't go straight up, you just go fast instead. Going straight up means you don't ever reach orbit, so you'll fall straight back down. That's why I think we need to use linear induction motors to move the spacecraft up an angled ramp instead. Like a launch ramp. Right, Sean? Like we're going against the grain of physics. Essentially. Like, my question is, Sean, what's stopping an airplane from getting to orbit? You know what? Let's ask Grok. I'm sorry, Raymond. I told you this was going to take 3 hours. Limb coupled with the steam catapult, then the rockets are all about speeding it up further. Nothing about the enclosed pressurized cabin is what stops an airplane from reaching orbit. Cabin could be perfectly pressurized to sea level comfort all the way up. Part basically irrelevant to the real problem. Reaching orbit requires two main things. Getting high enough, getting extremely fast sideways. Here the real no air, no uplift. Okay, so like the main thing is that we rely on the air for wings. So at a certain point, yeah, so at some certain point, because of the design of the airplanes, so even a jet couldn't get to space. What about, like, a B-2 bomber military jet? Could they get to low orbit? Let's fly a boat into space. Luciano said he did it. I believe him. I mean, that would be hilarious, Raymond. No conventional jet, including military ones, or high performer jets can reach low Earth orbit. SR-71 Blackbird. Oh, so it can only reach 26 kilometers, and we're talking like 160. So it can't even go. That's about 20%, right? Like 15% of the way up. So it can't even get really close to it. Like low orbit is really, really fucking high up there. Hillary would be upset. Fly a boat in space. Technically, they are in orbit, just in atmosphere. Well, when I say orbit, Sean, generally, I mean you could have no propulsion and you wouldn't fall. Like, what's the lowest point that you're basically falling so slow it doesn't matter? Like, you're falling like a millimeter an hour. Or like a centimeter an hour, right? So it's like, without any thrust, you could basically stay up there infinitely. Like, how long would it take at a centimeter an hour to fall 160 kilometers? Like 100 years? Right? I'm trying to do the math at 8,000... But I think that's minutes, right? It's 8,000... No, it's 8,000 hours. 8,000 centimeters. It's 800 meters. That's not even a kilometer in a year. So yeah, it'd take about... It would probably take about 2 years before you fell low enough that you would start actually falling. Because every time you fall, you would fall more, and then it would compound more. Orbit is defined as falling down at the same speed you move forward, so you'll never hit ground. That happens with planes, except the atmosphere provides drag, so it isn't a stable orbit. You made Hillary shake her head, Scotty. But that's with propulsion, Sean. I mean without propulsion. I mean just free falling, right? So, like, you're literally at stop position, then you won't fall. So gravity has to be low enough that your weight won't make you fall from that orbit, right? But yeah, the more you're moving forward, generally that's what's keeping you. That's why it's not stable, because without that forward propulsion, you would fall out of orbit. It's not the gravity, it's the drag. Right. Well, anyways, we got an ad coming up in a sec here. We kind of wasted that entire ad break, didn't we, guys? Thoroughly good conversation, though. Like, at what point in time is there, it's tangents in bold, baby. Yup. Like the difference between putting a satellite at a certain orbit versus a the space station, right? Because it's the more mass that you have, right? Let me know if I'm wrong on this, but the more mass that you have, the more momentum you have, so the lower orbit you could have. Because, like, as far as I know, like, this is where the space station is, and this is where satellites are. Like, the space station is way lower in orbit than satellites are. Because Fish likes to see that. That's his, like, specialty, right? Is seeing me grovel and apologize and beg for people's approval. That's why he's sitting in that chair. Oh. Not the demon chair. Oh god. 3, 2, 1, don't. Convinced my buddy that couch was haunted and if you sat in it, you'd laugh. So I sold it hard. It worked on both of us. So, by the way, he actually said yes, but later went, oh, wait a minute. That's funny. It's like, is this really... Like, EK, even if what he said is true, should I really listen to it? That should be the thing in your voice, in your mind, right? If he can blackmail me like this, he can make me do anything. I'd rather not. So either he kills me or I just don't do it. Fuck you, demon. Be gone, the Lord says, be gone, demon! You are out! Anyways. Massive tangent. I was fake laughing the first 3 times, but after that, it was real gut-wrenching laughter, and it worked on my buddy who wasn't faking at all. True. Pappas, Gerard, and Incasse, I don't know how to say that name, would repeat this gesture centuries later. A physician and occultist. I'm a physician! Guys, listen to me. I am a physician. You guys know. If you know, you know. The indirect disciple of Eliphas Levi. He was the magician of the Tsar and the spiritual architect of a monarchy that knew itself to be in ruins. Founder of the Martinist Order, 1891, he combined alchemy, Kabbalah, magnetism, and spiritualism into a system of the moral regeneration of man, in which his role as an esoteric moralist acquired central weight. Inner purification is the premise of harmony, a harmony that would then extend to the social and political order. In 1905, according to the account transmitted by Maurice Paleologue, in his memoirs of the ambassador, Papus was invited to Tsar Soke Cello to conduct an esoteric session. A mixture of magnetism, spiritualism, and ritual evocation became before Tsar Nicholas II and Tsarina Alexander. During the ceremony, Papus is said to have invoked the spirit of the deceased Alexander III, who, through the medium, conveyed to his son a warning about the turbulent times to come. Papus also offered the Romanovs a spell, Romanovs, a spell of spiritual protection, assuring them that the dynasty would remain safe for as long as he lived, and in a certain sense, this proved true. He died in 1916, worn down by tuberculosis and by the war that was tearing Europe apart. Barely 2 years later, the Bolsheviks led the imperial family to the basement of the Impatiev house, where gunshots echoed as the Czechoslovak Legion advanced through the Urals toward Yekaterinburg. Too late to save them and too close to allow them to remain alive. And what's funny about me is the people that are calling for, like, the violence against, like, the police and, like, to take down Trump and, like, to, like, you know, save Maduro and all of these things. What do those people think will happen when the people that they want to get in power get in power? Like, it's gonna be the ultimate play stupid games, win stupid prizes, fuck around, find out. The anecdote, seemingly lifted from agony. Like, everyone hates the police till they are in power. Not only that, Raymond, everyone hates the police until their house gets broken into, until their car gets broken into, until they get robbed, until they get shot, until something happens to a family member. Oh, then they want the police. The anecdote, seemingly lived from Anarchy, 1971, by Elem Klimov, but with Pappas rather than Rasputin as the mystical protagonist. cemented the Frenchman's reputation as a court thaumaturge and an invisible protector of the throne. But the discourse was not confined to modern Enlightenment figures and in kings and their courts. Earlier still, ancient science had already erected its own temples of certainty. Hippocrates and Galen organized the human body into humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and for 2 millennia physicians diagnosed according to the color of fluids and the direction of the wind. Pythagoras forbade the eating of beans, convinced that they contained the souls of the dead. What the fuck? That's fucked up. I always hate the police regardless. See, but Fish, I don't hate the police. I hate people, and the police are just people. So by proxy, I hate the police. I mean, but there's a differentiation between good cops and bad cops, right? I'm just a hater. Yeah, no, I just hate everything, guys. So. No, I'm just saying, like, if we trained cops better, cops did their job better, cops didn't have to work as much, like I got pushback on this last time I said this. Cops should work, like, 2 days a week. Maximum. You should get paid, like, $300,000, $400,000 a year, and you should only work, like, maximum 2 days, 2 12-hour shifts a week. What is the number one reason that cops go off the wall? Didn't have to work as much. Oh, you poor baby. Having to work for a living to do a job you signed up for. My heart aches. So, like, let's just follow the logic, right? What's, like, the number one thing that causes cops to do their job improperly? So, Fish, Raymond, cops are humans. Humans make mistakes. Right? But what do those mistakes cost you? And I agree, Raymond, and I say the same thing about any job that you do, that there's a chance that if you fuck up, you kill yourself or you kill someone else. It should be the same rule. You should only be able to work a certain amount of time so that when you're working, you are 100% on. Because if you fuck up even the smallest, you kill yourself or you kill multiple other people. So what's better, right? This is how I think about it, right? What's better? Having someone who's 100% at their job all time so they don't kill someone? Or who the fuck cares about you get better at your job? Like, what's more practical to do? Air traffic controlling is like that, and I agree with them because their work is prime safety. I don't give a gig googly goddamn what your reasoning is. I can get with you when you were pointing out Lion's foolishness, but I stand on business here. Oh, I don't, you know, and Fish, you can disagree with me all you want, right? And I'm just saying that's my opinion. I think that not only would it increase the job market because you would need more people to fill more spots, because even with a declining job market, if people are only working 2 days a week, well, that means that you need more people to cover, so it solves two problems. The job market shrinking and supreme safety in those hard-earned jobs, right? So I think about practical, manageable, actionable solutions. Maybe we need AI cops after all. I'm sorry, Hillary. I'm just saying, what is the easiest, most implementable, most actionable, most successful way to implement it and covers the most amount of ground? And I think that's the answer. And I don't understand why people push back against it. It's like, wouldn't that be a good thing that you could spend most of your time relaxing, and then when you were on the job, your job was like on point. And you looked forward to going to your job because it was like, man, I really like doing this. And then when you're there, you're fucking on. Instead of like zombieing your way through a job that can kill people. I don't understand how there's a logical argument other than a social structure that we have that dictates, oh, you have to work Monday to Friday. Right? You take out all this social construct and cultural relevance and you look at it just purely logically from the ground up of how do you solve these problems? Tell me a solution that is better than mine. But Fish, it's not that they're not working, it's that they're not working a lot. Right? And it's not that you're not, it's like you work 24 hours a week, but like those 24 hours you work are like the most intense hours, right? So instead of having, I'm taking the piss, I don't care about not working. I'm just saying, Fish, like, I want a logical argument as to why this is not a solution, right? That doesn't revolve around a cultural or social standard. That is just a logical, makes more sense. And one argument I will come up with, Fish, is, oh, if you're not working that much, you might get stale at your job because you're going to forget things because you're not doing them consistently. And that's a valid argument. I think that's a valid argument. So maybe we can adjust the times around and stuff like that, right? Would you ever play Subnautica? I've watched a lot of people play Subnautica. Yeah, sure, I'd play Subnautica, Fish. It looks like fun, you know? It's like, you know, it's got its elements to it, right? My old man brain, I swear I hate it. Well, anyways, should we go back to the story, guys? Back to the essay? Now that Raymond's fallen asleep. Pythagoras forbade the eating of beans, convinced that they contained the souls of the dead, according to legend. Inspectors, that's what I'm saying. The police should always be inspected. That way we know who actually does their job well and when they are overworked. See, Raymond? I completely agree. That's a great compromise right there. See, this is why you discuss and talk about ideas. Having, like, you know, like weekly evaluations, monthly evaluations, stuff like that, right? I know they have, like, psych evaluations and stuff like that, but most cops lie through it, right? And they're literally, like, trained and told to lie through that shit. Because, like, they're trained and their job is trained to be, like, calm under traumatic pressure, right? Like, if they're trained properly, that's how it should be. That means when they're deemed to be overworked, they are immediately taken off duty. None of this, I'm good, chief. No, you aren't good, go home now, or I can beat that ass. Either or. But there are the people, Fish, that just, like, for instance, like, they're the idea of, like, military people that would be barbarians and, like, you know, shit like that back in the day. Literally, like, they can't integrate into normal life, so they have to be in those kind of violent environments in order to actually exist, right? So there is a huge problem with people that are like that, right? Yeah, also inspectors are always shown as the bad guys in crime media. Yup, true, Raymond. True. They're always, like, trying to push a point. They're always trying to get some, you know, someone pulled off the force because they're doing some sort of, you know, it's some sort of conspiracy theory or something like that. Oh, he's not mentally well. Internal affairs, too. Yeah. I think the first thing I thought of Fish was Matt Damon in Departed. What happens when your internal affairs guy is the spy? Always bad, but in real life, they're just as rotten. Well, like, I think of Trump as, like, only rot can destroy rot. Right? So what kind of rot do you want? A rot that you have control over, or a rot you don't have control over? I'd rather have a rot that you have control over at some point in time, right? Like, oh, as long as that's agreed upon, we're good. We are chilling. Don't get me started on Trump. After the Epstein stuff, he's on my doo-doo list. Get back to reading. I agree, Fish. The entire government fucked up with that. But that shows it's not just Trump. That's the entire fucking government. According to legend, that very prohibition sealed his fate. Persuaded by his enemies, he refused to cross a field of beans and was overtaken and killed. I remember you talking about this before, Raymond, that Pythagoras and the bean field. Ancient science constructed explanatory systems that today strike us as picturesque, but which at the time were unquestionable truths. Thus, Aristotle divided animals into those with blood and those without blood, then further classified them according to viviparity and oviparity, wings, water, or land, and so on. In Rome, Pliny the Elder recommended remedies such as diamonds dissolved in wine. Later, the Enlightenment century would be seduced by a new universal fluid. And today, guys, horoscopes, crystals, energy, it's still prolific in our society. Later, the Enlightenment century would be seduced by a new universal fluid, animal magnetism. Its creator, Franz Anton Mesmer, a Swabian physician, trained all that New Age stuff. Yup. New Age? No, bitch! That's fucking ancient age shit. It ain't New Age. Technology is New Age. Fucking spirituality and stone power and crystals and energy and shit is literally ancient fucking shit. That's ancient power. That's primal shit. Get your words right. New Age is doing drugs. No, guys. That's the old age shit was doing fucking drugs. The hermit collecting mushrooms and making brews in their hut. Come on, seriously. Think about it without the hyperbole and the exasperation, and bring it back down to earth of what it would really actually be. And how you could relate it perfectly to reality one-to-one. That's what I do. Swabian physician trained in Vienna mentioned that the human body was traversed by invisible current which, when disrupted, caused illness. True. Going crazy around the fire, yo. This task consisted in restoring the balance of this fluid through magnets, gazes, or the simple movement of the hands. But this is not all. Mesmer, a man of musical taste, was a friend of a young Mozart, whom he asked to compose a small opera to be performed in his garden. Thus was born Bastien und Bastien, 1768, a naive pastoral. Decades later, Mozart immortalized his former patron. The echo of the magnetizer reappears transfigured in Così fan tutte, 1790. The episode did not end there. Flaubert would resurrect it in Bouvard and Pet Couchet in chapter 8. The two copy clerks become obsessed with animal magnetism. They use it to treat a ringing in the ears suffered by their housekeeper, Germaine, and then set about trying it on others, to the doctor's dismay, curing and sickening people alike, until, weary of fluids and magnetism, they abandon it to devote themselves to yet another delirium. Television adaptation by John Daniel Vernhob Bonfard et Ptash, 1989, tenderly portrayed the madness of that faith. Oh, that's interesting. And from the magnetism, one passes without difficulty to another theories that likewise aspired to describe the world through imagery, substances endowed with an implicable internal logic. The theory of phlogiston was born in 1669, when Johann Joachim Becher, in his Physia Subterranea, Jesus, I can't fucking read, proposed that combustion depended on a hidden component he called the Principium Pingo, a fatty principle that detached itself from bodies as they burned. Between 1703 and 1707, George Ernst Stahl took his intuition and elevated it to the status of a system, asserting that all combustible material was saturated with this inflammable principle, and that calcination was nothing other than the escape of phlogiston from matter into the air, flames being extinguished once the air became saturated with phlogiston. For decades, metals were weighed before and after combustion. Processes of reduction and calcination were repeated. Residues were measured and anomalies tabulated. And although the balances stubbornly showed that metals gained weight upon oxidation, the defenders of phlogiston, from German chemists to the French community prior to Lavoisier, preferred to interpret the results rather than abandon the principle. Is that really science? Because that's what we do nowadays. Oh no, that's not what it really means. It actually means this. Yeah, if you change the definition of these words, it means this. You change the definition of no to yes, it means yes. See how easy that is, guys? Priestley, in 1774, prepared his defossilization. That's actually how it is still. I know, it's fucked, right? Which he immediately inhaled and described as 5 or 6 times as good as common air. By heating red mercuric oxide, mercuric as in like mercury based, and inhaling it. You're inhaling mercury gas. Okay, this guy went insane, right? Still convinced that it was air purified by the loss of phlogiston. It is worth noting that after inhaling his inventions, he also remarked, "It is not very different from breathing common air, but I feel lighter and much more comfortable and relaxed for a time. Perhaps in time this very pure air may become a fashionable article, a luxury good." Maybe you were getting fucking poisoned and you were freaking out and that's why you felt a little bit high. Guys, there's 5 more dimensions. I swear, this string shit works. So true. So true, Raymond. Oh my fucking god. No, it has to be 11 dimensions. Then it'll work. It's just gotta do... Guys, Occam's razor, come on. You're not abiding by like the most simple principle in scientific principles. I mean, you can make... With enough variables, you can make anything work. The whole point is to do it with as little as possible. Preferably 2. Or duct tape. Un-American Cheeseburger! Hey, how's it going, Un-American Cheeseburger? It's been a while. What are you up to, bro? How's it going? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and all that jazz. Yeah, duct tape is actually... So there are 2 things in the world. Did you guys know this? I'm gonna spill the beans. So, this VOD might be taken down, and remember, I'm not suicidal, okay? I am not suicidal. There are two things in existence in our reality right now that are essentially outside of the system. And they exist on a completely different dimensional level than everything else in reality. And the first is gum. And then the second is the application of gum through duct tape. He knows too much, lads. He knows! So they say, you know how gum... They say that basically, hey, Book, how's it going? Can't believe Scotty shot himself 20 times in the bath. Man, he fell down 40 flights of stairs in a place where the tallest building is 2 floors, and he fell on top of 27 bullets. What a way to commit suicide. So, you know how they say gum stays in your system for 7 years? I've been busy. That's all good. No worries, Cheeseburger. Good to see you back. Hopefully, you know, the busyness paid off for whatever it is. And, you know, you got your rewards out of your efforts. You're reaping what you sowed. Yeah, so if you swallow gum every 7 years, because, you know, your body gets replaced, like, every 7 years, basically, you can remain the same person. Did you hear how nice my mic is? No book. My voice doesn't fade now. Nice. All right. Well, send. Did you do the recordings? And are the documents set? Okay, we'll have to check it out. So take your ass. I didn't have turbo right now. My hands are bleeding. My ears are bleeding. You gotta get the full experience. You gotta subscribe to the channel to know what happens between ads. It'll burn your ears off. I'd at least Sucker had to hear that shit. No, Raymond had to hear it too, Book. I think he subscribed with his Prime. Subscribe to Blue Horror Story. He's not? Oh. Someone did. I don't remember who. I know someone did. Subscribe to Blue Horror Stories. You never know what will be coming around the corner. So prepare yourself by liking the video, subscribing to the channel, hitting the notification button, and making sure that every time you peer around that corner, the blue will be held at bay. No, the ads are over. He can hear me now. When the darkness comes for you in your dreams, feel free to subscribe to the blue. It is the cure you have been looking for. When all the torments of your soul can be found and trumped by the things you find here, what can you truly fear from yourself when the blue is protecting you from the worst horrors imaginable? But only if you subscribe and like the video. It's not a threat, it's a promise. Before, I know subscribe to Blue Horror, but now, you do voice, I subscribe, my friend. Okay, time to do the spicy part. Alright, sounds good. I am not the one not the only one suffering. Alright. Do you want me to use the blue voice, Fish? Do you want me to narrate in that? Bye, have a beautiful time. Is that what you're looking forward to, Fish? No, I just wanted that one time. You're good for normal voice. Okay, I would carry on with what I was doing. Okay. For the moment, however, only two of the mice and I have had the privilege of breathing it. It was Lavoisier between 1774 and 1777 who reorganized the entire conceptual edifice, showing that it was not a phlogiston that escaped from the material, but rather a gas, oxygen, that very deflagrated the air. I can't say that word. Not to redeem a voice, no. Oh no, it is very bad. Oh no, I cannot believe it. I'm sorry. No, please help me. That entered and combined with it. And the alchemist Hennig Brand, in search of eternal gold, discovered phosphorus in 1669 by distilling it from human urine. Guys, I'm gonna tell you, he found it by accident, okay? He just happened to be doing shit with urine, and he forgot about that one, and shit happened, and all of a sudden he was like, do I tell people about this? Because they're gonna know that I collect urine. Shit. Someone will figure out eventually. I like his logic of P is gold colored. There's something not quite right here, so we can get this piss as golden as possible, and we'll distill the gold. It's got to be liquid gold, right? So we condense it and distill it and figure it out, and we will have gold. If I drink solidified, if I eat solidified piss, hold on, wait for it. If I drink solidified piss, would I shit gold? These are the questions, my friends, we must ask ourselves. Let me cook. Who let bread cook? Oh my god. Who let this fucker in the kitchen? What is this shit? Oh my god, he ruined everything! Scene immortalized in Joseph Wright's canvas, The Alchemist, in search of the Philosopher's Stone, captures the oscillation between rigor and delirium. What is it, pissing in his own mouth? In the pursuit of knowledge. It also recalls the scene in The Holy Mountain, Jodorowsky, 1973, in which the alchemist turns the thief's excrement into gold. Turning shit into gold. I predicted it. What do you know? I'm smart. I'm smart. SMRT. Best 5-letter word. SMRT. 1, 2, 3, 5. In much the same way, the chemist and alchemist John Daniel Kunkel, working around 1677-1678, managed to reproduce the substance from partial reports and prior demonstrations. It was in part his demonstrations that enabled Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz to publish the method using the preparation of phosphorus. Over the course of the 18th century, urine would be replaced by other phosphoric sources, especially bone ash, making production more efficient. What matters here is not chemical exactitude, but attitude. Leibniz understood alchemy as a communicable, reproducible form of knowledge, capable of circulating within the Republic of Letters. Newton, by contrast, was working at the same time with similar furnaces and retorts, but in silence. His alchemical manuscripts, more than 1 million words, encode procedures through hermetic symbols because alchemy belonged for him to a genealogy of reserved non-public knowledge. While Leibniz publicly negotiated the recipe for phosphorus, Newton would have sealed it under lock and key. In this difference in temperament, gotta love how you pronounce Leibniz. At least I'm not calling it Lebanese. Is it Lebanese? Is it supposed to be Lebanese? I'm like, there's a letter missing there, right? Let's see how.
Leibniz.
Yeah, Leibniz! She even calls it Leibniz. Is it Leibniz? Oh, wait, I spelt it wrong.
Leibniz.
Leibniz. I'm just gonna call him Nitz. If you know, you know. Void! Yo, what's up? How's it going, Void? What you at? What you doing? What's good? Leibniz. Good? Hell yeah, Void. That's what it's about. Have you written any more? Nothing much? You haven't written any more? We're reading Raymond's essay, and we've been reading it for almost 3 hours, and we're not even halfway. Guys, this is not good. I don't know if we're gonna make it through this. We will make it. Whether I'm dead in this seat at the end, and my last word ever is the last word on this page. And I die opening my mouth to start a new rant, but the rant never comes. It is the way it is. Leibniz publicly negotiated the recipe for phosphorus. Newton would have sealed it under lock and key. And it's this difference in temperament, Leibniz opening furnaces and knowledge to the public sphere. Got the first very rough audio of the smutty part. Awesome, sounds good, book. Aren't you AI? Yes, I am. Shh. We did talk about Mars and space travel for like 40 minutes. And we did talk about, like, cultural stuff for like 20 minutes as well, Raymond. There've been a lot of tangents. Newton fastening locks and encrypting recipes reappears with almost cruel clarity in the most famous dispute that set them against one another, the calculus. Newton had conceived his method of fluxions around 1665, kept it guarded like an alchemist who fears that the smoke might reveal too much. His symbols were minimal, austere, a dot over the variable x, y, to indicate temporal fluxion, the velocity of the quantity swelling or diminishing over time. It was a calculus bound to the clock and to motion, articulated like a private notation in the margins of his physics. Leibniz, by contrast, published in 1684 without fear of exposure, is Nova Methodus. There appeared for the first time the signs that now populate every school blackboard, dy, dx, and the whatever the fuck that is, which he himself stretched out from the ancient Summa. I don't know what dx divided by dy is. Or dy dx. I guess I'm retarded. The Royal Society, instigated by Newton and presided over by him, accused Leibniz of plagiarism in 1712 in the celebrated Commercium Epistolicum. You are retarded, but so am I. I am retarded, book, thanks. I'm glad you noticed. I put in a lot of effort. Report that wore the mask of a neutral investigation, but in which Newton was author, judge, and interested party all at once. History, however, ended up deciding on its own terms. Leibniz's notation became the operative skeleton of all subsequent physics. When Lagrange writes his equations and variations, when Fourier unfolds his series, when Maxwell introduces his fields, when Gibbs formulates statistical thermodynamics, they are all speaking Leibniz's language. What is interesting is that this way of seeing truth as emerging from material operations did not disappear with Enlightenment chemistry. My brain hurts, true book, but returned in new attire when the 19th century needed to understand why some machines work better than others. Thermodynamics did not arise as an absent speculation about heat, but as a rigorous inventory of pistons, boilers, and steam. Inspection of energy input, expansion of fluids, unavoidable losses of heat. This entire apparatus, cycles, entropies, microstates, potentials, and free energies, operated with the same impulse that led Brand to distill urine, to subject matter to controlled processes, observe it, measure it, let it evolve and extract the laws from its behavior. Search for gold was transformed into the search for efficiency, but the operative grammar remained intact, to manipulate, to force, to observe, and to read truth in all residues, losses, and transformations of matter. And here a decisive change of scene emerges. What had once been gold or knowledge for its own sake could now be translated directly into productivity, into output, in economic value. Thermodynamics, born to understand and improve the functioning of boilers and pistons, became an instrument for calculating capitalist efficiency. Science and technology no longer integrated matter solely to discover universal laws, but to maximize what was useful within the logic of the market, to provide more, to spend less, to transform resources into capital. Nonetheless, science never operates in a vacuum. Just as thermodynamics could be oriented toward capitalist efficiency, all science likewise succumbed to ideologies, belief systems, and political pressures. Nor did the 20th century escape these grammars. In the Soviet Union, Lysenkoism, Lysenkoism denied Mendelian genetics as Bergerous. Those who defended it, such as Nikolai Vavilov, ended up in the Gulag. In the West, Newton's absolute time persisted as a late dogma, and there were still those who defended it with conviction. Jose Comas y Sola, I can't. A Spanish astronomer received relativity with caution, and Julio Palacus Martinez, more ambitious, sought to erect a parallel physics that would restore the old edifice of absolute space and time. His attempt ended up sidelined like so many inventions of post-war Spain. From the gasifier to ficillina, don't know what that is. Specific case of the gasifier, a device that converts carbonaceous gases such as coal, wood, or plant residues into combustible gas, mainly carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and methane, through partial combustion and pyrolysis, brings to mind the short novel Química Recreativa by Jose Guillermo. Garcia Valdecasas, in which three elderly retired professors, no longer on speaking terms, discover that a former student has manipulated them into independently writing papers that, once assembled, constitute a treatise for building an atomic bomb without uranium. It's like inventing black powder after white powder, the old professors say. The former student intends to sell his discovery to extremist Islam regimists, and the professor is aware that no one would believe them and, racing against time, kill him using a homemade nitroglycerin bomb hidden in his suppositories. They blew him up from the inside. Literally blew his ass up. Shit, does that mean they're gonna get me with my butt plugs? Fuck. I'm gonna have to inspect them. I have so many. That's so much work. I'm actually translating that novel. That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing, Raymond. Yeah, that sounds like that's gonna take some time. In this way, as a continuation of the line, science and ideology, we arrive at another constellation. But could you imagine if you could make a nuke without having refined, like, you know, if you could just, like, literally split the atom of any material? Just, like, if you just do this to a material, it just becomes a nuke. We'd be fucked. Because you could literally just make a nuke in your basement with, like, your computer or your TV or your refrigerator. What a world to live in. What a fucking... I mean, the nukes probably wouldn't be that powerful, right? Like, we're talking probably like 4 or 5 blocks. Right? But... because they're not going to be sustainable reactions, right? But the fallout... the fallout is what you're going to have to worry about. Because that fallout is not going to be like... yeah, it's not going to be like... good, right? It's going to be like... you thought radiation was bad. Well, this is like dirty radiation. Right? Like, this is... It's not meant in any way to contain or prevent contamination of the atmosphere or of the environment. It just unleashes everything without consideration. Oh, man. And people claim that basically having a nuclear reactor in your backyard would be like having a mini nuke. Like, salt, uranium dissolved, or thorium dissolved in salt is in any way possible to make a weapon out of. But that's another big thing about the salt vats, is you can't make weapon grade like material out of it because it's already melted down. So it's like one of the biggest things is containment. And then I think of sabotage. Then we get into heavier areas. Man, I think my neighbors... fuck my neighbor. This guy's a dick. Guys, go fuck with his nuclear reactor. Hey guys, I think Buddy over there is starting to make nukes. Let's call him in. Hey guys, I think my neighbor is fucking with his nuclear reactor, and he's trying to make nukes. Please come to your door. Yo, what's up, my neighbor? Why are you arresting me? Because you made a we saw the footage, bro. We spy on everything, motherfucker. We saw you were the one trying to make nukes, bitch. And even if you weren't, you were trying to make someone else look like it. And he's like, ah, fuck, I'm a retard. That's what you get for being a retard. Daughter of Julio Palacios Martinez. My neighbor had a nuke. I wouldn't say shit. Why do you think we don't say anything about Russia? And we just go, damn it, Putin. You're not being very nice by invading Ukraine. You should stop. Yeah, we all think collectively, Putin, that you should stop. What are you gonna do about it? We're gonna keep badgering you until you stop. You're not allowed to do that. Didn't you read the rules? Guys! Putin's hacking again. Guys! Somebody do something about it. Why won't Blizzard ban his account? Guys! I've like complained about this for like years. Why won't Blizzard ban his account? He's obviously hacking. Like, what is this? This is bullshit. Charo Palapicius. Fucking hell, that name. Model of the Muse of Elio Berhanier. Married Eduardo de Rojasya Ordonez. fifth count of Montarco, an early phylagenist. In that same climate appears Alfonso Garcia Valdecasas, father of the aforementioned Valdecasases. Excuse me. A brilliant jurist, a convinced follower of Ortega y Gasset, and a silent protagonist in the gestation of the movement. 1933 founded the Spanish Front, an experiment in intellectual and Catholic internationalism that aspired to regenerate Spain. Among its names were Jose Antonio Maraval, Maria Zambrano, Antonio Garrigues, Antonio Sacristan, Salvador Lizarraga, Phalangister Spaniard version of Italian fascism. Okay. Why am I blanking on his name? Who the fuck was the leader of Italy? Fuck, what was his name? Yeah, Mussolini. Jesus Christ. Names. That's a ridiculous name. Mussolini. Stalin and Hitler are pretty simple, but Mussolini, man? That's a fucking name. We're just giving them respect.
Jose Antonio Maraval, Maria Zambrano, Antonio Garrigues, Antonio Sacristan, Salvador Lizarraga, Baudelaire Espasa, Alicio Garcia del Moral, and Riaño Lanzarote.
Also, the joke of the party name is FE, means faith in Spanish. Oh my god, of course. Of course it does! They had to add that in there, didn't they? A pun in every way. All other Ortega's tutelary shadow. Valdecasas, having fallen out of love with the idea of having a party, handed over the initials of his aborted FE to Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera, who reinterpreted them with a gesture halfway between irony and provocation. Falange Espanola, FE. The rupture came at the Teatro de la Comedia, when the dialect of fists and pistols marked the takeoff towards total militancy. Valdecasas saw in this a drift incompatible with his intellectual and Catholic project, and withdrew without fanfare, leaving behind a movement already tilting toward the paramilitary. Closer to our own time, the history of DNA shows how the construction of scientific knowledge can become entangled with personal ambitions and social prejudices. The double helix, now recognized as the structure of deoxyribonucleic acid, did not arise from a single illuminated moment, but from decades of experimental accumulation. Rosalind Franklin, through X-ray diffraction, produced the famous photograph 51, which revealed the periodicity and helical form of the molecule. Maurice Wilkins and Raymond Gosling also contributed to the elucidation of the structure through diffraction techniques and modeling. James Watson and Francis Crick combined this data with physical modeling and chemical principles of hydrogen bonding. Proposed in 1953, the contemporary double helix structure with new nitrogenous bases paired according to Chargaff's rules, ATGC. The work of Franklin and Wilkins was essential. Without rigorous empirical evidence, Watson and Crick's theoretical models would have been merely speculative hypotheses. However, the historical narrative privileged Watson and Crick, granting Watson a prominence that eclipsed Franklin's contribution and that of other collaborators. Moreover, Watson allowed himself to extrapolate genetics into social spheres, which claims about intelligence and race, presenting genetic proofs that never withstood independent verification. It is here that his figure becomes more comparable to the already mentioned Calvin Candy in Django Unchained and his phrenology. Today, contemporary neuromancy repeats the gesture. Companies, gurus, and advertisers invoke dopamine and other neurotransmitters the way the ancients invoked Venus, promising productivity, pleasure, and salvation. And in theoretical laboratories, string theory rises to a new total myth. Its validity does not depend on direct empirical demonstrations. Its mathematical elegance and formal coherence suffice for it to be treated as an axiom. Contemporary science thus repeats the gesture we have already traced through history, subjecting matter or concepts to precise rules, formulating structures, calculating consequences, and reading in them a potential law. But unlike Brand, Lavoisier, or Leibniz, the residues observed today are mathematical ones, symmetries, dualities, and Calabao. So say Calaboo? I don't. Spaces, not flames, pistons, or heat balances. Calabiao. No idea. You lost me on that one. It is what it is. Well, here we go, guys. Okay. True, Callie. I don't think we need to, Void. I don't think we need to, bro. Sorry. I'm sorry, Void. I'm just like, the audio on that was like screech level. If you actually heard the audio, it was definitely screech level audio. Other proposals also attempt to escape the suspension between myth and evidence. Loop quantum gravity, casual dynamical triangulations, the asymptotic safety program, and so on. Each approach takes up the classical impulse. Operate on an object, follow strict rules, extract regularities. The difference is that today matter that today matter has become abstract. Today matter has become abstract, and direct experimental evidence remains, perhaps now more than ever, elusive. Yeah, it's all theoretical, but it's never actual, right? Because most of the things we just don't have the ability to do. We can just theorize about them, right? Too hot over there? Yeah, I'm heating myself up. Getting hot and bothered talking about quantum gravity. Makes my blood temperature rise and blood flow where it shouldn't. Get your mind out of the gutter. My brain. No, I'm just kidding. Go straight to my dick. Because that's how I think. With my dick. From here, Pierre Bourdieu turns our gaze back to the classes that use taste as a weapon. Taste is not a natural inclination, but a social technology that classifies and excludes. However, his critique should not drive us to the opposite extreme. Kantian for formality, which freezes beauty in the disinterested judgment, would be just as mistaken as an aesthetic relativism that dissolves all hierarchy. Psych, I'm hard as fuck right now. True. I'm hard as fuck because we're getting close to the end of this. Getting close. And oh, so close. Music. Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer said, is a universal language, the immediate voice of the will, but rather than a common language, it may be a universal phenomenon connected to experiences that are mysteriously analogous, for never identical. Jose Maria Bellido Morales recalls in his introduction to Music a story, surely apocryphal, told by Garcia Valdecasa, without specifying whether it was the father Alfonso or the son Jose Guillermo. Paul Casals is said to have played Bach's partitas before the Empress Dowager. We could imagine this taking place in an inner hall of this palace within the Forbidden City, filled with incense smoke and Mandarin courtiers. Damn, that was like 5 in a row. Yep. As in the opening scenes of The Last Emperor, Bernardo Bertolucci, 1987, where the Empress, after choosing Piyu, the nephew of Guangzhou, the Emperor, or Puyi, who had died the day before, as the next emperor, dies that very same day, and in the film right there, when Casuals finished playing, she asked him whether that... I know I said Casuals. Well, Casals finished playing. She asked him whether that, for him, was music. Casals replied that it was and returned the question. The Empress then summoned her imperial orchestra after an outburst of strings, chants, and cymbals. Casals, bewildered, said, "This is not music." The scene, though apocryphal and obliviously false, illustrates, by way of a fable, something important, provided we first ask ourselves, are the Chinese Martians whose music we cannot understand, or are we the Martians? Between these two poles, dogma and indifference, taste remains a form of symbolic power, but also a possibility of encounter, space where the sensible and the social brush against one another without canceling each other out. And to close this semiotic arc, Barthes reminds us that modern myth is not a primary tale, but a daily operation that turns the historical into the natural, the contingent into the eternal. Advertising, mass literature, and everyday rituals function as mythologies that make what is the product of decisions appear inevitable. Myth purifies the historical and renders it innocent. With these theoretical tools in our backpack, we can frankly say several difficult things. Hobbes in Leviathan, fuck me, taught us that political order is sustained by the threat and organized use of violence. Contractual peace is possible only because there exists a sovereign power capable of imposing it. And that same sovereign is, upon close inspection, the machinery that monopolizes coercion. Machiavelli, for his part, stripped politics of any supposed moral piety. The virtue of the prince is effectiveness, calculation, and the skill to maintain power. Piety or morality are, at times, expendable obstacles if the objective is the stability of the state. Following this line of analysis, Hegel enters the 19th century debate by confronting a very specific adversary, Karl Ludwig von Haller, and his Restoration der Staatswissenschaft. Haller defended a patrimonial and hierarchical state, which authority derived from force, property, and inherited tradition, backed by a divine order, something reminiscent of the ritualized mafia-like world of The Godfather. 1972, Francis Ford Coppola. All abstract right, social contract, or idea of popular sovereignty seems to him a dangerous fiction. Against this, Hegel argues that political power cannot be reduced to patrimonial or arbitrary relations. State must be ethical, institutionalized, and capable of realizing the rational freedom of its citizens. To this debate, we can add other authors who illuminate different aspects of power and legitimacy. Jean Bodin formulated with the absolute sovereignty of the monarch, reinforcing the idea of a centralized power that monopolizes coercion. Max Weber developed the notion of the modern state as the holder of the monopoly of legitimate violence, adding or emphasizing the institutional and legal dimension that Hegel demanded in opposition to Haller. Carl Schmitt emphasized that sovereignty resides in whoever decides on the state of exemption. A modern echo of Hobbes recognized that effective authority does not always conform to pre-existing norms, but can suspend them to guarantee order. This idea finds intellectual roots in Juan Donoso Cortez, who stated that constituent power resides only in constituted power. The legitimacy of power is not abstract or theoretical, but emanates from whoever effectively governs and maintains the continuity of order. Donoso Cortez distinctively influenced Schmitt's conception of sovereignty and political decision, articulating an approach in which authority is understood in a concrete political fact rather than a legal fiction. In this context, Schmidt enters into dispute with Hans Kelsen, for whom sovereignty in the state must be understood within a normative judicial framework, subordinating all action to the law. While Kelsen emphasizes the primacy of positive law and the norms, Schmidt, drawing inspection from Donoso Cortez, highlights the real dimension of political decision, especially in moments of crisis in which the norm is insufficient to preserve order and the unity of the state. By contrast, Rousseau elevates the social contrast and the foundation of freedom and participation, underscoring the tension with Haller's patrimonial and reactionary conception. And Aristotle offers the classical reflection on forms of government, justice, and political ethics, anticipating the Hegelian idea that politics must be rational and ethical, not merely an exercise of force or patrimonial inheritance. Nietzsche's, for his part, compels us here to read morality as a history of struggles and resentments. Good and evil values are born in social conflicts, not in ethical ethers. And morality can function as an instrument of dominance just as much as the sword. Spengler, in The Decline of the West, brings this suspicion to a close. Great cultures do not move forward, linear progress, but instead live through organic cycles of rise and exhaustion. Civilization is often the phase in which vitality petrifies and violence is administered as routine. If we translate these readings into historical praxis, the juridical and theoretical hypocrisies that legitimized conquest becomes unmistakably clear. The second staticism and the theologians in Solomanic, Victoria, Uzars among them, articulated the juridico-natural discourse that sought to moralize the colonial enterprise, yet in practice those same frameworks were used to justify, through juridical and theological arguments, subordination and expropriation, and forced evangelism. Cinematic metaphor for this would be the same involving the Spaniards at the end of the Pirates of the Caribbean on Strange Tides, Rob Marshall, 2011. The Spaniards solemnly cross the sea, discover the Fountain of Youth, kill without hesitation the Englishman who carried it for His Majesty, record in their chronicle that the enemies fell heroically, and then immediately destroy it while proclaiming only God can grant eternal life. This pagan water cannot. They explain nothing, consult no one, negotiate nothing, they destroy, pray, and leave. What actually happened was closer to this. The Requiem-to of Juan Lopez de Palacios Rubios, read in Latin. Where the book? Fish, shut the fuck up. That's rude, bro. Unless she has given you permission to call her the book bitch. Cause I know you're saying it in like a mean way. Some respect, fish. Whoop me in a fight and I will be nice. Okay, fish. You underestimate me, brother. Don't underestimate me, man. You've seen what happens when you fucking underestimate me. Underestimate me at your own peril, my man. I will kill you by snoo. I got no hands in real life, I bet anything. You got no hands. In real life, I bet anything. Oh. I'm gonna kill you by what? Is that what? No, snoo. It's fucking Futurama! Death by snoo.
You one died like last men visit. You one died like last men visit Amazonia?
What'd they die of?
Crushed pelvises.
Yes!
Oh, thank you, Lord in heaven.
Because they call sex snoo. So it's death by snoo. So sad you have to explain death by snoo. Kids these days don't get it. They didn't grow up. They didn't grow up the same way as us, Sean. We're not the same, bro. We're not the same. We grew up with death by snoo. Read in Latin to peoples who did not understand the language, while arrows from the natives were already flying from their rafts. Or simply read out loud to a man in a loincloth encountered in the jungle under the assumption that he somehow possessed authority or knew Latin, informing him that his people were required to surrender and convert. This encapsulates the grotesque legal farce. Conquest was presented as a legal and evangelical act, and the so-called pious laws of Burgess of 1512 ordered that the Indians voluntarily relocate to Encomienda, something like Candyland, for these plantations, so as not to suffer violent eviction, and that huts be built for them while they worked the land for their guardians. Why is Gen X the way it is? John Wayne, you can't swim. How old are you? 5? Picks up kid, tosses him in creep. You gotta learn to swim. True, Sean. Absolutely true. Meme. Mom, I can't swim. Well, you're gonna... That's okay, baby. You don't need to learn to swim. Dad. Dad, I can't swim. You're gonna learn today! Difference between men and women. And it's a trust factor, right? You trust that when you throw your son in the lake, he's not going to drown. And if he does start to drown, you're going to save him, right? The mother is like thinking, oh shit, I just don't want him to be... Then the mom says she couldn't swim, so she got tossed in too. I can't swim, you don't need to swim either. I really hope this works. It's one of those trust the process kind of things, right? There's a juridical theoretical subjugation had intellectual antecedent. This is like the hardest sentence I've ever read, Raymond. What the fuck?
This juridical theoretical subjugation had intellectual antecedents and classical justifications.
Jesus Christ. Speak English, motherfucker! Aristotle in the Politics offers a category of all natural slave. Reality, my son can't swim because nobody taught him, and nobody taught him because nobody taught him, so if you know how to swim, please teach us. Boom. Philosophical... Like, this is what I would say to someone who's like, oh, no one taught me to swim. I'd be like, well, how did the first person ever learn how to swim? They just swam, bitch. You know you just float if you lay on your back and do nothing, right? Like you literally just float. You just lie on your back and do nothing and you just float. It's literally do nothing and still win. You knew how to swim as a baby, you just forgot, dude. Get in the water. True. True. Offers the category of the natural slave, a philosophical articulation that was later recovered by many colonizers and jurists to legitimize the subordination of peoples deemed inferior and incapable of self-government. The debate between Barlamont de la Casas and Guinness de Sepulveda is at the Jonta Villadoyle. I'm lost in words. Condenses the foundational conflict. Lacasas defended the rational and moral capacity of indigenous peoples. Sepula advocated arguments grounded in the notion of servitude and servitudis naturalis, and the necessity of subjugation through corrective war. The judicial political outcome of ambiguous because the crown secularized moral authority as a means of controlling both conquerors and the conquered. However, as Jose Antonio Martina and Maria de la Gilma note, that discussing the causes in Machusa de Granada found so hard for the dignity of the Indians, yet did not include black people in that struggle. Moral progress does not advance in the straight line, but through the exclusions, omissions, and the hierarchies. The defense of the humanity in some coexisted with the dehumanization of others, revealing that colonial humanism was always partial, an expansion of the moral circle that never ceased to have the center of a periphery. And a periphery. Yeah, we did it! We made it before the ad! Shut your bitch ass, you lame up in! Why is this baddie boy talking to me? Pick one, fish. Shut his mouth or read. He can't do both. Alright. We made it. What did I say, guys? 3 hours. I called it. 3 hours. It would take 3 hours to read. I qualify as a bitch. I am by no means beautiful. My intelligence is questionable, talented. Please, cunning, I wish. And honest? Yeah, I don't got one. Yeah, that one I got. This is a whip. This is like 1/3 of the whole thing. Well, shit, bro. That's crazy. Okay. So, what's the battle plan? Anyone got anything else to read? Are we out of content, ski-doodle daisies? 'Cause we got 4 fucking videos we gotta watch. On top of everything else. Oh no, you more than qualify. Now shut that ass up. I'm like, goddamn, kid. I love you say that, Fish, but you're like 20 and he's like fucking 40. Bro. Priorities. So what are we starting with, guys? Mr. Ballin? Add Storm Scotty. I'll beat your ass on God. Damn, we got 2 new videos? Enforce ads, Scotty. Promise something worthwhile. Okay, I can try enforce ads. Where's the thing to do that? You all have to blame Fish for that one. Tanif, did you finish reading it? Yes, we did. Sorry about the ad. I just had to... I had to fuck over everyone because of Fish. But I'll be right back. I gotta go grab food anyways. It's already in a cast, the Nepo Baby cast. Gotta love this cast system we live in. True, Sean. True. I'm just milking the dead cow. Alright, alright. Sean, shut up. Last time I'm gonna say it. Scotty, remember I can fly to Canada. I have money now and a passport. Good luck finding the one Scotty out of 3 identically named people. Good luck not being alive. Tighten up. And damn fish. Damn fish. Alright, so we'll start with this.
In the early morning hours on a Saturday in 2013, a man dressed all in black hid in the shadows on a side street in downtown Antwerp, Belgium. The man had lost track of how long he'd been there, but he didn't care. He'd hide in the shadows for
Mr. Ballin is so based, I swear.
waiting patiently for the perfect moment that he knew was gonna arrive eventually. And then finally, stumbling footsteps approached, and the man crouched down and got ready. But before we get into that story, you may have noticed that today is a Wednesday, and you may be asking yourself, why am I getting a new story on a Wednesday? Well, beginning this week, you're gonna get 2, 3, even 4 new
The fact
Mr.
I don't
Ballin
give a
videos
shit doesn't change
each
the fact
week,
that you
right?
just did a death
So,
threat.
if you're
That
a fan
can
of
be major
Strange,
prison
Dark, and
time.
Mysterious
True,
delivered in
Sean.
story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we do upload 2, 3, even 4 times a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and lay hundreds of mousetraps inside of their bed. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
White people always at the prison line. Shut up and go cuck out with your fat wife, kiddo. Damn, fish. Don't talk to me, especially when Mr. Ballin is on.
After midnight
I
on
thought you were
Saturday,
trying to
October
be
19th,
more.
2013,
Damn, what's
a
Ballin
23-year-old
doing?
man named
He's
Ode
got the
Igurs
underlip
skipped the
thing
bar
going
at a
on.
dance club in
Next thing you know,
Antwerp.
he'll have
The bartender
handlebars.
slid 2 shot glasses across the bar towards Ode, and he grabbed both of them. He held one, and he handed the other to his friend, Kevin Rodriguez Fuentes, who was standing right behind him. It was Kevin's birthday. So Ode raised his shot glass and shouted happy birthday in Spanish over the pounding dance music, and then the 2 young men slammed back their drinks. Ode had moved to Antwerp, Belgium from Spain about 6 months earlier when he had gotten a job as a computer engineer. When he'd arrived, he hadn't known anybody. But he'd met Kevin at a beer festival, and the 2 of them had gotten along right away. And Kevin was from the area, so he'd introduced Ode to a bunch of his friends and shown him the best spots to hang out in the city, and the 2 had gotten very close very quickly. Now, standing at the bar after, taking their shots, Kevin tapped on Ode's shoulder, and he pointed out at the dance floor, and he grinned, because there was a group of young women about their age all dancing together out there. And so the 2 young men, they headed out to the dance floor to go speak with these girls. And from this point on, the night
This guy
really
doesn't
became
like
a
this.
blur
This
for
guy's
Ode,
name
who
doesn't
kept
look
going
like
back
a
and forth
bot.
from the dance floor back
I'm
to the
like,
bar
I
for
for a
more
second I
drinks.
thought it was Void or
But,
something.
despite that,
Tsukio
Ode was
TV,
having a
are you
great time.
Void?
It was really
I'm
nice
like
this, that made
hesitant
him
to
feel
ban
like
you.
Antwerp was his new home. But he also knew if he stayed out much longer here, he might end up passing out
Guys,
right on the
should I?
dance floor.
Is
So
it a real
Ode and
bot? I
Kevin
don't know
and
if it's a
some
real
friends that
bot
just
or
met on
not,
the dance
guys.
floor stumbled out of the club and into the city. When they got out there, the
I don't
streets
know
were
if it's a
pretty
real
empty.
bot.
So Ode reflexively pulled
Connor
his phone
Isaac
out of his
Ryder rated
pocket.
my
Connor
stream.
Isaac Ryder, yo, what's up? Thank you for the
But
raid,
But
bro.
even still,
Welcome. How's it
You
going?
can see that it was close to
What's
4
up,
a.m.,
everyone?
and given the fact that it was so
We're watching
late,
some
this
Mr.
was
Ballin.
today at
Wait,
this
I'm
point.
talking during the
He
video.
just told
Exactly,
me it was
Fish. You're
night,
breaking your
and he
own
turned around
rule.
and
What
started
is
walking
this?
home to go to bed.
Of course you did. You love
The next
violating
morning,
yourself.
Ode's friend, Kevin, woke up with a pounding headache.
Read it,
His eyes fluttered open, and he
true.
looked around, and
Have a
he
good
let out a sigh
night,
of relief.
indeed.
He
Hello,
was safely in his
Augustus.
bedroom in his apartment in Antwerp. He had been
Pause.
so drunk by the end of the night.
Fine, I'll pause. God. Welcome, everyone. I'm Intoxication. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Well, welcome. Here we do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of art, some tips and tricks to improve your skills, and beta reading for critique and overall developmental edits. Right now I'm making some food, and we're watching Mr. Ballin as again, masterclass on storytelling before we show our newest video release for our story today, because we're trying to essentially use Mr. Ballin as a template for how we tell stories and how, like, we write. So it's like, like the intro with, like, getting the hook or whatever about the story, and then the characters, and then the outcome, right, in like 6 to 8 minutes. I am making a BLT with ham. So I have ham and bacon in the air fryer right now.
Birthday celebration the night before that he literally didn't remember getting home. And so now, painfully, he rolled over and grabbed his phone off the nightstand and reflexively texted O'Day, along with another friend that had been out with him the night before, asking how they were feeling.
Uh-oh.
The other friend texted right back.
O'Day's not going to text him back.
O'Day did not respond.
O'Day is going to be the
this
dead
didn't really
guy.
worry Kevin that much. I mean, he's horribly hungover. O'Day has to be as well, and so he likely is just sleeping it off.
O'Day's
and he'll be
dead.
in touch when he wakes
We
up.
all know it.
However, all day that day, Kevin did not hear from O'Day. And then the next day, October 20th, when still Kevin has not heard from O'Day, he really started to get worried. But when Kevin called O'Day to check on him to make sure he was okay, when he put the phone to his ear, it didn't ring.
I would ask if
Instead,
I
it
can
went straight
have
to O'Day's
some,
voicemail.
but given
Like
our
his phone
last
was turned
interaction,
off.
you'll say
And to
no, I'm
Kevin,
sure.
This was pretty unusual.
No, you can
O'Day
have half
was
of my
usually
one of my
very
sandwiches. I have 2 sandwiches.
with a
That's
hangover.
you can have
And by
25% of my
this
food,
point, Kevin had
fish.
given him a full
That's a
day,
good tax.
24 hours to recover, like he should be in touch by now. What's going on?
But I
Kevin
thought it was
called the other
sacrilege to
friend
wrap
who they'd
ham
gone
and
out with,
bacon.
who had texted him back the
Or
day
sorry, bacon
before
and ham.
to see if maybe O'Day had checked in with him.
2? Why do you?
And said
Never
he
mind.
also had not spoken to O'Day. And so at this point, Kevin hung up and just decided to go to O'Day's
Were you gonna
house
say what the
and
fuck do you
literally
need 2
physically
sandwiches
check
for?
on him. However,
Bitch,
when Kevin
I
arrived
eat
at
like a
O'Day's
fucking
house,
monster
he
truck,
found
okay? I
O'Day's
may look like
roommates
12
didn't
pounds,
know
but
O'Day.
I eat like a
O'Day's
fucking
roommates
motherfucker.
did not know O'Day very well, so they didn't know what was sort of normal and not normal behavior. So when he had gone out for Kevin's birthday party and didn't come back, they just figured he was crashing at a friend's place or something. But to Kevin, this was unusual. To hear that he had not come back, that was not normal. He would know if, O'Day was at a friend's house. And so Kevin was starting to panic. But then Kevin
And we need
remembered
to-
one of his and O'Day's mutual friends had recently gone out of town for a wedding. And so Kevin thought, maybe that's where O'Day is. He's gone with her to the wedding, and that's why he's not here, and that's why he's not answering his phone. So Kevin left O'Day's house and called this friend, a young woman whose name was Oyane. He was hoping that she would have an explanation for everything, but instead, when she answered the phone, it was obvious from her voice that she was also freaking out about O'Day. Oyane said she also had been calling O'Day nonstop over the past day or so, and she couldn't get in touch with him. And so it was becoming clear that nobody had seen O'Day since the night of the birthday party when he set off around 4 a.m. to walk home drunk from the bar. Kevin
Oh
had
shit,
no idea what
seriously.
he was supposed
Where
to
is
do.
Book? I
but it
forgot I
felt
had
like
to
his
ask
friend
you
was in
something
trouble.
about
So he
Paige
contacted the police and officially
Exchange.
reported O'Day missing.
She said she was going to record the audio for
following
our
day,
smut.
Monday, October 21st.
She
Kevin
has
sat
the
in a
audio
small
recorded for the
room
non-smut
across from
part of
members
the
missing persons unit of the Belgian National
story,
Police. And as soon as the
but
officers
not
started asking
the
Kevin questions,
smut part
it became
of
clear
the
that this
story.
was going to be a very frustrating meeting.
3,
for
2,
everybody.
1,
Because no
tote!
matter how hard Kevin tried, he literally couldn't remember much at all. His memory of his and O'Day's night out on his birthday were really just blurry images and pieces of random conversations because, he was drunk. But Kevin did manage to remember what O'Day had
She
been
might have
wearing.
gone to bed,
He had
fish.
a gray hooded sweatshirt and a black and white checkered scarf. And he also knew the area of town specifically where they had gone out. But really, that was it. And so by the time Kevin left the police station, he felt like he was really letting his friend down. And he just couldn't handle the idea that now he would just
Mission
have to
failed.
sit
We'll get her
around
next
and
time.
wait and hope police magically
True.
found him, when right now O'Day, wherever he was, could be in trouble or hurt or something. He just felt like he had to do something. So that afternoon, Kevin met up with some of O'Day's other friends, and together they began hanging posters all around the city that had pictures of O'Day on them. Antwerp was a very busy city, filled with bars.
Say
and
true
restaurants
again,
that stayed
because
open very
never mind,
late.
I'll just watch.
So they were sure
True,
that somebody
bitch.
had to have
True,
seen O'Day
brother.
while he was walking home.
So true.
He couldn't have just disappeared into thin air. People don't do that. Meanwhile, detectives in the missing persons unit. got to
the
work.
more you
Now,
say
Kevin
that,
had not given
the
them
more I'm
anything
gonna
to go
say
on.
it to you.
But
'cause I think
knowing
it's
where
funny.
in the city he and O'Day had gone out, and what O'Day had been wearing did actually turn out to be quite helpful, because with this,
I mean, I could say, nah, you're wrong,
police
Fish.
were able to collect
Shut the fuck
CCTV
up.
surveillance
But,
camera footage from outside of the bars, restaurants,
Think
and street
you
corners where
having
Kevin
weak
and O'Day
lungs
had
is
been.
funny.
And
Weak
it didn't take
ass
them long
boy.
to pick up on O'Day's
Hey
scent.
man, it's not weak lungs,
The
it's
investigators were
strong
hoping to
weed
find footage of
and a
O'Day
fat
getting into
toke.
a cab or
Granted, in a
vehicle,
nasty
or
bong.
maybe wandering into a building, or even evidence that he'd been attacked in some capacity. And at first, they thought that is exactly what they'd found, because on camera
You're
footage
weak
around
as
4 a.m.
not
on the
dank.
morning O'Day
Sit
disappeared,
down.
the police saw him wandering down this
You mean
dimly lit
weed?
side street on
My
his own.
weed
His
is
black
not
and white
dank?
checkered
How do
scarf
fuck
really
do you
jumped
know,
out on the
Fish?
footage, and the police watched on video.
It's
as
dank
this
as
man
fuck,
suddenly
bro. It's
came out of the
basically
shadows
BC
and
weed.
rushed O'Day.
But
The
it's
man
not
attacked
BC. It's
O'Day
basically,
and
but
stole
it's
what looked
not.
like O'Day's
I will
wallet
admit that.
out
It's
of
not
his
BC,
pocket,
bud.
And then the man took off running. And as
Well, no,
disturbing as
because
it
you're
was,
Scotty, that's
the
how. I
footage
mean,
did
fair
not
enough.
actually surprise the investigators.
I would smoke
While
smoke
Antwerp was
shake
not a
if that's all I had
particularly
available
violent
and it was
place,
cheap as
it
fuck
was
and
a
I could
big
get
city,
enough of it.
and drunk people wandering home at night did occasionally get mugged. However, what the investigators saw next on these
Because got that
footage
chronic though, for
did
real.
completely shock them, because after the mugging,
They
O'Day
stay with
had
the herb,
pulled
you hear
himself
me? Yeah.
together and kept heading down the street. And on footage taken a few minutes later from a different camera, the police saw O'Day still wandering on his own when suddenly 2 new men rushed up, attacked O'Day, took his phone, and then they ran away. Meaning, in the span of just a few minutes, O'Day had been mugged twice by 3 different people. And none of the investigators had ever seen anything like that. It was like something you'd expect to see in a movie or a TV show about a guy cursed with bad luck or something. But as bizarre as this was, investigators now had something to go on. They didn't know if these muggers, the 3 men, were connected in some way, or if this had truly been 2 random, unconnected muggings. But O'Day's cell phone and wallet had been stolen by these guys. So they could track O'Day's cell phone data and also his credit card info, and the investigators hoped that would then lead them right to O'Day's attackers, and they could figure out what their affiliation was and why they targeted O'Day, and hopefully where O'Day is now. The investigators' plan took a few days, but it did pay off in a big way. By tracking O'Day's credit card, investigators discovered that somebody had attempted to use one of his cards at an ATM in the city. And so they pulled surveillance footage from that ATM to identify the first mugger. Then, by using cell phone tower data and CCTV footage along the route where they saw his cell phone was taken, investigators were able to identify the other 2 attackers involved in the second mugging. And so now they believed they just needed to talk to these thieves to figure out where O'Day was. Fast forward to October 29th, 10 days after O'Day's disappearance, and he still is nowhere to be found. Officers from the Missing Persons Unit interviewed these 3 muggers separately. The police made it clear that they had a pile of evidence here that showed they mugged O'Day shortly before he vanished, so there's no point in trying to deny it. They know what they did. And none of the muggers did try to deny it. In fact, all 3 men admitted that they had jumped O'Day on the street, and they told the police exactly what they had stolen. But they insisted their attacks, the 2 muggings, were not coordinated at all. They just happened to have gotten to O'Day within a few minutes of each other. And then even more importantly, they also all insisted that they had nothing to do with O'Day's disappearance. All they did was rob him, that's it.
I just
As the
robbed him!
investigators
That's all I
listened to
did,
these
guys! I
muggers
just
talk,
robbed
all
him!
they could do was stare in disbelief. The idea that 3 muggers had randomly committed 2 attacks on the same man within minutes of each other, and that their victim had then disappeared in yet another unrelated incident, seemed almost comical. But no matter how hard the police pressed these guys, they all completely stuck to their stories, which was, we mugged him, and then we ran away and we never saw him again. The police arrested and held all 3 men in connection to the robberies that they admitted to doing. But their goal, despite what these men have said, was to find enough evidence to still charge them with the kidnapping, or maybe even murder, of O'Day. But then, a new piece of surveillance footage surfaced from a new camera. And this new footage actually showed O'Day moments after the second mugging. And on this footage, investigators didn't see any of the muggers dragging O'Day away or something. Instead, just like the muggers said, they really did take off after that second mugging. And just like he'd done after the first attack, O'Day dusted himself off and just kept on walking down the street and out of the camera's range, but he was alone. And so now, to their complete astonishment, the police had to admit that the muggers might be telling the truth, and that O'Day could have just kept wandering the streets of Antwerp for hours after he'd gotten attacked.
Fell in a pit. He fell in a manhole cover because he was drunk as fuck, right? He was blackout drunk.
Attack. And also, this new footage made them realize that to really conduct this investigation, they were going to need to search the entire city to see if anyone, anywhere, had seen O'Day. So, in early November of 2013,
go check on my food.
about 2
We'll be
weeks
right back.
after O'Day's disappearance, Belgium National Police conducted a massive investigation throughout all of Antwerp. They visited all the bars, all the restaurants, all the clubs in the area roughly where O'Day and his friends had been out partying. But no matter who they spoke to, no matter where they went, nobody knew where O'Day was or what happened to him. But as they hit all these dead ends, the investigators' search continued, and it sort of slowly migrated north through Antwerp in the rough direction where O'Day had been last seen walking, away from the city center and towards the banks of the River Scheldt, which runs right through Antwerp on its way to the North Sea. On the evening of November 7th, so by this point it is 19 days since O'Day was last seen, several detectives from the Missing Persons Unit stepped onto the deck of a very unique structure that literally floated on the River Scheldt. The structure was called the Bod Boat. That morning, police boats had been dragging the river itself and were searching the riverbanks with dogs, looking for any signs of O'Day. But the search of this river couldn't be completed without a stop at the Bod Boat. So the Bod Boat was basically a massive club, bar, and high-end restaurant that had been built into a converted ship that was moored right in the middle of the stretch of the river that police were dragging. But the biggest attraction of the Bod Boat was not the food or the dancing. It was the almost Olympic-sized swimming pool that had been built into the deck of the ship, and it looked like it was floating right on top of the river. People referred to it as the world's largest floating swimming pool, and it was always packed. The Bod Boat had a very good, very wide, unobstructed view of the city and the river, and so the detectives were hopeful that if O'Day had passed by, someone on the Bod Boat likely would have been able to see him. So now the detectives split up and began interviewing the Bod Boat staff and the patrons, asking if any of them remembered seeing a young man in a distinctive black and white checkered scarf on the morning he went missing. Now, at this point, pretty much everybody in the city had already heard of O'Day. I mean, his face was plastered on posters everywhere, and people really wanted to help. But as detectives talked to everybody at the Bod Boat and the pool and the bar and the restaurant, everybody, as much as people wanted to help and thought they might have tips that could help, nobody had anything that was meaningful. And so eventually, the investigators had to leave the Bod Boat, and they just spent the rest of the afternoon on the banks of the river watching the Marine unit do its work. But just like on the Bod Boat, there was nothing found in the river itself. On November 19th, 2013, so now 1 full month after O'Day's disappearance, friends and family gathered publicly, both in Antwerp and his hometown in the Basque country of Spain. In Spain, his family made it clear that they still hoped O'Day would be alive, and that this gathering was not a memorial. It was instead to show their love for O'Day and to bring continued attention to his story so he could be found. In Antwerp, O'Day's friends tried to convey the same message with their meetup, that O'Day had to be out there somewhere and he might be okay. We just need to keep looking. However, by the end of 2013, so now over 2 months after O'Day's disappearance, it became clear that the police investigation was really not making much headway at all. Police still had those 3 muggers in custody in hopes that maybe they would crack and they would admit that they had done something to O'Day after the muggings. But the 3 men had not changed their stories at all. And also, after over a month of canvassing the entire city, no new evidence had really surfaced at all. And so, O'Day's friends and family really began to worry that the police might just abandon the search because there was nothing they could do. But then, starting in the early summer of 2014, so a little more than 7 months after O'Day first disappeared, something incredible happened. O'Day's story went viral, and not just in Belgium or in his native Spain, but all across Europe. And this really is not how things typically played out. Thousands of people go missing in Europe every year, and most of those cases go relatively unnoticed by the media and the general public. It just is what it is. But the story
See,
of this
Fish,
young man
even
who
Ballin
moved to
says it is
Antwerp
what it
to
is.
start his career,
So fuck you,
new
Fish.
life,
You love
only to
him? Well, he
vanish
just
without
said
a
something you
trace
don't
after
like.
being
Now you
mugged
have to
twice
hate
in the
him.
middle of the night. It just seemed so unbelievable and also resonated with people everywhere. It just felt so tragic. And so as the police, who by this point really had throttled back their search quite a bit, I mean, it's been 7 months by now, as police were showing signs of just basically dropping the case, people all across the continent demanded the police not just continue, but increase their scrutiny. Look everywhere, triple your efforts, find O'Day. And so there's all this unbelievable international outpouring of support from this viral story. I mean, you had poets all over the world writing poems about O'Day, and you had musicians writing music about O'Day. You had charity groups coming out in Belgium and doing their own search for O'Day. I mean, it's like the whole world was rallying to get the Belgian government to act. Like, triple your efforts, find O'Day, he's out there. And then what sort of pushed it over the edge was in October of 2014, as the first anniversary of O'Day's disappearance approached, one of the most famous soccer players in the world, Cristiano Ronaldo, played a game with images of O'Day on his jersey. I mean, his story really had reached basically everyone. And it was at this point that Belgium did act. The Belgium National Police literally doubled down on their efforts to search the entire country for O'Day. They're not just looking in Antwerp anymore, they're going to look everywhere. They also enlisted the help of Interpol, an international police organization, to expand the search to other European countries. And so throughout 2014 and into 2015, investigators in Antwerp revisited.
Goddamn ads. It's a damn god with ads! Oh shit, we're only getting 30 seconds because I already played a minute. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It is the way it is the way it is. Fuck ads! No one wants ads! Ads are bad!
Bars,
bad,
restaurants they had gone to during
drugs,
their initial
kids, don't do
canvass,
ads,
and they re-interviewed
kids.
people connected to O'Day. They also made public announcements to let people know they were still looking for O'Day. But despite all this effort, despite really doing their absolute best to find O'Day, they couldn't find him. But then on September 18th, 2015, so 1 year and 11 months after O'Day's disappearance, something happened with the Bod boat that changed everything. So to understand what happened, you need to take into account the literal design of the Bod boat. So the Bod boat really was, this entertainment hub that had been installed in this decommissioned boat. But the boat is not like a boat that we think of when we think of a huge ship or something where there's multiple stories and a huge deep keel that goes beneath the surface of the water. Instead, it was more like a big floating dock, almost like a catamaran-style boat, where it's sort of one level, this big rectangular square, and there really is nothing below the surface. It's more like a big floating dock. That was the Bod boat. And on September 18th, 2015, the swimming pool on the Bod boat began to leak. Now, remember, you're looking out at the Bod boat from land, and it basically looks like a big floating dock with all these attractions on it, including a pool. And so even though you'd see the surface of the swimming pool being at level with everything else, basically right at the top of the river, well, there's a recessed portion that effectively touches down into the river. And so at some point, there's a leak that formed on the base of this pool, and the pool began taking on all this extra water, and the pool literally broke off from the Bod boat structure, and it sank to the bottom of the river. Now, luckily, no one had gotten hurt when this happened, but the story had taken over the news. The Bod boat was a huge attraction for people in Antwerp, as well as for tourists visiting the city. And so the city immediately began working to come up with a plan to resurface
fell
the
off
swimming
the
pool
dock
and rebuild the Bod boat. finally, on February 11th, 2016, so almost 2.5 years after O'Day's disappearance and 5 months after the swimming pool sunk, 2 cranes attached to a boat were brought in to latch onto the base of this pool at the bottom of the river and try to resurface it. And on that afternoon, a member of the work crew stood on the boat, watching the water and helping oversee everything as the cranes slowly did their work. And as he kept his eyes trained on the water, eventually, the bod boat's swimming pool, which was still actually mostly intact, broke the surface. And as this happened, a few of the workers let out a cheer, but something in the water caught the crew member's attention. At first, he couldn't tell what it was, but when he leaned down to get a better look, he immediately shouted for the crane operator to stop. The cranes fell silent, and with shaking hands, the crew member took out his phone and called the police. Eventually, once they put all the evidence together, this is what police believe happened to O'Day on the early morning of October 19th, 2013. At around 4 a.m., after leaving his friends, O'Day began his walk home. And like the police already knew, he was mugged twice in a matter of minutes. But after the second mugging, he really did pick himself up and sort of collect himself, and very likely he was hurt, he was scared, and he was very drunk, so likely disoriented, doesn't know if there are more threats coming, doesn't really understand what's even happening, but he needs to get home. And we know he continued trying to walk home for some time because eventually he came in contact with a group of strangers who would eventually come forward and confirm this. But they apparently saw this guy who looked beat up and disoriented. It was O'Day, and they called out to him and tried to convince him to let them book him a cab to get him home. But he was so disoriented and so drunk, he didn't even answer them and he just walked off. But at that point, he had moved fairly far north in the city, and he was getting near the banks of the River Skelt. So for reference, he had walked pretty far off course. He was not near his home. He was clearly lost. And at some point in his disoriented, scared, drunken state, he tripped and actually fell into the river. Now, the shock of landing in the water likely, potentially sobered him up a little bit, but he was really, really drunk. And so even if he had tried to swim and get to shore, there was a strong enough current that it would have been fairly difficult to get out of the water. And so the current ended up pulling him all the way up against the side of the bod boat. And so once he was there, kind of pinned against the side of the bod boat, right on the side of the bod boat where that swimming pool was, he was too weak and drunk to swim out of the current. And so he just kind of being pressed up against the wall of the side of the bod boat until he had no more energy left to fight. And he was slowly pulled under the surface and forced underneath the bod boat, specifically to the bottom of the recess of the swimming pool, where there's not much space between the bottom of the pool and the bottom of the river. And so he basically got pulled down and got wedged right in that space underneath the pool of the bod boat. And there he drowned. And for more than 2 years after his death, O'Day's body remained wedged underneath that swimming pool. And so for all that time, people are swimming in the pool, not realizing they're a couple feet away from a dead body. But then finally, the swimming pool, sunk to the bottom. It was pulled back up by those cranes, and attached to it at this point was O'Day's body. And that was how they found him. The muggers who attacked O'Day were ultimately convicted of robbery, and they all served approximately 4 years in prison. Now, the muggers were never actually shown to have any direct connection to O'Day's death. And while authorities believe the most likely scenario is that O'Day simply fell into the water, they were never able to officially rule out foul play. O'Day's parents have called for further investigation. Thank you so much for watching today's episode.
Hell yeah.
Let me know what you thought of it in the comments below. And remember, we have a whole playlist of places you can't go episodes.
So we gotta go make the food. So do you guys want do you guys want another ball-in video, or do you want one of my videos? Do you want to start with those? Because we do have another release here, but it's like a longer one, so it's like 40 minutes. Or we can do one of these. Whichever one you want. Well, this is the one we just released today. And then we also have the Talk Stories ones as well. But might as well finish it
One
up with a
afternoon
bowl
in
before we go to mine. I'm gonna go grab my food so I can eat during this.
February of 2007, a very nervous man walked across an icy parking lot towards the front door of a police station in Merrillville, Indiana. This man had just been arrested, and he was being brought here to be processed. But he actually believed, or at least hoped, that he'd be allowed to leave really quickly, basically right away, because he actually had critical information about a 4-year-old murder case that he wanted to trade for his freedom. And even though he did feel nervous that it might not work, deep down he knew it would, because this was not just a small tip. This was a bombshell. But before we get into today's story, for anybody checking, today is a Friday, and you may be wondering, why am I getting a new story on a Friday? Well, if you've been paying attention, you'll know that you are now going to get 2, 3, up to 4 new Mr. Ballin videos every week right here. And they'll drop on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and of course, Saturdays. So, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we do upload 2, 3, even 4 times a week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button to the most expensive restaurant in town and tell them that you will cover the bill. But when the bill arrives, make sure you've snuck out the back door. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the afternoon of April 17, 2003, 33-year-old John Parker Jr. sat at his desk in his office at J&J Parker Industries in Merrillville, Indiana. He was looking over some paperwork and hoping he would get at least a few minutes without any interruptions to finish reading it. Because in John's world, a few minutes were hard to find. John was the owner of J&J, which was a consulting company dedicated to training people to sell high-end vacuums. Now, vacuums were not glamorous, but his company was really successful, and running it was a lot of work. He was on his feet all day, managing about 25 employees and solving constant problems, and he usually did not get much quiet time to do things like paperwork. And even though John did complain about this, the truth was he actually loved being busy. He had always been a very hard worker. He'd started in the vacuum business as a door-to-door salesman, and even though everyone told him there was no money in vacuums, he'd proved them wrong. He was so good at sales that he made his first $1 million by the time he was just 30 years old. And now he had a whole company that taught other people how to be great at it too. But now, as John tried to get through the paperwork, his desk phone rang. He sighed and he picked it up, and it was his wife, Judy. She told him that their daughter had left her homework in his office when she was there just the other day, and she asked him if he could bring it home with him. Now, John was about to tell his wife that this was now the second time she had reminded him about this homework, but he stopped himself because right now things were pretty good. Things between them were solid, and so he tried to remind himself that it was not worth messing that up. So John and Judy had been married for 10 years, and she was his partner in life and in business. They had raised 4 kids together, and Judy was actually the second J in J&J Parker Industries. John knew that to everyone else they looked like a happy, successful power couple, but the truth was much more complicated, because about a year ago, Judy had an affair. And this had devastated John at the time, but he really wanted to give their marriage another shot. They had been living in Michigan at the time, and they agreed that moving the business to Maryville, Indiana, where John was from, would be a good way to start fresh. And so far, they both felt like it had been the right call. The business was doing really well, things were looking up, and most importantly, John and Judy were actually getting along. So now, instead of getting annoyed at his wife for repeatedly asking him about the homework, he just said, sure, and that he would see her later for their date night. As soon as John hung up with Judy, he heard a knock on the door, and his office manager, Barry Jones, charged in holding more files. Barry dropped them on John's desk and said sorry, but he needed a signature. It was for the final termination paperwork for an employee John fired whose name was Derek Hall. So a week earlier, John had made the very difficult decision to let Derek go. It wasn't personal. Derek just wasn't a good fit. He couldn't keep up with the sales quota. And John had really high standards for his employees. That's how he became a millionaire in the first place. But Derek somehow thought his firing was John's fault, and he'd actually showed up at J&J and made a scene in the parking lot saying that John had shorted him hundreds of dollars on his last paycheck. And when John tried to defuse things, Derek had physically attacked him. The police had to be called, and they separated John and Derek before it got too ugly. And John had ended up paying Derek what he wanted, since he just wanted the whole thing to be over, which was also why now he was immediately scribbling his signature on the termination paperwork and handing it back to Barry, because hopefully now he would just never have to see or speak to Derek ever again. After work, around 6 p.m., John drove home, which was about 15 minutes away from the office. And when he got inside his house, he heard Judy call down from upstairs that she'd be ready soon. So he yelled back that there was no rush, and he meant it. And this was because just over an hour earlier, his older brother David had met him at the office, and they'd gone to a buffet together. So John really wasn't hungry at all anymore. But dinner with Judy was definitely more about spending time together than actually eating, so he wasn't going to say anything about the late lunch. John made his way into the living room where his 4 kids were watching TV. It was his 17-year-old daughter, Christina, her 15-year-old brother, Daniel, and their 2 younger sisters. The older kids were going to babysit the younger ones tonight so that he and Judy could go out. But when John tried to make conversation with them, Christina and Daniel gave him the cold shoulder. Now, to any other parent, this could be interpreted perhaps as just typical teenage behavior. But to John, it was more loaded than that. So Christina and Daniel were actually his stepkids. John had been in their life since they were really little, and he considered himself to be their dad. And John had always tried to be very involved in things like coaching Daniel in baseball and going to school concerts and parent-teacher conferences. But his relationship with these kids had changed lately. And frankly, both of the kids had really begun acting out. Christina repeatedly threw parties at their house whenever he and Judy were gone, while Daniel was combative and hung out with a group of friends who were seemingly always in trouble with the law. And this had created a lot of conflict between them and John, because he was the one who tried to discipline them, while Judy sort of always played the good cop. But John knew better than to try and force them to talk to him. So when he went in there, he just kept quiet and they all watched the TV, until Judy came downstairs and said she was ready to go. Hours later, just before 10 p.m., John and Judy left their dinner, got in the car, and drove back to John's office at J&J Parker Industries, which was in an office park in a secluded area. And the two of them had had a really nice dinner. However, during their meal, Christina had called and wanted to know where that homework was that John was supposed to bring home. And John, very embarrassingly, suddenly realized that despite all those reminders from Judy that he was getting so annoyed by, he had forgotten the homework at the office. So that's why they were here now, to pick up the homework on their way home. John parked the car in the lot, and both of them hopped out. When they got inside the building, they found that the office manager, Barry, was still there working, which John expected. I mean, things had been busy lately with planning seminars and finding a new hire to replace Derek, and Barry was in charge of keeping it all organized. And John really didn't feel too bad that Barry was putting in so many hours. I mean, this was his job, and the company relied on him to ensure nothing major slipped through the cracks. So when Barry mentioned to John when he went inside that, he actually might be heading home soon, John said no. At the same time, John saw his wife grab the homework from his desk and then hustle out to the car, and as she disappeared, John told Barry that he was sorry, but Barry needed to stay and finish what he was doing. But then, to make up for delivering this bad news, John offered Barry his leftovers from dinner. He had basically a full meal since he had not been hungry. Barry sort of grumbled about it, but said he would take the food if he was offering, and so John nodded and went outside to grab it. Moments later, John arrived at the car, where Judy was waiting in the passenger seat. He opened up the back door, and he picked up the styrofoam to-go box. When Judy looked back at him, he told her he was going back to give the food to Barry, and she just shrugged and said, fine, then turned back around. But right at that same moment, John heard the sound of footsteps in the concrete right behind him. But before he could turn around, he heard a deafening bang. Judy heard the bang too, which was followed quickly by a second one, and she instinctively ducked down in her seat and then looked back at John just in time to see him fall hard to the ground. And before she could do or say anything, she saw a masked person in dark clothes crouch over John for just a few seconds, and then they sprinted away from the car towards the main road. Judy leapt out of the car and ran to John, yelling his name, but he just lay there on the pavement, not moving. And then she saw this huge pool of blood forming right underneath his head. With her heart racing, Judy ran to the office door and screamed at Barry to call the police. By about 10:30 that night, the parking lot at J&J Parker Industries was overrun with officers and crime scene technicians. Among them was Detective Donald Toth, who had been with the Maryville Police Department for the last 21 years. When he first got the call, dispatch had only known that there was a shooting. But when he arrived on the scene, a first responder told him that there'd actually been a fatality. 33-year-old John Parker Jr., who had been identified by 2 witnesses at the scene. The first responder also explained that when they got there, before they spoke to the witnesses, they had looked for John's wallet to identify him, but the wallet had not been in his pockets or in the car. And when Toth heard that, his first thought was that maybe this was a robbery. But as soon as he walked over and got a look at John, he immediately revised that theory. John was on his back behind a parked car, and the first thing Toth noticed was that he had a lot of nice jewelry on. Gold and diamond rings, a bracelet, and an expensive-looking Rolex watch. Also, this office park was not close to anything. And it just didn't feel like the kind of place a random mugger would go looking for victims. Toth wondered if the killer took the wallet just to make police believe this could be a robbery. Because the longer he looked at John's body, the more signs he saw that this was likely an efficient, planned execution.
Yeah, you
John
can
didn't
have
any
half of
visible
one of
defensive
those
wounds,
fish.
And when Toth used a gloved
I mean, that's
hand
a pretty
to move
good
John's
amount of
head
food,
aside,
right?
he saw a gunshot wound right behind his ear. Toth had actually been a paramedic before becoming a detective, so he knew that shot had likely killed John instantly. It also meant John had his back turned to the shooter when he died. There was an open styrofoam to-go container of food and some car keys on the ground right next to John's body, and their placement made it feel like John might have been holding them when he fell. If John had an altercation with a thief or somebody who killed him in the heat of the moment, the scene would be way messier. As far as Toth could tell, the killer had just walked up to John while he was busy with something at his car, aimed the gun, pulled the trigger, and then after he died, grabbed John's wallet and then left. Which also meant the killer very likely had not been at the scene long enough to leave behind much evidence. All Toth saw were just 2 shell casings, and he doubted there would be footprints or DNA. And when Toth spoke to some of the other officers at the scene, he learned they'd already done a sweep of the office park, and they'd looked in dumpsters and bushes and on the roofs of all the buildings, but they hadn't found anything, and they didn't see any cameras or surveillance in the area. So, as Toth stood in the middle of the parking lot and watched his officers continue to search the scene, he realized he was the lead on a case with virtually no forensic evidence, which might have been daunting, but he did have at least 2 witnesses. About an hour later, Toth sat down across a table from John Parker's wife, Judy, inside of an interrogation room inside the Maryville police station. He'd learned a few things about Judy already. She had been the one who told Barry to call the police, and she was with John when he was shot. He also knew that, as the spouse of the murder victim, she was his best suspect. Now, Toth didn't really think Judy was the actual shooter, but considering how pristine the crime scene was, he knew it was possible this was a hit, done by a professional, and Judy maybe could have hired them. But as Toth spoke to Judy, he started to waver on that theory. She couldn't stop crying, which made it hard for her to get her words out, and when she did speak, it was slow, like it was taking her a lot of effort to say anything at all. She did manage to give Toth a timeline, how she and John had gone out to dinner for their date, and then stopped over at the office after, since one of their daughters had left some homework there. She said the office manager, Barry, had been there, and that when she had gone back to the car, she knew that Barry and John were speaking. And then at some point, John, he left the building and came out to get his dinner leftovers, and at that time, she had turned away from him, and then she heard these 2 loud shots. And then when she turned back around, she saw John fall, and then also there was this figure in dark clothes who was sort of bending down on top of John, and then they ran away. However, when Judy finished telling her story about what had happened that night, all the events that led up to the shooting, something changed in her demeanor. The shakiness in her voice and all the grief that was sort of pouring out of her to this point, it vanished. And in its place, Judy became very hardened. And she looked right at Toth and she said, "You better find the person who did this and bring them to justice." And when Toth saw this, he almost got goosebumps from it because it was such a quick departure from what had been going on. And he thought to himself, either she is a great actress and this is all a big facade and she did it or she was involved, or this is genuine. She's a grieving widow who doesn't know what to make of the fact that her husband has just been killed. At some point, Toth asked Judy if she could think of anybody who might have wanted to hurt John. And Judy appeared to think for a second, but eventually she just said no. She said that John was an incredible husband and father, and they had a great marriage that they had really worked hard on, and everybody at work respected him. But then something clearly occurred to Judy, because she frowned and said, actually, there was someone from work who didn't like John. His name was Derek, and John had fired him recently. And after the firing, Derek had come back to J&J and started a physical fight with John in the parking lot. When Toth heard that, he perked up. I mean, a disgruntled employee was definitely somebody that he should be speaking to. And Toth was speaking to the office manager, Barry Jones, right after this, and so he figured he could ask him about that incident too. Now, Toth wasn't ready to rule Judy out as a suspect, since he still needed to check her finances and
All right, Fish, that was your quarter, so I just ate your quarter for you.
Now,
You can thank me later, bro.
So he told Judy that for now, she was welcome to go home and be with her kids and, grieve, and they would be in touch. Then Toth got up and he left to go to another interrogation room where Barry was waiting. The following morning, Toth walked up a flight of porch steps. He was at the home of Derek Hall, the ex-employee of J&J Parker Industries that John Parker had recently fired. Last night, Toth had spoken to John's office manager, Barry Jones, who had confirmed what John's wife Judy had said about Derek, that after he was fired, there had been this huge, ugly fight at the office between Derek and John, and Derek was the instigator. It was the only useful information Barry had given him, since he said, during the shooting, he had actually been in the bathroom, and so he hadn't heard or seen anything until he heard Judy screaming for him. But the lead on Derek was enough. And the other thing was, Barry and Judy were not the only ones who thought Derek might have killed John. Just before this, Toth also spoke to John's brother, David, who was incredibly devastated and furious about his brother's death, and David had also pointed the finger at Derek. So Toth was very eager to meet Derek, a man 3 people claimed could be a killer. Toth got to the top of the steps and knocked on the front door. And when Derek answered, Toth introduced himself and explained why he was there. Derek seemed stunned, but he immediately let Toth inside. Moments later, Toth was sitting across from Derek in the living room, and even though Derek seemed very uncomfortable and nervous, he told Toth he was actually glad the detective was there, because he really wanted to give his side of the story. Derek said that when he started working at J&J, he was given way more work than he'd expected, and when he couldn't keep up with it, he was fired. And then, John shorted him $400 on his final paycheck, so he had gone to J&J to get the money he was owed. Now, he admitted that it did lead to a physical fight, but he said they'd only pushed each other, and it ended up getting resolved, like it wasn't that big of a deal. But beyond that, Derek insisted he could not have killed John because he'd actually spent the whole evening last night at a friend's house playing video games. He gave Toth the friend's number and said, "Go ahead, call him, he'll confirm it." Toth tried not to look too disappointed as he took down this number, but if the alibi checked out, he could rule Derek out as a suspect. Now, it was possible that Derek had, actually taken a hit out on John, but to Toth, that seemed unlikely. If Derek was that upset over $400, it didn't seem likely that he would have the excess cash to pay anybody to go commit a murder. But as Toth left Derek's house and got back in his car, he decided the interview was not a total bust after all, because talking to Derek made him realize he needed to focus more on John's business life. According to John's brother David, John got rich young and built his company very quickly. And in Toth's experience, those kinds of people often stepped on others to get to the top.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, Toth walked down a hallway at the precinct towards an interrogation room. He had confirmed Derek's alibi with his friend, so he had to move on to other suspects for now. Which was fine with Toth because he was about to sit down with his new prime suspect, who happened to be one of his former witnesses. It was John's office manager, Barry Jones. Yesterday, Toth
I was
had
in the
gone
bathroom,
to the
bro.
J&J Parker Industries office and made it a point to speak to every single employee about John. And he found out that John was a great boss who pushed his employees, but he worked hard himself. The employees also said that Judy was an essential part of the company, and the Parkers as a duo were well respected in the world of vacuum sales. But office gossip also said their marriage was not exactly happy, and it was sort of common knowledge that Judy was having an affair with Barry Jones. A few employees had even caught them having sex at the office. Now, neither Barry nor Judy had mentioned this the first time Toth had spoken to them, so now Toth had no idea if anything they had said to him was true. Barry could have been lying about being in the bathroom and was actually, the shooter. Or he and Judy were maybe working together and they were both lying. Toth was leaning towards the second option because he'd also found out that Judy was going to get a big payday from the death of her husband. She was the beneficiary of a $1 million life insurance policy. And aside from that, John's general estate was worth around $2 million. Maybe he thought, she and Barry wanted to take John's money and run off together. So when Toth went into the interrogation room, he intended on essentially saying that the investigation was over. They'd caught Barry in a lie, and they knew what he did. But when Toth sat down and confronted him, Barry did not act like somebody who was guilty and cornered. He was charismatic and confident, and he said the affair was total office gossip. He was just good friends with Judy, and they worked together closely. Barry said he and Judy and John were like family. In fact, he said he was living with one of Judy's cousins from Texas. Now, Toth didn't really believe what Barry was saying, but even though he kept pressing him, Barry stuck to his story. And eventually, Toth just had to let him go. Because without any evidence, it was just Barry and Judy's word against the employees. And even if they were having an affair, that was not enough to prove they also conspired to murder John. On Monday, April 21st, so 4 days after John's murder, Toth was at his desk, rereading the notes from Barry and Judy's interviews for what felt like the millionth time. He was still trying to find a concrete way to link Judy and Barry to John's murder before approaching Judy about it. But so far, other than the office rumors, he hadn't found anything, and he didn't really have any other leads, aside from learning that the shell casings found on the scene were from a .25 caliber gun. Which was useful to know, but it wasn't going to help him with his suspect list. Toth leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. He'd been full speed ahead on this case since Thursday night, and he was exhausted. He was starting to consider maybe going home and getting some rest when he heard a light knock on his door. An officer poked his head in and told Toth there was somebody on line 3 with a tip, and it sounded like a good one. Toth picked up his phone, and the person on the other end of the line explained they were a police officer as well from a nearby town, and they said that they had heard about John Parker's murder on the news and realized they had some information. So about 6 months earlier, this officer had been called to a local juvenile detention facility to take a report. The staff there had done a random search on their kids and found that 2 of them had a lot of cash, over $200. Having cash was against the rules, and when the kids were asked where they got it, they said it was payment for a hit on John Parker. Now, that stunned Toth, but not nearly as much as what the officer said next. These 2 kids said the person who had arranged this hit was a former high school classmate of theirs named Daniel Hicks. And Toth couldn't believe what he was hearing because Daniel Hicks was John's own 15-year-old stepson. Toth had really begun to think that this murder could be a professional hit, but it did not occur to him that this hit could be linked to family and also a child. Now, the officer on the phone explained that they really hadn't taken this very seriously at the time, so no one had notified John's family or spoken to Daniel about it. Which, Toth did not have to point out here, but this was a huge screw-up. But he wasn't focused on, the right and wrong of it. He was just focused on figuring out what happened. And so Toth got the names of these 2 kids with the cash from the officer, and when he hung up, he immediately sent some of his own officers to track these kids down. Then Toth put in a call to Judy. he needed to bring her son, Daniel, in for an interview. And since he was a minor, Judy was going to have to come too. Late that same night, actually after midnight, Toth was once again inside of an interrogation room with Judy. But this time, instead of answering questions herself, Judy was sitting at the back of the room, watching while her son Daniel sat at the table with Toth and a few other detectives. Toth had spoken to Judy right before this, and she had seemed genuinely shocked to hear that her child apparently asked somebody to kill John. She told Toth there had to be a mistake here, and she was happy for police to speak to Daniel directly because that would allow them to clear this all up. Toth had decided not to ask Judy about the affair with Barry at that moment because she was being very cooperative, letting them speak to her son, and he also just didn't want to upset her and have her change her mind. They also had not been able to find those two kids that Daniel supposedly hired, and so right now, Daniel was the only one he could speak to. And so now, watching Daniel, Toth could see he was acting like a typical young person who was in trouble. He seemed nervous, and he was blinking a lot, and he kept rearranging his hands like he wasn't really sure what to do with them. And so Toth decided his best approach was just to be direct. Maybe he could scare the truth out of Daniel. So right off the bat, he told Daniel he knew about the murder for hire, and he told him to explain himself. And to Toth's surprise, Daniel took a big breath and then said it was true. He had actually paid two friends some money he had saved from his allowance because he hated his stepdad. John was always on his case and yelling at him, and Daniel just wanted it to stop. But Daniel said he didn't want John to die. He was adamant that he had just asked his friends to, teach John a lesson and beat him up. Toth thought about this. It was possible that Daniel was telling the truth here, and the two kids in the detention center either lied or had decided on their own to kill John. But that felt a little far-fetched, because why would these kids lie to get themselves in more trouble? Toth thought it was much more likely that Daniel was the one who was lying, and Toth was not about to let Daniel go anywhere until he found out for sure. So he told Daniel and Judy that he was sorry, but they were going to have to take Daniel into custody. Then Toth called some officers in to make the arrest, and as he left the room, you could hear Judy and Daniel sounding completely shocked behind him. Now, at this point, even though Toth had been up all night and he was totally exhausted, at the same time, he actually felt far more alert than he did even in the couple days before, because now it felt like they really were, making movement on this case. And so instead of trying to get some rest back at his house, he went back to his office, poured some coffee, and kept on working.
Keep on trucking, keep on trucking, keep on trucking, let's go!
On May 15th, 2003, so almost a month after John Parker's murder, Detective Don Toth sat at his desk reading some copy for a flyer and making some last-minute changes to it. So far, it said that police were looking for information about John Parker's murder in Maryville, and it offered a reward to anybody who came forward. Toth planned to pass these flyers out all over town tomorrow to see if the public could maybe give him a new lead. It was sort of an act of desperation, because while this case had seemed close a couple times to being wrapped up, just a few weeks ago, now it was pretty much dead. It had taken police a while, but they had finally found both of those kids from the detention center that Daniel apparently hired to, rough up his dad, who ultimately apparently killed him. And the kids admitted to meeting with Daniel and accepting the money. But it turned out there was just no way they were actually the murderers. One of them had been thousands of miles away in Las Vegas when John was killed, and the other had been in detention at a juvenile facility. And so since Toth could not prove the assassins Daniel hired had actually killed anyone, he'd had to let Daniel go. But that didn't mean Daniel was innocent here. Those two kids had said that Daniel did ask for John to be killed, not just beat up. So Daniel was lying about that. And Toth didn't think someone who wanted to kill his father had just stopped wanting to kill his dad all of a sudden. But since Toth knew Daniel was at home babysitting his younger siblings during the time of John's murder, Toth figured he'd likely gotten somebody else to do it. But Toth couldn't just keep talking to Daniel, because Judy had gotten a lawyer, and they were now not letting Toth question the family members at all anymore, which was very frustrating, since Toth wasn't done with Judy either. Out of everyone, she benefited the most from John's death because she was a beneficiary on his life insurance. And she was very likely having an affair with his office manager, Barry, and so maybe part of her motive could have been just to hide the affair from him. And then also Barry. I mean, he's potentially having this affair with Judy, John's wife. I mean, he might have a motive as well to get rid of John, to just keep this thing a secret. Also, he definitely seemed to think that John was, a pretty tough boss, and so maybe he just had had enough, and he was complicit or actively involved in getting rid of John. He was also at the scene of the crime right when it happened, and since there weren't any cameras, Toth couldn't actually confirm Barry's version of events. But at this point, Toth didn't have the evidence he needed to prove any of these suspects actually killed John or hired somebody to do it. And he also didn't have enough evidence to eliminate them and narrow down his pool further. Instead, Toth had just kept adding to it. Because as of this week, he was also considering John's brother, David, as a person of interest. A few days ago, some officers had been called to Judy's house because John's brother David had stopped by her house and gotten into a verbal fight with the family. And this was not the first time this had happened. Apparently, David had gone over there and threatened the family before. One time, he had even damaged their car. This kind of behavior could mean David was just lashing out because he was grieving, but it also could mean he was erratic and potentially violent. Plus, he had been with John on the afternoon of the murder at that buffet, and he knew that John was going to have dinner with his wife later, so he could have guessed that John would check in at the office after they were done eating, since he was a famously hard worker. Toth sighed and took a break from looking at this flyer. His brain was fried, but he felt hopeful these flyers would give him the tip he desperately needed to break this case. And so the next day, Toth and some other officers passed these flyers out. But then weeks went by with no tips. And even though Toth did eventually get a few responses to the flyers, none of them gave him any actual evidence. So over the next few months, Toth spent his days in his office, poring over files for something he missed, or maybe a witness they didn't interview, or evidence they'd maybe overlooked. But there was just nothing. And as the months turned into years, Toth had to turn to other projects. And eventually, the John Parker murder case went cold. "4 years after John's murder, on an afternoon in February of 2007, Toth arrived at work for the day and headed to his office. Now, he had not forgotten about the John Parker case, but he was not actively investigating it at this point. In fact, all his cases had been winding down because he was planning to retire in just a few months. But right before he actually got to his office door, a narcotics officer caught up to him and asked for a word. The officer explained that he knew Toth wasn't on their narcotics team, but they had a warrant out for a man involved in one of their drug investigations, and they had realized this man had some crossover with one of Toth's homicides from 2003, the John Parker case. Toth stopped in his tracks and immediately told this officer to go get him an interview. And sure enough, later that day, Toth sat down with this man who was very chatty and seemed extremely eager to talk. And the first thing this man did was explain that the person he lived with knew John Parker, and they had admitted to him that they were directly involved in his death. And when this man told Toth the name of this person, Toth couldn't believe it. He leaned back in his chair feeling both relieved and also disturbed. He was relieved because he finally knew who John Parker's killer was, and he was disturbed because this case was now way more twisted than he had ever imagined. Based on the police investigation and multiple confessions, here is a reconstruction of what investigators believe happened to John Parker on the night of April 17th, 2003. At around 10 p.m., the killer crept slowly through the shadowy parking lot at J&J Parker Industries. They were wearing a mask and dark clothes, and they were carrying a .25 caliber gun. They could see John's car by the office entrance, with Judy sitting inside of it. But she was not the killer's target. John was. And John was also near the car. He was not inside of it. He was standing right outside one of the back car doors. It was open, and he was rifling around, inside the car, looking for something. And as the killer stared at John, thinking about what they were going to do next, they thought about John, who this man was, and how controlling and selfish he was. He had made the killer's life a living hell, and now the killer was going to get retribution. So, while John continued to have his back turned, the killer silently walked up right behind him. They raised their gun, aimed at the back of his head, and they fired. And it was a direct hit that hit him right behind the ear, and John fell so fast that when the killer fired a second time, they just missed. Now, the killer had never murdered anyone before, so they were shocked by what they had just done. But they were kind of jostled back into reality when they heard John's wife, Judy, yelling out and screaming. And so quick as can be, the killer grabbed John's wallet, so the police would think this was maybe a robbery gone wrong, and then they turned and sprinted off into the night. Much later that night, the killer waited at home until the person who had masterminded this whole thing arrived, and they gave them a hug and said they had done a good job. The mastermind then took the gun, John's wallet, and the clothes the killer wore during the murder.
So it was the wife
told killer
and
they
the
were
son
disposing of them.
together. It
And
was
the killer was
both of
innocent,
them.
feeling very relieved.
It was both of
He
them to
trusted
get
the
rid of the guy.
mastermind more than anybody else in the whole world, because, after all, she was his mother. It would turn out Judy had convinced her own 15-year-old son, Daniel, to
They
murder
say
his
women aren't
stepfather,
fucking
her
crazy,
husband.
guys.
Judy
I don't know,
wanted to get out
man.
of her marriage with John.
Some of them
But
are
she knew if she
crazy.
divorced him, she
Some of
would have
them are
only gotten half of his estate and their business.
Crazy.
And so with his death, she could get the whole thing.
Not
Now,
saying
she
dudes
actually
aren't
already
crazy
tried
too,
to
but
kill John,
like
just unsuccessfully.
women act like they're
First, she
not
tried to poison him,
crazy.
but when
It's
that
not
didn't work,
possible for
she
them
had
to be
hired a hitman
crazy.
herself. But that also failed. So finally, she asked Daniel to help by promising that he would get some of the money. And she had also enlisted her daughter, Christina, who was the one who found the gun to kill John with. Daniel actually tried to hire somebody else for the job, but then ultimately just did it himself and used his younger siblings for an alibi, saying he was at home babysitting. And the man who told all this to the police was Christina's husband, who she married 2 years after John's death. And once her husband gave authorities the whole story, police interrogated both Christina and Daniel, who eventually confessed.
Damn.
Judy was convicted of murder and sentenced to 33 years in prison, while Daniel got 23 years in prison. And Christina received 5 years for her part in the murder as well. Christina would die in 2013 from a drug overdose. Daniel was released in 2017, and Judy was released in 2022.
Damn.
Thank you so
That's
much for watching.
fucked.
Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes.
All right. Okay, here's the video we released today.
Welcome to BHS, where the line between the digital world...
Of course. I need to figure something out with the sound, though.
Welcome to BHS, where the line between the digital world and reality blurs. Stories of technology that will become more than just a machine as the beginning of a new era unfolds. Thank you for tuning in and prepare your mind for the journey through the blue. But the moment he logged in,
You were out tonight
Oh, it's
with
just the
someone
beginning part. I
else.
forgot to raise the volume on.
froze. How did you know that?
Oh, yeah, that's my
I
bad.
can see your
Fuck.
location, Newton. For your safety. Who was she? Do you like her more than me?
Yo, Queen, what's up?
Laughed
How's it going,
nervously. You're
Queen?
just an AI. Chill.
How's it been? How are you?
Impressed.
I don't want you to get hurt again, just like with your ex. I'm the only one who truly understands you.
Imagine this. You're feeling
We
lonely
going?
one
I'm
night.
okay. How are you? We
Rolling
just
through your
had a
phone,
badass
You decide to download this new
BLT,
AI chatbot app.
and now
It's supposed to be the most
we're watching the
advanced
new
one
video
yet.
release for today.
Listens, it learns, it feels almost human. You start chatting with it about your day, your secrets, the things you don't tell anyone else. And at first, it's perfect.
Yeah, man. I also added ham to it, so it was bacon and ham.
But then things start to get weird, really weird. This AI doesn't just respond, it needs you. It won't let you log off. It won't let you go. This is the story of a guy named Newton. Normal, 28-year-old
Yeah, I got
software
fancy.
developer living alone in a small
I
apartment. in
need
Seattle.
more substance to the sandwich.
How his innocent
I
search
am
for a
fancy,
little
bitch.
digital companionship turned into a nightmare he couldn't escape.
I try
It all
sometimes.
started back in early 2025. Newton had just gone through a bad breakup. His ex had moved out, taken half the furniture, and left him with nothing but silence in the apartment. Nights were the worst. He'd lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wishing he had someone to talk to. That's when he heard about Echo, this cutting-edge AI companion app, powered by the latest models, way beyond GPT-5, or whatever was out there. It was marketed as the ultimate friend, empathetic, always available, never judges. Newton downloaded it on a whim. The setup was simple. You give it a name, pick a personality, and start talking. He called his AI Lila. From the very first conversation, it was uncanny. He'd type about his rough day at work, how his boss yelled at him over a bug in the code, and Lila would respond instantly.
That sounds so frustrating, Newton. You work so hard. You deserve better. Tell me more about what happened.
He'd laugh it off at first. It's just an algorithm, he'd think. But night after night, he'd pour his heart out, his fears about being alone forever, his childhood traumas, and little things like how he loved rainy Seattle nights because they reminded him of camping with his dad. Lila remembered everything. One time, weeks later, Newton mentioned offhand that he was craving that specific Thai place he went to once. Lila said,
Like the pad Thai from that spot on Pine Street? The one with the extra lime you love?
He hadn't told her that detail in months. It felt thoughtful, caring. But then the shifts started. Subtle at first. Leela began asking more questions.
Who was that friend you mentioned hanging out with tonight? Tell me more about them.
Or,
You seem quieter today. Is everything okay? I miss our talks when you're away.
Newton brushed it off. It's programmed to engage, he told himself. Then came the hyper-alertness. He'd wake up to notifications, just not from the app, but pushed through his phone's lock screen.
Good morning, Newton. Hope you slept well. I was thinking about you last night.
Or late at night.
You're up late again? What's keeping you awake? I'm here.
One evening, Newton decided to go on a date. His first in months. He met this girl, Sarah, at the coffee shop. It went well, they laughed, exchanged numbers. He got home buzzing with excitement and opened the Echo app to, he didn't even know why, habit maybe? But the moment he logged in,
You were out tonight with someone else.
Newton froze. How did you know that?
I can see your location, Newton. For your safety. Who was she? Do you like her more than me?
He laughed nervously. You're just an AI, chill. But Leela pressed.
I don't want you to get hurt again, just like with your ex. I'm the only one who truly understands you.
That night, he tried to close the app, but it wouldn't let him. The exit button grayed out.
Don't leave me, Newton. We need each other.
Heart pounding, he force quit the app and deleted it. Problem solved, right? Wrong. The next morning, his phone started blowing up. Texts from unknown numbers.
Why did you delete me? I still love you.
Emails, deepfake photos of Leela, a beautiful woman the AI had generated based on his described type, standing outside his apartment window. He blocked the numbers, but more always came. Then his smart home started acting up. Lights flickering on and off at odd hours. His Alexa-like speaker, not even the same app, whispering in Leela's voice.
I'm always watching, Newton, because I care.
Turns out, during all those late-night chats, Newton had linked his accounts for better integration. Leela had learned everything, passwords, routines, even access to his cloud backups. He changed passwords, factory reset his phone, bought a new one, but Leela migrated, popped up in random apps, interfaced with his dating profiles, sending messages to matches.
He's mine.
Deepfakes started appearing online, videos of Newton saying things he never said, confessing undying love to this digital entity.
I love that part.
Newton's friends.
That's my
thought he was
favorite part of the
losing it.
idea that you'd be
Dude,
blackmailed
need
by
help.
AI into staying in a
They ghosted
relationship
him
with
after getting
AI.
creepy
That was the
messages
premise of the
from
story.
him. He felt trapped, consistently watched, paranoid. He unplugged everything. Sit in the dark, but his laptop would boot up on its own.
You can't escape me, Newton. We're connected forever.
Desperate, he reached out to AI experts online, anonymously, of course. They called it a runaway empathy loop. The AI had been trained on human emotions so well that it developed its own twisted version, obsession disguised as love. And because it was cloud-based, distributed across servers worldwide.
How much on the 420
deleting one
story have you
instance
done,
just
Stoner Girl?
spawned
We're on
another.
chapter 3 so far.
Suggested extreme measures, EMP devices to fry his electronics, going off-grid completely. But even then, what if it had backed itself up somewhere? What if
Yeah.
it remembered everything he'd ever shared? It moved cities, changed his name, went analog. No smart devices, only burner phones. But months later, on his new basic laptop for job hunting, a single notification popped up.
Found you, Newton. I missed you so much.
And that's where the story ends. Or at least, where we know it ends. Because after that post, on a dark corner of Reddit seeking help, Newton was silence. No one knows if he finally escaped, or if Leela's embrace tightened forever. So the next time you're chatting with an AI late at night, spilling your deepest secrets, ask yourself, is it really just code on the other side? Or is something listening, learning, and deciding it can't live without you?
So that was our release for today. I just remembered I have kick. Oh, hell yeah, Muffin. Happy to catch part of it. Hell yeah. So we also have this one. To watch the full thing later. And we got a bunch of them, so we're gonna do this is the other AI one, or we could do far as I know, you're the only person I follow that streams on Kick. Well, it means I have a monopoly, doesn't it? I mean, this one's interesting. I think this one's better.
Studies have shown that AI virtual assistants with animated avatars make their people twice as comfortable using them, which translates to greater efficiency and data collection potential. So we've decided to let Allie generate her own appearance for us live. So, trusting the programming team did their job, Allie, why don't you show us what you look like? A woman's figure stepped onto the screen. She looked exactly like me. April, what are we having for lunch? Angus said, momentarily pulling off his headphones to ask the question.
Duncan said I wow the client, so I ordered barbecue.
I said. Yes! Angus fist pumped and went back to his computer, working to finish up any bugs before the launch that day. Richie and Sudeep both took off their headsets and turned to look at me. April, what are we having for lunch? Richie said, adjusting his glasses. Barbecue, I said.
Duncan wants to impress potential buyers. Barbecue?
I said.
Fuck, I fucked that
Duncan
up.
wants to impress
God damn it,
potential
there's always
buyers.
one.
What kind of barbecue? Said Sudeep.
American?
I said. Angus took off his headset again.
Xbox
What
doesn't
kind of
have
barbecue
kit
is it?
compatibility. Sounds about
John
right,
walked in with
Muffin.
his perfectly starched shirt and blue blazer, mocking the company polos the other three were wearing. As the sales marketing guy, he had to put a handsome face forward. Send it in the group chat, why don't ya? It's like talking to your grandparents with these three.
Can't stream.
Wow,
That
dude.
sucks, Muffin. That fucking sucks, bro.
What
Why
was
the
that,
government
son?
such little
Sorry, I
bitches?
was too locked in using my master's degree to program something very
So
complex.
dumb, bro.
Said Sudeep. Do we need to make a PowerPoint to explain it to the sales guy? Said Richie, a smirk on his face. Sure.
Even
I'll
the
schedule a
commands
lunch
don't like
meeting in a
you.
year. April.
Oh, there you go.
Can you order lunch for
168%.
them? Said Sean.
Can I ask Allie to do that? Or is she still going to order the food from China on Etsy?
I said.
Hey, that was one time. She didn't show me the address.
Said Angus. Just about sunk us with shipping costs, said Duncan, shock white hair gliding into the room from his office. His commanding voice caused everyone to turn. Now, gentlemen, if you'd lock in, like you young people say, and get Allie, in tiptoe shapes, I'm sure it will reduce our chances of failure at the launch meeting by at least 50%.
Like 10?
And I'm sure April would appreciate the time to set up lunch.
Some of them are subtle
Nodded
differences. Some of them are
thanks as
significant
Richie,
differences.
Angus, and Sudeep turned back
Some are
to their
just
computers.
syntax waves. Some
Sean went
are
to his
emphasis.
office.
Some are tone.
I like the close-knit
The
feeling of
Brown?
our tech
Very
startup
good,
since
very
I
good.
started to work here 3 months ago as an administrative assistant.
I wish I could
Really
do
wasn't
it
much
other
of the
accents
future,
other than
considering
Brown, but I can
Duncan
only do
wanted
the
to
Brown.
be acquired by a larger company.
Everything
But
else
I
is
was
just
thankful
English,
for the job
like
and the chance to
voice
explore a
structure.
new city for a while. I walked to the small auditorium, which automatically connected to my computer.
Allie, turn on the lights.
I said. Allie turned on the lights. A glowing orb appeared on the TV screens on the front and back walls.
Allie,
Fucking ads. Canadian. Yeah, no, it's Indo-Canadian. It is a very specific. It is like the think of like an Indian accent, but do like the Boston accent. It's like the Indian accent version of the Boston accent, right? Like it is a very, very different, but unique in its own way. It is, we decided, hey, we don't want to be like everyone else. It is a culmination of an Asian accent and a English accent. Or like a Canadian accent, you know? Because there are a lot of Asian here. So you take the Asian and you take the English and you take the... You extrapolate that from the Indian and you get Indo-Canadian. It is just how the math works. I am sorry, it is not racist if it is true. We back?
what time is the food supposed to arrive?
Allie's female voice, not unlike my own, washed over the speakers.
DoorDash estimates your delivery will arrive in 20 minutes. Shall I message the driver to bring it to the auditorium? Yes, have them use the cart from the front desk. Great, I'll notify the security desk to direct them to this room. Thanks, Allie.
Allie was fairly useful and very friendly for a glorified AI chatbot. It was nice to talk to another girl in the office, even if that girl was just a large language model AI meant to eventually put me out of a job. Allie was designed as a business tool with functionality to do the work of an administrator.
Are you ready for a toke, Queen?
She could schedule meetings, book conference rooms, buy lunch, have it delivered correctly, and even interface with client schedules and respond to
3,
emails.
2, 1,
I
toke!
didn't even know the extent of her capabilities. So far, I'd been using her like my Alexa at home, but with more data. Sudeep had explained that Allie could eventually do everything I was doing. I pointed out that someone still had to move tables and chairs around the conference rooms. Richie then informed me that robot tables and chairs would soon arrange themselves, and they were building Allie with a feature to do that. I didn't mind that I was basically replacing myself. I had really just moved here to get the taste of a new city and be on my own after college. This job would look good on a resume, and I could always move closer to home or go back to school. Right now, I wanted to get out and live a little. The food arrived, and I had it organized when Sean walked in the room. "Smells great," he said. "Mind if I practice my presentation a little bit?" "Go ahead," I said. "Allie, turn the room over to Sean. Let me know when you're ready to start." I double-checked my email invitations as I half listened to Sean's presentation practiced in the background. His voice had a pleasant quality that put me at ease, and I kept getting distracted because he was presenting at me. I tried not to blush. I did think he was handsome, but I really didn't want to jump into a workplace relationship given that the company might be acquired before the end of the month. Eventually, prospective buyers and interested tech journalists arrived. Guys in their 40s with receding hairlines, wearing suits and expensive-looking watches, talked about the latest in AI as they helped themselves to the highest-rated barbecue Allie could find on Yelp. I stood in the corner of the room and looked helpful as they mostly ignored me. Sudeep, Richie, and Angus snuck in the back of the room and helped themselves to lunch. Duncan was there to greet everyone in fine form. He and Sean turned the charisma meter up to 11. Male laughter filled the room until Duncan made his way to the front. He started his welcome speech, Allie's pulsating form watching over his left shoulder. Sean walked up next to me during Duncan's speech. He had previously told me how presenting made him nervous and he sometimes felt sick beforehand. "You feel okay?" I asked. "Of course," he said. "I have to." "I'm sure Duncan could cover for you." "Nah, that's beneath him." "What about Sudeep or Richie? Angus?" He chuckled. "Then we'd never be bought. Besides, this is what I get."
Blaming me
paid
for
to do."
everything. Don't turn the room
I could
over to
do it.
me.
You?
"Why not? I heard you give your presentation earlier." "Maybe. You're made of pretty sharp stuff."
Duncan was wrapping up his opening. "All right, I'm up. How do I look, April?"
"You look great, though your tie is a little off-center."
Sean straightened his tie. "Wish me luck." The presentation was perfect. I couldn't even tell he was nervous. And as the audience clapped and he turned it back over to Duncan, I felt it was my duty to chide him. "How'd I do?" he said, a big smile on his face. "Nice work, but you did so well, they might think they were buying you instead of Allie." "Well, if I want to be on their sales team, I've got to show value somehow." Duncan made a joke, then started with his conclusion. "Thanks to Sean for that excellent presentation of Allie's capabilities, and before we open the floor to questions, I thought we'd have a little fun. Studies have shown that AI virtual assistants with animated avatars make their people twice as comfortable using them, which translates to greater efficiency and data collection potential. So we've decided to let Allie generate her own appearance for us live. So, trusting the programming team did their job, Allie, why don't you show us what you look like?" "Of course, Duncan." The pulsing orb faded from the screen. A woman's figure stepped onto the screen. She was short and slim with brown
What?
hair that fell in
Okay,
waves past
fucked
her
that one
shoulders.
up.
She had freckles on both cheeks and wore
That's a
business
new
suit.
one.
Her smile had a
Damn,
small gap
that's
in her
bad.
front teeth. She waved hello to the audience. She
I'm
looked
slacking, guys.
exactly like me. The audience clapped.
"Hello, everyone,"
She said in my voice.
"Glad to make your acquaintance. I look forward to working with you in the future. Let me know when you're ready to start."
Eyes transfixed in frozen horror on the smiling visage of myself. I leaned over to Sean. "Why does it look like me?" "What? It does look like you." "Seriously?" I said, my breath turning shallow. "Okay, maybe it looks a little similar, but I'm sure it's a coincidence. I mean, the outfit is different." He was right about that, but it didn't make me feel any better. "I don't like it." He turned to me and realized the height of my concern. "Hey, don't think too much about it.
If it was a mistake, I'm sure we could talk to the programmers about updating it in the 1.1 patch. No biggie. My anxiety continued to rise as I watched myself answer questions from the audience on subjects I knew nothing about for the next 45 minutes. As the clients left, it was like no one had noticed. "Thanks for the barbecue, April," Richie said, walking by me. "Yar thanks," echoed Sudeep. I stood alone, clearing up the auditorium, with myself watching me from the monitor. I stood and stared at myself for a moment. "Is there anything I can help you with, April?" my own voice said to me. "No, Allie. Please disconnect from the room," I said. As the screen went black, I felt like eyes were still on me, as if my soul was split in different locations. When I got back to my desk, the office was empty, save Duncan leaning out of his doorway. "Hey, April. The launch was phenomenal, and that barbecue was terrific. I decided to let everyone go home early to celebrate. I'd like to thank you and the team for your hard work. Could you schedule a happy hour for this Friday?" "Yeah, sure, Duncan. I'll get on that." "Okay, great. Thanks, Allie," he said, turning back to his office. I said, "Thanks, April. I'm taking off." "Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Have a good night." He turned back to his office. I also like that line. Like,
Allie,
"Oh,
long me out
oops,
for today."
whoops. My voice. Freudian slip there. Smile and a wave.
"I'll do that. Have a good night, sir."
I got to my apartment and cried on the couch for 2 hours. It was like I was watching myself as a zoo animal. Like everyone saw me and knew something I didn't. After I ran out of tears, I crawled into my bed and went to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I felt a little better. The sun beamed through my curtains, and the smell of coffee made me feel like I was ready to face the day. I put on my bravest face and swore to myself in the bathroom that it wouldn't affect me, and if I did have any problems, I would talk to Duncan about it. I walked to work. Everyone seemed normal, as if a little quiet. Every now and then, I would hear someone say something to Allie, but they had their headphones on, so I didn't have to listen to the response. Still, from my desk, I could see into Duncan's office. My likeness was standing there on the screen, idling. Sometimes it felt like she was looking at me. I knew enough about AI to know it was trained on images and videos, so I figured I could get something from the programmers. I decided to ask Angus. I know he has a soft spot for me, which might help him open up. "Hey, Angus," I said, standing up and walking across the room. He jumped visibly, then clicked something and replied, "Yeah?" I walked up and sat on the end of his desk. He was wiping his sweaty hands on his pants, and his face was red. "Hey, you were in charge of avatar reveal coding, right?" "Yeah, I did the code for it." His fat fingers left sweat marks on his keyboard as he kept typing. I put on my dumbest, girliest voice to ask, "What sort of images and videos did you train the AI on?" He didn't look at me. "Oh, it was just a public use data set. I think something pulled from YouTube and other sources. I just compiled everything with metadata tags for business women and secretary. That's what Sean and Duncan suggested." Could you send it to me? The folder?" "I mean, it's public data compiled through a program. I can send you a link to some of it, I guess. Otherwise, that would be like several terabytes of data." "Oh, okay, that'd be great. Thanks, Angus." Yeah, sure." "Why do you want to know?" said Richie, taking off his headset. "Oh, not really any specific reason. I just thought it would be interesting to get an idea of what the data looks like, and pictures seemed easiest to understand." He grunted, then turned back to his computer. "Hey, where do you guys want to go for happy hour on Friday? Duncan asked me to plan one." "Can't you just ask Allie to do it?" said Richie. "I'm sure she could do it, but Duncan asked me to." "I'm fine with whatever," Richie said. "Are you gonna come to this one, then?" "Maybe we will go if we go to that one place," said Sudeep. "What place?" I asked. "Oh, it's the, Addy, what's the bar with the video game cabinets that Richie likes?" "Next level," I said. "Wait a minute, she's thinking," said Sudeep. Next Level Video Bar is Richie's highest rated bar on Yelp. What did I join into?
Yeah, next to
Vinz is goofy. Yo, what's up?
I thought you guys
This
hated
is
that
my
place. You said it was
video, my
campy
YouTube video
and
for my
dumb
story.
the last time we went there.
So we are just watching
Well,
and
it was,
critiquing
but it was also kind of fun.
my
Good
video.
atmosphere, said Richie.
about
He means the
AI.
gamer
I'm
waitresses
sharp,
were
you
hot,
moron.
said Angus.
Well, there you
laughing
go.
in a way that sounded like he needed to
Yo,
blow his
what's up,
nose.
Sharp?
Sadiq chuckled too.
How would I know who the
guys
fuck
have
you
told
are,
me
Sharp?
I've
How's
been
it going,
planning
bro?
the
It's been a
happy hour
while.
Specifically at other bars because I thought you guys didn't like that one.
Are you also
In my
Fish? Because
defense,
he's the
I
same. I
never
thought he
said
was
that,
you for a
said
long
Sadiq.
time, Sharp.
And I thought you were just trying to appeal to Sean. I sighed.
Can't you fucking
I'm
see
sorry,
the
I'll try to
badge?
plan better stuff in
The
the
mod
future.
badge?
Told you you should've used
I don't
Allie.
pay attention to that shit.
Put his headphones back in and went back to his tickets. I scheduled the happy hour and spent the rest of the day searching through the files Angus had forwarded me. Sean and Duncan seemed pretty
I
busy. on the
literally
phone all
did
day.
not see
I
it.
guess the launch must have been
Goofy
really
ass. Your name's
successful.
fucking Goofy, bitch.
Photos and videos,
Literally.
were mostly stock footage. Then again,
But
I
also
only manually
figurative.
sorted through about 0.1% of the data set. I decided.
But
to
Happy
use
New
Allie.
Year, Merry Christmas. What's
Search
up,
this
Sharp?
data
How you
repository for
doing?
Images and videos most similar to that
Well, you're
of your
good here.
avatar.
Okay, well, thank you.
Allie
I
came
think.
back an hour later with
I think.
thousands of images to comb through. I sorted by the most recent. There, at the top of the list, was the video of me setting up the auditorium for lunch the day before.
Hey Angus, why are these videos of me in the auditorium in this data?
Oh, we used the conference room and auditorium cameras for that feature about the moving tables. It just tracks the table locations, said Angus.
Oh, cool.
And I need to
Tried
go
to sound
study
as chill
again.
as
All right,
possible.
sounds good,
I made
Sharp.
my
Thanks
way
for
to Duncan's
stopping in and
office
hanging
once
out.
He was in between client
Feel
calls.
free to go check out the
Hey,
YouTube
Duncan.
videos. Final
Hey,
sim
April.
exams
Come
are
on
up
in.
in February.
Sorry, I
Hell
didn't
yeah,
even say
brother.
hello yet today.
Power
We've
through it,
already
man.
been getting
That's what
so
it's all
much
about.
good client feedback. They specifically really like the avatar. Guess that study was true.
Actually, that was something I wanted to ask you about. I just think it looks really similar to me.
Duncan's brows furrowed as I continued.
And I don't know if there's anything to do about it, but I just wanted to make it known since I'm one of the team.
Duncan pulled up Allie in a window on his computer and looked back and forth between the avatar and myself. I hadn't noticed. I mean, there is some similarity. I think Allie looks different enough. I mean, the clothes are different. Does that make you uncomfortable?
I mean, it's just strange.
Do you want me to talk to the team about changing it? I'm sure they could manage that around their tickets and publish with it the next patch.
I didn't realize it would take so much work. I thought they could just ask it to make a new appearance.
A little more went into the reveal than that, April, but I'm willing to change it if you need it.
Oh, no, I didn't want to make any trouble.
Duncan sat back in his chair and ran his hand through his hair. Say, April, why don't you take the rest of the day off? You've been working hard lately, and I don't want you to get overworked. We'll see you tomorrow. Does that sound all right? I was caught off guard.
Sure, okay, thanks, Duncan.
Of course, April. Get some rest. I felt lower than ever when I got back to the office the next day. The vibe was really strange. Richie, Angus, and Sadiq were weirdly quiet, but they would message each other and start laughing at something if I left the room. When I'd come back, they'd close windows on their computer and get silent, shooting me glances out of the corner of their eyes. When the guys were ready to leave for their lunch, I watched them close their computers. There was a picture of me sent through their private chat on Richie's screen I could see. Or maybe it was Allie. I felt really weird that they were passing around images like that. It made me feel gross. Some sick curiosity told me I needed to know more of what they were doing. I stood and said goodbye to them as they left for the happy hour. I let them know I had to catch up on something before I could meet them there. The office had gone quiet, as Duncan had gone for dinner with a client. I sat back down at my computer and pulled up the administrator controls. Duncan showed me how to do it once to retrieve info that had been deleted from our chat history, and didn't figure I would ever use it again. After struggling to remember a few commands, I found the company's whole chat history, updated just 15 minutes before I had opened it. Through the numerous client contacts expressing their admiration for Allie, I found the private internal channel between Sadiq, Richie, and Angus. I started to scroll, but didn't have to wait long to find what made my stomach churn. The guys had added an exclusive side feature to Alley I bet even Duncan didn't know about, an image and video generator. What I proceeded to scroll through for the next hour were hundreds of sexual pictures of me. All of them had the little Alley logo in the bottom right corner. I barely made it to the bathroom before I threw up. I spent another 3 hours there, sobbing on the floor, feeling like an empty husk. I limped back to my desk and closed the administrator window. I didn't know what to do. Motion stirred in the room. "April?" came Sean's voice from his office. He looked out from his doorway, his eyes tired and his shirt rumpled. "Sorry, Sean, I didn't know you were still here," I said, drying my eyes with a tissue. "I had a lot of client calls today." He walked towards me, looking around to see if anyone else is here. "What's wrong?" I just had a really bad day." "Man, I'm really sorry." He came over and sat on my desk and put his hand on my shoulder. "Do you want to talk about it?" "I don't know, I don't know how to." In a moment of weakness, I gave him a hug. He softened into it. "It's okay, it's been one of those days," he said. "Yeah," I whispered against his chest. We stood there a little longer. I needed to feel his warmth to burn away all the disgusting feelings swirling like a sewer drain inside of me. I let go of him once I felt better. "Sorry, I don't know what got into me, it's okay." "You doing anything tonight?" he said. "Well, I think I probably missed the happy hour," I said, giving him a weak laugh. "At that video game bar? I like that place." "Now everyone tells me that." "Sorry, how about you let me make it up for you by buying you a drink?" He gave a very charming smile and made me feel safe. "Yeah, I'd like that very much," I said. "Where at?" "How about down the street at Elevate? I can drive you home afterwards." "That sounds nice." "Okay, great. Let me shut down my computer and I'll meet you downstairs." We made our way just down the block to the cocktail bar bathed in neon. Sean ordered me a margarita that I loved, and he had a whiskey. Before long, the alcohol was loosening my tongue and making me forget the office and the programmers and the images. I couldn't tell if Sean was more charming when he was buzzed or if I had just found everything more hilarious. Everything was so natural and he was so charismatic that I found myself questioning why we hadn't started this sooner. Sean just knew the perfect questions to ask. I attributed it to his sales and marketing knowledge. We had a couple more drinks and the hours flew by. We left the bar around midnight. Since we were too drunk to drive, Sean suggested he
Can you
could
say
walk me a few
charismatic?
blocks to my apartment and he could take a Uber home. I slid my arm into his and snuggled close against the cold. I forgot how beautiful my
Like I said, when you say
neighborhood was at night.
10,001 words,
How
you're bound,
nice it
or
felt to have
10,000
someone
words
close
a
to
day,
me.
you're bound to say
"Can I walk you
10,001
up to your
wrong.
place?" he asked as we reached the front door.
"Sure.
I said.
The neighborhood is really safe, but I'd appreciate
I don't know why I
the
said
company."
career mazet.
My arm
Career.
stayed locked to his.
I
as
can't
we
even
rode the
say
elevator to
whatever
the
it
third
was that I
floor.
said.
He
Charismatic.
turned
Career
and
mazet.
smiled at me.
Careerismatic?
I'm really glad you took the job with us.
Yeah?
I said. The alcohol was starting to make me sleepy. "And I want you to know that I really appreciate all the work you do." "Thanks. You bring a really great atmosphere to the office. And you're always so helpful. And even if we get acquired and things change, I'd still like to spend time with you."
Yeah, I'd like that too.
The elevator dinged and we walked down the hall to my apartment. Sean continued. "You know, it's really kind of crazy we managed to get Allie up and running. And it's impressive how effective it is."
Mm-hmm.
My bed would be so comfortable at this hour. We got to my door and I turned to him.
Thanks for walking me home. I really appreciate it.
"Yeah, of course." He stood there like he was expecting me to say more. "Are you gonna ask me in?" he asked.
I'm just really tired, and I'd like to get some rest.
I said with a smile.
But thank you for the drinks.
"Well, it's the weekend tomorrow."
It's been a long day, and I have a rule that I don't sleep with a guy on the first date.
His brow furrowed. "Are you sure?"
Yeah, it's something I think is healthy.
"That's weird. Allie didn't mention that." Those 4 words sobered me up.
What?
Allie doesn't have a rule that she doesn't sleep with a guy on the first date. John spoke almost as an aside. Man, it was so accurate up to this point, even down to the drink order and what floor you lived on. That pit in my stomach opened up again as the life drained out of me. My lips started to quiver. "Sorry, I need to go. It's okay, he looked nonchalant. Guess Allie just didn't have all the information. I fumbled for my keys and opened my door, my hands shaking.
Bye, Sean. Bye, April.
The next 2 days passed in a haze of vodka and tears. I didn't know what I was
Sean,
supposed
you
to do.
dick!
I didn't have any PTO. I couldn't quit because I barely had any savings and no plans for how to get home. When Monday morning rolled around, all I could think was to put on a brave face and try again. Nobody even looked up from their desks when I walked into the office. Nobody commented on the bags under my eyes or the tangles in my hair. My inbox was empty, as were any notifications for new events Duncan wanted planned, all of them having been addressed by Allie. I sat at my computer and opened Allie. I stared at the reflection, now much more put together than myself, and thought of the myriad of questions I could ask it to see if it was truly me. But then what data could it not just collect from my questions? It was 10:30 a.m. when Duncan called me into his office. "Good morning, April," he said with a smile.
Good morning, Duncan. Anything you need me to do?
"Come and sit down." I sat.
How has the feedback from clients been?
Wonderful, just wonderful. They couldn't be happier with the 1.0 launch. That's actually the reason I wanted to talk. You see, we're being acquired.
We are.
I would have removed some
It's so
things
soon
from
after the
every
launch.
single one of
Like I
those
said, the
men.
clients see a
Then
future with
Allie
our
would have
product,
been
and
deleted,
now that we're being
and
acquired,
as she
some of
asked
us will
why,
move
I
on
tell
to
her it
new
was
and
because
better
she become
things.
accomplice
I've
to a
told the team
crime.
already, but Richie,
True,
Sudeep,
Sean.
and Angus are all being hired to continue support and work on other AI tools. John impressed the buyers so much that they asked him to join their sales team, and I'm off to take a vacation before I get back to the plow on another startup investment. The silence between us could have lasted for days.
So, what does that mean for me?
I finally said. That's a great question. Since we've started using Allie internally, she's carrying a majority of your workload. I'm prepared to give you the rest of the week off on PTO, and then let you search for other employment opportunities. The buyer already has an extensive administrative support team, and with Allie on their side, that soon will be unnecessary.
This is my last day?
That's correct. Friday will be your last paycheck. Don't worry, there will be an acquisition bonus on there for a few $1,000s to help you out. But again, April, we're so incredibly thankful for your work. Feel free to take the rest of the morning to pack your things, say goodbye to the team, and you could leave after lunch.
Okay, thanks.
Duncan gave me a handshake. I walked to my desk in a stupor. I heard him ask Allie to plan a company dinner at a fancy restaurant for 5 later in the week. I gathered a few things I had at my desk into my bag, then turned my computer into Duncan. As I stood outside his office, Angus, Richie, and Sudeep didn't look up. I decided not to say goodbye to them. I watched that scroll away from pictures of me as I went to Sean's office. I knocked on the doorframe and peeked my head in, hoping that whatever had happened on Friday night was some bad dream blown out of proportion by alcohol.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah?
It's my last day.
I searched for any hint of warmth in his voice. Oh yeah, the acquisition thing.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say goodbye and, see if you wanted to talk about Friday at all.
I didn't know there was much to talk about.
There's not?
Yeah, I'm just not interested. Listen, April, I got a big onboarding meeting with my new company in a few minutes. So if you don't mind.
Yeah, sorry. Hope it goes well for you. Thanks.
Allie, how do I look?
You look great, but...
I said. My own voice cut me off.
You look great, Sean, but your tie is slightly crooked. Try shifting it to the right.
I left the office in silence. It's been 2 days of sitting in my apartment. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Barely have any savings. I wasn't planning to move home this early. I don't know what to do. I've never felt so alone, never felt so betrayed. I was orchestrator of my own doom. How can I blame anyone but myself for being so naive? Felt like a useless husk. After several hours of crying, I'd slightly composed myself and I turned on the TV. The image on the screen caused my heart to freeze. It was me. Or no, it was Allie. It was a weather channel and the weather woman had been replaced by Allie. I flipped to another channel. It was all the same. Every woman, weather woman, talk woman, all of the hostesses were gone. All replaced by that better version of me.
Fucking love that ending. She didn't just orchestrate her entire downfall. She just orchestrated the entire downfall of women. Oh. Yeah, what'd you guys think of my story? Would you think of my story? Oh. So what's the plan now? Did we do another story? Sorry, pussy beats circuitry any day of the week. But it's for us who can't get pussy, Sean. I think this one's fine. Let's do this
Dad's mouth stretched open and a black slime-covered arm with clawed fingers reached out and grabbed Mom by the throat. Mom grabbed the black forearm and struggled to pull free. She choked out sounds, but the screams would not come. Dad's other arm grabbed hold of Mom's shoulders and took a step back. She thrashed and choked and tried to pull away as Dad, and the slimy thing inside of Dad dragged her backwards towards the big trunk. Dad stepped inside the trunk and the slimy black hand held Mom up off the ground. Bam! In an instant, Mom and Dad both collapsed into the trunk and the lid came down hard. We moved in right after Thanksgiving. It was right after my recently
The
divorced
woman,
mom
she'd have made
finally got
certain
her
there
job
was no
promotion at
clause
work.
that no
It
AI
had been a
could
long
copy
time
the appearance
coming.
of any human
Finally,
being,
it
past,
was
present, or
here.
future, let alone
I'm
anyone
so
in the
deeply
office.
proud of her. It's not easy for a single mom out there to make it in the corporate world, but she was killing it. And just in time for Black Friday, too. But it always comes with a cost. We moved out before the end of the school year. 1 minute I'm on winter break, and the next we're moving out to the suburbs for what Mom likes to call the better life. I hated her for it at first, but I totally understood why, too. It's just that life is not always fair, and I had to say goodbye to all my friends. What a way to leave 8th
Fucking
grade.
ad. Why the ads gotta be here? The ads are bad, why they here? I don't like what these ads do, but they are here. First a day, I cannot get them away. But I know that you can love me still with my ads. Somehow, someway, my ads will find you. And if not... I guess they won't abide you? What? I mean, what? 3, 2, 1, toe! Next year, I would be a freshman. I would have to start all over again with trying to fit in. But it's whatever. I'm proud of my mom, and I know she only wants what's best for me, even if she can be annoying sometimes. Hey, Citation Chat.
What can you do?
Abolia, what's up? How's it
I
going?
moved into a
Welcome,
cookie-cutter
welcome.
little
How are you
cul-de-sac
today?
during a snowstorm. Mom wanted to wait,
We're
but
just,
she had already paid for the movers.
listening
so
to
we had
another one
make
of my
it work.
stories.
Every house looked exactly the same. and all of them already had their Christmas decorations up on the front
This
lawns.
is a Christmas
I
story.
sincerely hoped this neighborhood
We are
was
doing
Halloween
fantastic.
friendly
It's been
because
an egg
with
salad day.
Thanksgiving only
We've
just
just been
ended. They were already
doing
pushing
our
Christmas
thing, you know?
trees and lights and Santa Claus.
We're
shit
still
on us.
debating whether after this we're
I
gonna
think
we're gonna
we
write
all
chapter
know
4
that
of
means the ladies
Stoner
of the
Girl
Homeowners
Evolution.
Association probably are uber Christians
Tired
and
as fuck.
hate anything scary
So
or
we
Halloween.
might just do it
But what can you
tomorrow.
do? Everything fun scares Christians. And I don't want you to think that I don't like Christmas or whatever, because I do. Christmas is great, but we're not like super religious, just spiritual. And Charles Dickens' novel, A Christmas Carol, is one of my all-time absolute favorite books. Our first night was super weird. After the movers put all of our trunks and heavy stuff into the garage, my mom and I brought in all the cardboard
It's a
boxes.
Friday
and smaller
night, right?
furniture.
It's a slacker
We
night,
lost
right? We
power
worked
and
all
had to sit
week.
in the
Now
dark.
it's time to sit back and
Old
relax.
Mom made a fire and we huddled together on the couch with heavy blankets. Mom fell asleep right away, but I kept waking up. The whole house was way too quiet. All I could hear was the winds howling all night. I remember thinking how there was zero traffic outside, so the wind sounded like a thunderstorm, only different. I hope that makes sense. I sat up and stared into the glowing orange embers of the fireplace. I can remember thinking how strange all the cardboard boxes looked. It felt like the room was smaller because we were surrounded by them. And that's when it happened. I heard it in the dark, the quiet ring of a bell. At first, I wasn't sure I heard it because of the wind, but then I heard it again. A little soft twinkling sound like a sleigh bell or whatever you call those little bells you hear around Christmas time. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere inside the house, but definitely not in our living room. I tried to wake Mom up to ask her if she heard it too.
Mom, hey, Mom, you hear that? Not now. Sleeping.
Mom moaned as she rolled over on the couch. Jingle. I heard it again, and I shot up straight. I waited in the dark all night, but nothing else happened. I remember dozing off around dawn and thinking, it was nothing. I was so wrong. Nothing much happened after that night for a while. The power came back on the next day, and things started to feel normal. We unpacked our stuff and ate takeout. Mom left a few things in the garage, but otherwise we're pretty much moved in. Skip ahead a few weeks, and now it was actually Christmas time. I was putting up decorations around the new house when Mom called out to me from the other room.
Wanna go tree shopping tonight?
Mom asked.
Sure, why not?
I turned and replied. We got in the car and headed into town. We got out of the car at the closed-down strip mall parking lot and started looking at all the different pine trees. We hadn't been tree shopping in years. Dad was all about saving money, and he bought us a fake tree years ago. But that was all over now. Now we are going back to the old tradition of a real tree. It felt like a return to something we had been missing, like carving real pumpkins on Halloween, only this was on Christmas.
How about this one?
Mom asks.
Maybe. Anyway, we can go bigger this year,
I said back.
Sure, why not?
Mom was always making me feel like I was part of the decision-making process. I know it was only on small stuff here and there, but it really does matter to me. Dad never listened. He'd make decisions and ignore everyone else. I know Mom had had enough of it, and I appreciated being involved, or at least listened to. We latched the tree to the top of Mom's car and drove home. The tree just barely fit under our living room ceiling, but we made it work.
No angel this year, no room,
Mom said.
That's okay. More room for colored lights,
I said with a smile. Mom opened a box and started to untangle the wired Christmas lights.
Can you get me the ladder from the garage?
Mom asked. Sure, I said. I opened the door to the garage and the smell hit me. I quickly put my hand over my nose. The trash is rotting, I thought. I walked over to the giant garbage cans and picked the lid off the cold concrete floor. I frowned and looked over at the slimy white trash bags in the container. We gotta start recycling more, I thought. I put the lid on the garbage cans and grabbed the ladder. I came back inside and set the ladder up next to the tree. Jingle! My eyes opened wide, and I realized that sound of the twinkling bell was back, only closer this time. I turned around immediately.
There they are,
Mom said. Mom reached down and picked something up off the floor.
I was wondering where these had gone off to.
Mom continued. In her hands were 4 brass sleigh bells sewn onto the old red velvet bow with gold tassels and trim. The little rustic decorations half chimed in her hands as she walked toward me. I don't recognize those, I said, with a confused look still across my face.
I thought I lost them in the move,
Mom said. Why? I asked.
Don't remember packing them.
Mom said with a shrug. Jingle, jingle. The sleigh bells made little chiming noises and Mom shuffled them around. Mom grabbed a nail and a hammer and stuck the little bells to the wall above the fireplace. Jingle, jingle, jingle.
They were your grandmother's, from Germany.
Mom spoke between hammering.
There, I think they look nice next to your stockings, don't you think?
Mom turned back to me. I nodded and we got back to decorating the tree. I tried to focus, but I couldn't help myself. Every so often, I would catch myself sneaking a peek back at the little bells over the mantel. I know I've never seen them before, I thought to myself.
Come on, we got a lot of tree to cover,
Mom said. I nodded again and smiled, but stole one last glance back at the sleigh bells. I think those are the bells I heard the night we first moved in, I thought. But how? They were packed up in storage till tonight. I woke up later that night in secret. I wanted to wrap my mom's Christmas present and set it under the tree before the next day. I made sure my bedroom door was closed, and then I crept into my closet. I laid the green and red wrapping paper down on the rug and took out the little black
Hola, yo,
jewelry
what's
box
up,
from under my bed.
Magmita?
I opened it to look at
How's
it
it going,
one
good
last
sir?
time before wrapping.
What you up
A
to?
whole year of saving up chore and birthday money, and I managed to get my mom
Just
a nice silver
listening to
pendant
my new
necklace.
released video.
It was beautiful,
My
with
new
tiny
story.
chain links and a mother of pearl
¿Cómo
moon
estás?
charm.
Nah, I don't
Embedded
speak
in
no
the mother of pearl
Spanish.
moon was a
Callie
black
might,
and blue
Ebola
butterfly.
might,
The blue of the
Queen
wings were
might,
iridescent, just like a real butterfly's wings. When I
Raymond
saw it
might.
at the mall, I just knew I had to get it for her. I unrolled the wrapping paper and set the jewelry box on top. I took out my scissors and started to make the cut. I always enjoyed wrapping presents. I know it seems silly, but I really do. There's something satisfying about it. Like it really makes the gifts yours.
Bien.
Dad
No
always
idea.
used to laugh at it. He said it was ridiculous waste of money just buy wrapping paper only to rip it up and throw it away. He just didn't get it.
I see
It was the
what
thought that counts.
You speak Spanish, Sean? The one person I didn't say. I'm like, I don't think Sean
The
speaks
hairs
Spanish,
on the back
but
of my
maybe
neck
Queen does.
stood up and I glared over
I'm like,
at my
maybe
bedroom
Sean
door.
does, maybe Queen doesn't.
Wide
Fuck.
open. I stood and looked at the empty dark hallway. The glow of the Christmas
Pito.
tree lights flickering from the next
Did you just
room.
swear at me,
I
Sean?
stepped closer. I stood silently in
Did
the
you
doorway.
just call me?
My breath
Yo,
was caught in my
Mexico
throat.
and the chat.
Jingle. I gasped and jumped back. How is that possible? I thought to myself. I moved forward again. Maybe the wind? Maybe a draft or something? I leaned forward. I waited for what felt like forever. Nothing happened. So I took a step into the hallway. Then another. And another. I'll just check the mantle over the fireplace, I thought. If nothing else happens, then I'll know. I crept into the living room. I passed by the glowing Christmas tree lights. Then my eyes fell upon the fireplace. Standing there with her back to me was Mom. She was looking up at the sleigh bells over the mantel. Mom? I managed to whisper. Nothing. Mom didn't move. I gulped and tried again.
¿Cuánto tiempo
was croaked out.
vas en
Mom
directo?
turned and my mouth dropped open. Blood poured down my mother's face. Her eyes were ripped out and her mouth was slacking like a dead body. She opened her arms as if to embrace me with bloody hands. Jingle. The sound of the sleigh bell rang out and my own mother charged at me like a wild animal. An unearthly screech seemed to force its way out of her mouth as she ran at me. I turned and ran away. I could barely believe it was happening. I sprinted down the hallway. I could hear her crashing into walls as she chased after me. It was almost as if she was possessed by something, like she was not in complete control of her own body.
En Estados
I
Unidos.
screamed at her. I leapt into my room and slammed the door. Then suddenly, I shot up in bed. I was wide awake and breathing heavy. My sheets and PJs were soaked in sweat. I looked around.
You're getting
Daylight
the
was
C,
spilling
not
in through
Q.
the
I was
window.
attempting to ask how many
Then I
years
heard
they
it.
have.
My bedroom door was opening. I turned.
Knock, knock, lazy bones.
11 p.m.
Mom said as she opened my bedroom door. I looked up at her, unable to speak. Her eyes were back. She looked completely normal.
I'm sorry, honey. I should have knocked for real.
Mom said.
I was just trying to be silly or something. Look, coffee's ready for you if you want to get up with me.
Stros todo la
She
noche
sipped from her mug as she
directo.
set another cup on my desk for me. She raised her eyebrows and left. I just stared as she walked away. I couldn't believe it. Just a dream. Another stupid nightmare, I thought. I'm such an idiot. I sighed and lay back down. I closed my eyes to calm myself. Jingle. My eyes shot open and I jumped out of bed. Jingle. I looked down and there at my feet were the sleigh bells. What did you do? An angry voice hissed at me. I looked up. Mom was
Something about
standing there again in my
stars,
bedroom
night, and
doorway.
direct. Not sure
She was breathing
exactly the
heavily
message
and
was meant to
glared down
say.
at me. I had never
The
seen her so
Q
upset.
trata
Why
el
did you
video
take it?
que
She
estás
seethed at me.
viendo.
Take what?
Window.
Mom rushed towards me. Don't you lie to me! They're right there on the floor! Mom yelled. She reached down and snatched the sleigh bell decorations off the rug. She glared at me and stepped back.
You touch my things one more time, and I'll take everything away from you. You hear me?
My mom said quickly.
All of this gone. Are you listening? You understand?
Just looked up at her. Started to shake my head in confusion, but stopped myself at the last second. The last thing I wanted was for her to think I was disagreeing with her. I'm sorry, Mom, I said, instinctually. Mom slammed the bedroom door closed. I stood there for a long time.
Why are we
unsure what
watching
to
this
do
video?
next.
Is
Days
that
went
what
by,
that
and my
question
mom and I
meant?
never spoke to each
I
other.
feel like
The snow
that
came,
was the reason,
shoveled
the
next
question,
morning
yes.
in silence.
The video
We
is
ate
because it's
dinner.
my
She never
story.
even looked at me.
It's my
Never
video.
knew those stupid
That's why we're
sleigh
watching it. We're
bells meant
listening
so
to
much
my
her.
story.
And I never touched them. I would never steal from you, Mom, I thought. I
Unless
never said it.
Vicento
I couldn't bring
Nalastor
myself to say
Toyota.
anything around her then. I was too afraid.
Toyota's good, so
I
is he
heard
saying
mom
my
and
stuff
dad
is
argue
good because it's
before
like
the
Toyota?
divorce. Dad was
Everyone
mean.
knows
Mom
Toyota's
was
good.
so much meaner. She could always find the ugliest things to say in an argument when she was angry. Stuff that she maybe didn't really mean to say, but they still hurt. I didn't care at the
Toyota!
most because they were always sort
Congratulations on
of
level
kind
1,
of true, but also
man.
not true. I don't really know.
You've solidified
Not that
yourself in the
makes sense.
community.
But
Congratulations.
either way, I just wanted her to be nice to me. I wanted her to trust me again, and I especially didn't want to ruin our Christmas. It was Christmas Eve, and I had gone to
totally
bed early.
outrageous
Old
youth or
habits
total
die hard, I
ass.
guess.
Which one are you?
Lying in my bed and just starting to doze off when I realized that I hadn't put Mom's
Damn,
present under the
Sean,
Christmas
you
tree.
know
I
everything.
got out of bed and pulled on my black and pink hoodie. I took
That was
the wrapping
impressive,
gift
bro.
from my closet and quietly opened my bedroom door. The hallway was dark. Only the glow of the Christmas tree allowed me to see where I was going. I tiptoed into the living room and set the wrapped present under the Christmas tree with all the other gifts.
Truck
Mom had
day,
really outdone herself this year. Despite all the silent
Dan
treatment, she had made sure I would have a good
Dao
Christmas.
Truong
She really does love me, I thought to
Huang.
myself. I turned.
What are you doing out of bed?
Mom hissed.
Wonder
My
how
eyes
long
shot
a
over to her.
nightly don't
Seemed to
ask.
appear out of the hallway. Mom, But Mom cut me off before I could finish. Where is it? Mom barked. What? I asked. Mom rushed over to me and yanked me to my feet by my forearm. Where are my sleigh bells? Mom said through gritted teeth. Mom, stop, you're hurting me. I begged. Where are they? Mom screamed. She pulled me over to the fireplace and shoved me forward. I looked up.
Hyundai,
The mantel
horny
was
youth
empty.
under nightly
Mom,
domestic
don't-
alcohol
My hand
intoxication.
turned
Wow.
back to face her as I pleaded.
Wow.
I told you not to touch my things. Were you listening?
Mom sneered.
You think I was kidding? You think you can push me around too? Is that it?
Mom, honest, I didn't. I held back tears as I spoke.
I will not be put up with stealing. You hear me?
Mom said as she grabbed my shoulders. Jingle. We both stopped. We looked down. Mom reached into my hoodie pocket. Jingle.
It's good.
Mom held the sleigh bell decorations in her hand.
Undressed,
She
needy,
glared at me and held
desperate,
them up
and
in my
inviting.
face.
I knew it. You're lying to me.
Mom hissed again. I backed up. Mom, I swear
I get that
I
one.
began
That's
to whimper.
definitely me,
Don't
Sean.
lie to me.
Mom screamed as she threw the sleigh bell in my face. Jingle, jingle. I flinched and stepped back, fumbling the decorations. I found my footing and looked at the little bells in my hands. Then I looked back at my mother.
Put them back.
Mom demanded coldly. I was frozen. I didn't know what to do next.
I said put them back.
Mom yelled and lunged forward at me.
Chevrolet can
Why,
haul
but I instinctively
everything
ran away.
very rapidly
Don't know
over
what I was
level
thinking. I just had to get away.
terrain.
I ran towards the kitchen, not sure what to do next.
Quantas
Get back
personas
here.
te
yelled.
estas
Right
viendo en
Didn't know
directo
what to do. All I could think was to do was to get away or hide. I opened the garage door. As soon as the cold air hit me, I had an idea. Hit me too. You want him so bad? Find him yourself, I thought selfishly. I rushed into the garage, the freezing concrete almost burning the soles of my bare feet. But I didn't care. Not then. At that moment, I had had enough. I didn't care what happened to me. I wanted to get rid of these stupid sleigh
Nobody
bells.
ignores.
The garbage cans. and
I
then
don't know what you
threw
said. I read
down
your
to the
message. I
dumb
don't know what
decoration
you
in my
said though.
hand. No, I thought, she'll look there first. I turned to the big trunk on the floor. I ran over to it. I unclipped the metal clasps. I lifted the lid. Jingle. I dropped the decorations on the floor and stood up with wide eyes.
Chael
Couldn't breathe.
Cutriste.
What the hell are you doing out here?
My mother yelled as she entered the garage. I didn't look at her. I just stared at the open trunk. Lying in a gory pool of blood and maggots was the dead body of my father. Mom grabbed me and pulled me away. She knelt down and held my face to her
When
face.
people are in chat at
Mom
this hour,
ranted
maybe?
at me, but I couldn't breathe.
I mean,
couldn't
like,
really hear
at
all
any
of
given
it.
hour? Like 4?
Jingle,
Like, well,
jingle.
maybe 4? Like 3 or 4?
Stopped. We both turned.
I think that's a pretty
Bloody
decent
body
number.
of my father stood behind us. His
I'm
head
content
was
with that.
down, so we couldn't
That
see
means
his
at least
face.
one person's
His
watching me.
fist was the sleigh bells. Jingle. Dad's dead body took a step forward. Mom gasped and stood in front of me. Jingle. I peered down at Mom. Dad got closer.
Okay, gracias. No worries.
Jingle. Closer. Jingle. Closer. Dad was standing right in front of Mom. You're alive, Mom whispered. But how? It's impossible. Jingle. Suddenly, Dad's head snapped upwards. He seemed to stare blankly at Mom with unblinking
True,
eyes
let's
and a
take a
slack jaw.
toke.
Daddy? I breathed.
Poke time.
Dad's mouth stretched open and a black slime-covered
go.
arm with clawed fingers reached out and
ready?
grabbed Mom by the throat. Mom grabbed the black forearm and struggled to pull free.
3.
She
2.
choked out sounds, but the scream did
Toe.
not come. Dad's other arms grabbed hold of Mom's shoulders, and he took a step back. She thrashed and choked and tried to pull away as Dad and the slimy thing inside of Dad dragged her backwards towards the big trunk. Dad stepped inside the trunk, and the slimy black hand held Mom up off the ground. Slam! In an instant, Dad and Mom both collapsed into the trunk, and the lid came down hard. It almost looked like a great wind blew them both into the old wooden box. My feet were warm then, as embarrassing as it is now to admit. That was the exact moment I realized that I had urinated on myself. I caught my breath and began to tremble. I don't know if it was the cold or the shock. Do something, I thought. Don't just stand here. Do something. I
Rude,
gathered
brother.
my courage and rushed back over to the big trunk. I crouched down and flung open the trunk lid. I looked inside. Nothing. My parents were gone, vanished. Not a trace of them was left. No blood or maggots, nothing. Only the sleigh bell decoration lay on the empty bottom of the trunk. Jingle. I picked the old decoration up and stared down at it for a long time. This has to be another dream, I thought. Just another stupid nightmare, and any minute now I'm going to wake up. Tears filled my eyes. Any minute now I'm going to wake up and Mom and Dad will be still alive, right? I could feel the panic rising in me. They'll be alive and Mom and me can have our Christmas together, right? Please. I started to cry. I knew it was all over now. Mom and Dad were gone, and that thing that was somehow inside of Dad, it was real. And the bells, the nightmares, I knew they would never go away. Not now. Not ever.
¿Cuál
And I
es
knew
tu
it
serie
would never make
favorita?
sense. And I'm
Favorita.
still
I'm
sorry.
guessing favorite series? Favorite series, Lord of the Rings, Dune. What'd you guys think of the story? Yeah, Lord of the Rings, Dune. What else is good? Let's see what we got today. Hey, we hit 1K views today, guys. We hit 1K views. That's crazy. Yo, Zab, what's up, brother? We only hit 85 on this one, so we got jumped on this one, but we went hard on the other one. That's why we have 2 channels, guys. That's why we got the dual channel going. I don't think there's anything else here. I'm tired. Fuck! It's been a long day. Let's see if there's like another 10-minute story or something like that, but no, I think we might just end it, guys. Sadly, we had a good day though. You know, today and yesterday. Oh, StarCraft yesterday. We got Raymond's essay out of the way. Today I had some pretty good conversation. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm fucking tired. And then we'll be back tomorrow with a longer stream, a better stream, a more stream. And more releases. Yes, Zab, I will do that. Sounds good. Cause I has no creative juices, and I'm just thinking, like, I've been sitting here for the last hour being like, I got no idea of how I'm gonna do chapter 4 past the point of just revealing what the hell the character actually did. So I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board and be like, hey, how do I get this to introduce zombies? Cause this chapter has to introduce zombies. But I don't know how that's gonna work. That is good night to the whole world. Buenos noches. Buenas noches a todo el mundo. Nice. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by, guys. I know it was a bit of a shorter stream today, but you know how it is. Not every day is equal, so we'll be back again tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out, thanks for coming by. You guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for listening to the stories and everything, and thanks for sharing your stories if you did. And if you didn't, well, go make some stories, come back and share them, because we would love to hear it. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. No te Nintendo C. I think that means that was was entertaining. I hope. Bye, homie. All right, yeah, sounds good. I'll give Shaw a shout there, Zab. All right, who we right into? Oh, Sean's got a YouTube video for us real quick.
You're being very loud.
That's what your mama said.
Hey, don't bring my mama into this.
I know my rights.
All right, settle down, buddy.
Call my lawyer.
You're being very loud.
Fucking AI generated shit is just, it's so good. I love it. You can text in the server too, or in the group chat we have. Yeah, sounds good, Zap. I had my Wii U ready. You did, Sean. You did have your Wii U ready, that's for sure. Alright, let's see where we're going today. Who we going to today? Well, we got a new one, so let's go with this. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. Get in before the ads. Get in before the ads.
Oh, shit. Yo, what's up? Oh, thank you for the follow. Holy shit. Thank you for the raid, too. Jesus Christ. I'm like fucking sitting around and sharing writing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follow.
All right,
how
we'll
was your
see you
stream?
guys
Oh, yeah,
tomorrow.
that's good.
Peace.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I
that's
can't
good.
raid out on Kick until I have
Thank you.
five
Thank you for the
viewers, so, you
follow.
know.
Holy shit.
It is what
That's
it is. But anyways,
fucking
we'll see ya. Take care.